Part 3. Ashes and Dust. Chapter 21. It was mid-morning in Setter, one of a dozen mid-sized towns on the fringes of Galactus' equatorial desert. The streets were an organic tangle of wide lanes and narrow alleys, the squat buildings mostly yellow mud brick. Despite its primitive appearance, it was a clean city, and artfully placed public gardens, lushly irrigated by underground aquifers, bespoke the Galactan people's reputation for grace and harmony. As she stood in the shadow of a tall palm and watched activity on the street, Marin Solo thought harmony was notably lacking. She didn't need the Force to tell her that. She could see it in people's hurried walk, the way they avoided each other's eyes and cast quick sideways glances. Every once in a while, a squadron of Imperial stormtroopers marched down the street, white armor clouded by patches of yellow dust. The entire sector had gone over to the Empire 2 weeks ago. Most worlds hadn't even put up a fight. Galacta was a generally quiet planet without huge population centers or vital resources, but the Imperials were still making their presence felt. They'd done nothing heinous here, or on any of the thousands of systems they'd gained since the start of the war. Ron Fell had repeatedly guaranteed that newly Imperial worlds would be treated justly, with a good degree of autonomy. It was because he kept that promise that planet after planet, Galacta included, had surrendered with minimal fight or outright switched sides. But the Empire was in league with Sith. Marin still didn't understand the whole of it, or how deeply her cousin was connected with them, but it meant that sooner or later, the autonomy and just treatment would be replaced with iron-fisted brutality. It had happened in Hapes, and it would happen in the Empire. And because the Sith were involved, it meant that no Jedi was safe on an Imperial-aligned world. 2 knights and 2 apprentices had been on Galacta when the Empire had seized control, and they needed extraction. Sending more Jedi into occupied territory was dangerous and spread their numbers even thinner. That was why Marin Solo and her people were here instead. After the latest stormtrooper squadron passed by, she felt a buzz in her pocket and plucked out her comlink. Turning away from the street, so the cowl of her hood obscured her lips, she said, "Go ahead." "Bantha here?" came the gruff voice she'd expected. "What's your status?" "Taking a break in one of the gardens. Do you have anything on their location?" "I think so." She glanced back at the street. No Imperials in sight. "Where are they?" "I think they're inside an apartment block, 10 stories high, about 700 meters due south of the port." "I know it." Marin had spent almost a full day exploring Cedar on foot, and she had a pretty good mental map drawn up. The city didn't have many 10-story apartment blocks either. "Do you know where, specifically?" "No. I'm just going on a feeling." Marin remembered those, didn't we? "How are you getting in?" "I was thinking the front door. It's just a residential block. They don't have much for security. I'll camp outside and watch your back." She was already on the move, walking into the flow of pedestrian traffic. "I'm about 20 minutes away. Is there a good rooftop or something I can spot from?" "There's a speeder repair garage across the street from the entrance. You can probably get on top of that and lay low." "Sounds good. Wait until I'm close before you go in." "Do they know you're coming?" "I'm not sure. I'll try to warn them again." "Good. I'll make sure a ride's standing by, in case we need to make a hard extraction." "Understood." Bent out. Marin turned off the comlink and made her way through the streets at a brisk but casual pace. She spotted the apartment block clearly, and had to come around to the south side the building to spot the slightly shabby outdoor entry plaza. She gave it only the briefest glance and kept walking, past the apartment and past the speeder garage, which was currently open for business. A Zextro was currently giving some Soro Suub speeder a 4-handed wax job, and somebody else was working further inside. Marin slowed her pace and did her best to look casual as she circled to the rear of the garage. As she'd hoped, there was a series of metal ladder rungs that she used to clamber up to the rooftop. She stepped carefully over the sun-bright metal surface, avoiding the glass panels that let atrium light into the garage below. She found a spot at the roof's forward edge that had good cover and laid down on her stomach. She could see most of the street below, the apartment block entrance and the entry plaza. A few beings, presumably residents, loitered on its edges, and she spotted her cousin standing beneath a tree in the center, drinking some bottled beverage. It had been 2 years since Nat Skywalker had left the Jedi Order. He seemed to have aged 10. He put on weight, and his sandy blonde hair had tipped decidedly toward gray. More, it was the look in his eyes. Nowadays, Marin had a hard time remembering the charmingly enthusiastic teenager who'd hero-worshipped his Jedi Ranger cousin. He was as far gone as that Jedi Ranger. Though he'd left the Jedi, desperate times had prevented him from walking away entirely. Marin knew that all too well. After the Sith revealed their presence, the war had tipped drastically in the Empire's favor. Jedi still served on the front lines, but they could only do so much against the subterfuge and ferocity of the Sith, who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. As the situation worsened and the Alliance lost sector after sector, conscience had gotten to Nat and Marin both. Now they were doing what they could to help. Lying flat on the roof, she took out her comlink and said, "I'm in position." "You know where they are?" "I think so. I'm going in." "I've got your back." She watched as Nat pushed off the tree, threw his bottle in a rubbish can, and casually walked into the building. She made a brief call updating the rest of the team, then settled herself into wait. This apartment block wasn't a dump exactly, but it clearly wasn't Sedair's most desired real estate. The carpet in the hallways hadn't been washed in years, the walls needed a paint job, and every so often an overhead light would flicker out. At least there weren't pests running around. Thankfully, he knew exactly where he was going. While waiting for Marin to catch up, he touched the hiding Jedi in the Force. One of the knights had touched him back, conveying that they were holed up in an apartment on the 6th floor. It had required minimal Force suggestion to get past the bored Chalactan working the front desk, and from there, hopefully looking like any other resident, he'd taken the turbolift up 6 levels. He touched the Jedi in the Force once more, telling them that he was near. He didn't know any of these Jedi personally, but they'd been able to sense each other's intentions clearly. That connection was a line he reeled himself in with, following his pull around one corner, down the hall, and finally to a locked-tight door. He gave the empty corridor another look and rapped his knuckles. 10 seconds later, the door opened, but only a few centimeters. The stripe of a face peered at him through the gap, then disappeared. The door opened further, and he let himself inside. There were 6 total beings in the room. 2 were local Chalactans, dark-skinned near humans, both on the far side of middle age. The other 4 were clearly the Jedi. He marked the knights as one bald human and an Ulit male, while the apprentices were a young blue-skinned Mon Calamari and a teenage Zabrak woman. The young ones were only a year or 2 past his nephew Cade. The thought made a twist in his stomach. "Thank you so much for coming for us," the human said. "I wasn't expecting to be rescued by you, Jedi Skywalker." "I'm just Bantha now. Bantha Rock." He had to remind himself sometimes, too. Of course, the man said apologetically, then went through quick introductions. He was Jin Connor, and his fellow knight was Vet Grolic. The apprentices were named Amrak and Sot Lenner. The 2 Chalactans had volunteered their apartment to shelter the Jedi, but their expressions were apprehensive. Through the Force, Bantha sensed anxiety but not duplicity. They'd been brave enough to help the fugitives but were still hoping to send the Jedi off and go back to their safe normal lives. As far as he was concerned, that was good enough. Most of the galaxy wanted nothing to do with Jedi these days. "We haven't left this apartment for 2 weeks, Grolic explained. "No one's come looking for us this whole time." "Do the Imperials know you're here?" "The Chalactan government knew we were on planet when they surrendered. We can't assume they've told the Imps, but we were working in Harker, the big city up north. They shouldn't know we're in Setter." "No, but they'll be looking everything. There's stormtrooper patrols in town." "We know," said Amrak. The apprentice's voice trembled a little. "Do you have a ship to get us out of here?" asked Lennar. "That's right. She's using Civi codes. We flew it right in and should be able to fly right out." "Are there Imperial ships in orbit?" asked Connor. "One frigate with ties flying patrol, plus the local militia. But don't worry. Or right out of here can punch hard if it has to. Bantha was less worried about that part than getting these Jedi to the ship. Setter didn't get a lot of off-worlders, and while mainline humans didn't draw stares here, a water-starved Mon Cal and a big hairy Ullid would, especially traveling in conjunction. If they split the group in two, it would make things a little easier. He could have Marin escort two of them to the ship. He could wait an hour and take the others after them. It was far from a perfect plan, but if he took everyone out at once, somebody would notice and tip off the Imperials. He was just starting to explain the plan when his comlink buzzed. With a sinking feeling, he brought it to his mouth and whispered, "Bantha here." "You've got company," Marin said. A squad of Stormies just rolled into the front yard. He hated being right. "Are they inside the building yet?" "They will be in a couple seconds." "Full dozen. Half of them are going for the door. The others are camping in the plaza." Bantha realized in an instant that trying to be subtle or sneaky would get them killed. Their best chance of survival was to get out of here as fast and hard as they could. If their ride couldn't punch as hard as he just bragged, they were dead. If he got himself killed like this, well, Drew would kill him a second time. "Do what you can to stall him," Bantha said, "and tell the extraction team to come right away." "My thoughts exactly." "Hang tight. I'll do what I can." Bantha shut off the comlink. The rest of the room had heard everything, of course, and they stared at him as if waiting for instruction. "We need to be ready," he told them. "We're going to have to go out the windows. Clear out space around them. Barricade the front door if you can." The Jedi burst into motion, moving quick and nimbly around the terrified and frozen Shalactan couple whose world had just come down around them. Bantha felt their raw fear in the Force, and the admirable concentration of the Jedi. He felt something else too, something dark and fleeting, and when he tried to examine it closer, it was gone. Then he wondered if a dozen stormtroopers was all they were dealing with. With the first Stormies pressing in through the apartment's front door, there wasn't time to hesitate or do anything with finesse. Having a Jedi for a father and a Mandalorian for a mother had mostly made for a schizoid upbringing, but one thing both Marin's parents had stressed was the importance of always being prepared. Therefore, right after her call to Nat ended, she stood up on the edge of the garage roof, reached into her cloak, and pulled out the smoke grenade tucked inside. She used all her arm strength to hurl the thing over the street and into the apartment courtyard, where it burst with a loud, satisfying pop and spilled a cloud of expanding dark gray smoke. It was harmless but would muck up the Stormy's vision and hopefully draw the ones who got inside back out. She had no more than a minute before the smoke cleared, so she brought out her concealed pistol and began shooting. It was as hard for her to see the Stormies as for them to see her, but she mentally marked out their locations and did her best to direct shots into the right points of the smoke cloud. She only got 4 blasts out before the Stormies started shooting back, but they were only aiming blindly in her general direction. Marin dropped to her stomach, shielding herself as much as possible behind the roof's rim, and kept firing. With her free hand, she pulled out her comlink and switched to the extraction team's frequency. Over the rapid tang of laser fire, she called, "Hey, Mom, I think we need a ride." The apartment in which they hid was on the side of the building the opposite the courtyard, but the sound of laser fire was still clear and loud enough to obscure the footfalls of the stormtroopers charging the door. The Force gave the Jedi all the warning they needed, and when the troopers attempted to force open the door, they found its mechanisms jammed and immobile. That wouldn't stall them for long, but in the 10 seconds between the grinding of the door and their explosive entry, Bantha's ears picked up the steady, loudening whine of familiar starship engines. Then the door exploded, and it was deafening. Smoke gushed into the room, but the Jedi used the Force to flush it back into the stormtroopers' faces. They'd thrown up a barricade of tables and turned over sofas, creating a low wall of furniture that bisected the room. It wouldn't give much cover against stormtroopers' blaster rifles, but they'd still have to clamber over it. There were only 4 troopers, but they pushed into the room with rifles blazing. Bantha's gold lightsaber sprung up in his hand, and using it felt easy and natural as he batted back laser bolts alongside Connor and Grolic. The apprentices and the apartment's owners huddled in the back by windows whose glass was quickly shattered by laser fire. The broken windows made it easier to hear the approaching engine whine turn into a roar, and he had no doubt his rescuers could easily find their location. He felt a hot gust of air take his back, and new help had arrived. "Get down," Bantha shouted, and he dropped to his knees. Connor and Grolic did as well, and right on time a volley of laser fire cut in from behind them, skimmed above their heads, and riddled the two nearest stormtroopers with black scorch marks. Bantha looked over his shoulder. The Padawans and the Chalactan couple were clambering through the window. 3 figures in Mandalorian armor hung on the exterior, boots on the windowsill with blasters in one hand and fibercore cables gripped tight in the other. The cable swung up to the aged and heavily modified light freighter bottom line, which hovered on repulsors so close to the apartment his flank nearly tapped the next window up. The other 2 Stormies ducked back, taking cover in the hallway. The apprentices clung to one Mando, the old couple another, and all 6 were reeled up toward the bottom line's open landing ramp. The Mandalorian still in the window, a big man in black armor with a white mythosaur stamped on the face, waved for the Jedi to fall back and join him. Bantha stayed where he was, deflecting a fresh volley from the Stormies, but Grolic got to his feet and moved for the window. The Mando and his hairy Jedi partner were swinging back up when the stormtroopers ducked into the hall yet again. Using the brief respite to glance over his shoulder, Bantha saw the 2 large figures pulled inside the ship. If he had to, he could probably do a force-assisted jump out the window, but he'd much rather one of those Mandos come back with a fiber cord so he could swing. Then he heard a new, familiar sound, the snap, hiss, and hum of an igniting lightsaber. The figure that charged into the apartment wore standard white armor, but he clutched a blazing red saber in 2 hands. His helmet was off, revealing a human face covered in jagged red and black tattoos. In the heat of battle, Bantha had forgotten his earlier premonition. Surprise slowed his reaction, and it slowed Connor's too. The Sith he must have been secreted as part of the Stormy squad jumped over the blaster-scorched barricade and slammed his boots into Connor's chest. The Jedi fell back, leaving only Bantha to fight off the Sith. The bastard was fast, fierce, and at least 20 years younger than his opponent. Bantha knew instantly this was a fight he would lose. Help came as another volley of laser fire through the window. The Sith jumped back from Bantha and hefted his saber to block the Mandalorian's fire. The first 2 had swung back to the window, and as Bantha dashed for his exit he used the Force to help Connor to his feet and push him toward the Mandos. Connor and his partner swung back to the ship first. Bantha hauled himself into the window and grabbed the Mando around the armored waist just as the Sith made one last charge. Bantha and his rescuer kicked off, swinging through the open air, but the Sith leaped after them. His force-lengthened arc would collide with theirs, but Bantha had enough force of his own to push the Sith back. His white-armored body smacked against the side of the apartment block, but he managed to grab hard onto the windowsill before he fell 6 stories to the ground. Bantha and his rescuer were pulled up onto the bottom line's landing ramp, and as soon as their backs slammed onto the hard metal, the Mando shouted, "We're in. Take us out." The ship's pilot immediately complied. Wind howled in Bantha's face as he scrambled up the ramp and into the hold where the rescued Jedi huddled, then staggered toward the cockpit. Setter's sand-colored cityscape swung dizzyingly outside the forward viewport. He thought he spotted a few dark shapes hanging in the sky ahead, maybe inbound starfighters, and he grasped the back of the pilot's seat hard. "We need to get out of here fast." "Oh, you think?" Giant Scarada grunted. "One more thing to do first." "What?" "What do you Shabla think we're doing?" Snapped the old woman in the co-pilot's spot. "We're getting my daughter." A second Stormy squad had arrived to shore up the first, and Marin was well and truly pinned down by the time the bottom line swept up alongside the apartment block to pick up his passengers. From this angle, Marin couldn't see what was happening, and anyway she was too busy hiding, and sometimes shooting at the stormtroopers who surrounded the garage. When her uncle's ship swung around and veered toward her position, she was ready. The bottom line's ventral quad laser sprayed fire at the ground, distracting the Stormies. The freighter stopped over the garage, dropped low, and Marin sprinted and jumped onto the ramp. The ship surged upward as soon as her boots hit metal, and she immediately lost balance. If the ramp hadn't pulled up and shut tight, she'd have tumbled out into the sky. Instead, she lay on the deck, sweating and panting for a moment before she pushed herself upright and made for the cockpit. The ship was jerking around violently, and she knew they were being pursued. Not that surprising. She braced herself with both hands to the wall all the way to the cockpit, and her first sight through the viewport was a starfield marked by green lasers flashing in from behind. "Boer, you in the top turret yet?" Giant called on the ship's internal comm. "I'm here," Mecker's scratchy voice replied. "Got 3 more coming behind us. We'll be clear for lightspeed in 3 minutes." Mecker's reply was a short chain of profanity. Marin dropped into the seat behind Giant's and looked at Nat in the chair beside hers. Her cousin's face was set in hard concentration as he watched the lancing laser fire and the stars that shifted as Giant twirled them through evasive maneuvers. Marin's mother, strapped in the co-pilot spot, announced, "We've got a course patched in." "Great," said Giant. "Just let me clear the shallow gravity well." He threw the ship into a few more twists until Tamar announced, "We're clear." "Do you have my heading?" "Setting it now." Giant's hands danced on the controls, then reached out, grabbed the lever at the center of the console, and pulled it back. Stars exploded into streams of light as the bottom line catapulted into hyperspace. Marin and Nat released simultaneous breaths of relief. Giant, leaning back in his chair, eyed them and asked, "Are we good or what?" "I say you're worth the money," Marin agreed. "Good to know, since it is your money." Which was true, to an extent. Most of the Jedi Order's financial assets had been moved to secret accounts in the beginning of the war. Marin had been managing those with the help of the Calrissians, and while a good chunk of those funds had gone to constructing the hidden temple on Tavis, the leftovers were being used to fund secret ops like extraction from behind enemy lines. Marin was all too happy to throw some of that business to her family. Over the past 2 years, Yaga Ochus had only tightened his rule on Mandalore, and the Skirata clan was effectively blacklisted from working with other Mandas. Giant pushed out of his seat and made for the exit. "I'm gonna go check on my Boer. Make sure he didn't break anything." "Whoops, excuse me, Jedi?" Giant turned sideways to slip past a big, furry Ulit who was standing in the portal. "Thank you for your assistance," the Jedi told Giant, most sincerely. "Just doing my job." The Mandalorian shrugged and sauntered down the hall. The Ulit looked at the ones left in the cockpit. His eyes lingered on Nat, no surprise there. That the brother of the leader of the Jedi Council had walked out on the Order in the middle of the war was no small thing. Whatever they thought of his decision, none of the Jedi they'd been rescuing for the past year had been anything but grateful for the save. If those Jedi had any idea who Marin was or what she'd once been, none had ever given a hint. She was glad for that, and knew Nat would have preferred to be similarly anonymous, but unfortunately, that just wasn't possible. "We can't thank you enough," the Ulit said. "For a Sith to have been in Set Air, searching for us, our time was running out, and we didn't even know." "A Sith?" Marin blinked. Nat nodded grimly. "Dressed up in stormtrooper armor. Probably acted as squad leader." "Stang. That's a new trick." "Well, they've always been sneaky." Nat's face set into a scowl. He asked the Ulit, "How are the others?" "Minor injuries. They will be fine. They also wonder where we are going." "I guess you haven't heard much news the past couple weeks," Nat sighed. "This whole sector is M territory now. They've got the whole Prelimian under control, and they're making a push into the core." "Then where are we going?" "Kashyyyk," Marin supplied. "The Third Fleet's been cut off from the rest of Alliance territory, but they've fortified all of Wookiee space. There's other Jedi there." "The Wookiees remember the last time the Empire came after their planet. Literally." Nat added. "A lot of them were alive when Palpatine torched their forests and enslaved them. They're not going to meekly throw in with the Imps." "It is good to see someone still has resolve. I'd like to hear more, if you would." The Ulit waved down the hall toward the hold. "We all would." Marin caught Nat's reluctant expression, but her cousin agreed and left the cockpit with the Jedi, leaving her alone with her mother. With a sigh, she moved up to the pilot seat. She'd been around a lot of different ships, and spent a lot of time in this one over the years, but she'd never actually flown it. Mecha and Giant would tear her head off if she so much as scratched the thing. "It's good we all got out," Tamar said beside her, "but that could have gone better." "You're telling me?" Marin laughed dryly. "I'm getting too old for this, Mom." "I'm the one who should be saying that. You weren't stuck on top of a garage getting shot at by stormies." "Fair enough." Marin said nothing else. She stared forward at hyperspace's light show and tried to remember how many hours to Kashyyyk. Wookiees were loyal and resilient, and it was as safe as any place could be for the Jedi right now, but the list of safe worlds shrank by the day. Marin wasn't a Jedi, and she'd spent most of her life trying to have nothing to do with them at all. And then, against her will each time, she'd been drawn deeper and deeper back into it. Benet and Anya were on fast start, far from here, doing cargo runs along the routes free from conflict, but that list was getting shorter too. It felt like everything the life she'd had and fled from, the life she'd made, was being squeezed by the same vice. Marin shifted uncomfortably in her seat and asked, "Have you ever noticed how when there's a crisis, you end up forced to do the right thing, even when you really don't want to?" "Daughter, that is the story of my life." Chapter 22. The battle for the Rendili shipyards, one of the greatest conflagrations of the war, was reduced to an array of multicolored lights projected in the center of the war room of the Emperor's palace on Bastion. Hollow markers danced around each other like slow-motion luminous flicknets, and the sight might have been soothing to someone ignorant of all it represented. Sometimes it seemed to Roan Fel that he'd spent the past 3 years staring at tactical displays of far-off battles. At the very start, during the abortive attack on Assus, he stood in this very room with nearly all his senior admirals and advisors beside him. The crowd had thinned and changed composition. Supreme Commander Kashyyyk and Intelligence Director Seniac had been replaced, grudgingly, with Morlish Veed and Nina Calikste, and the former was currently with his fleet at Bilbringi. All the other fleet admirals were far from Bastion, waging campaigns in the mid-rim, the colonies, even the border to the core. They battled the Alliance fiercely in all those zones, pressing closer and closer toward Coruscant. The past 2 years had marked a stunning reversal in the Empire's fortunes. The Sith were as capable as advertised. Their spies uncovered intelligence Calixtes could not. Their warriors led attacks, performed assassinations, and hunted Jedi. They'd been more than sufficient to counter the Alliance's previous advance where Force users were concerned. Amongst the worlds of the Empire, and many ex-Alliance planets that had refused to fight a war, on behalf of the Vong, the Sith were being seen as heroes, all their past crimes forgiven. Just thinking on that made Roan's throat clench in rage. He held that rage close to himself, never letting it overtake him but never letting go. He needed to remember that rage and the truth it spoke to. This had become 2 wars, one within and one without. Roan looked through the field of drifting multicolored lights at the Deveronian woman standing on the opposite side of the table. Darth Maladi had become a permanent guest on Bastion. It was from here that she coordinated Sith activities throughout the galaxy. Her spies had uncovered critical intelligence suggesting the Alliance-affiliated shipyards at Rendili would be undermanned for a brief window of time, and so Roan had ordered the attack. She watched her handiwork with cool detachment. Calix's people had met with Rendili officials in secret and guaranteed that the planetary government would be perfectly happy to lend its services to the Imperials, so long as they kept getting paid. The Alliance was still doing everything in its power to prevent that, but Admiral Ruff Yage's ships had caught them off guard. The battle had tipped early in the Empire's favor, and the Alliance had switched priorities from defending the shipyards to denying them for the Imperials. Mon Cal cruisers turned their guns on the very docks that had repaired them these last 3 years, shredding Durasteel superstructure and choking Rendili's orbit with debris. The Alliance did not fall out lightly with its old friends. As Calikste had already said, it was sound tactics on their part, but would look good in Imperial propaganda holos. Admiral Yage acted quickly to limit the damage, and the fight was finally winding down as Alliance ships slipped into hyperspace. Yuuzhan did little to stop them. When the last Mon Cal cruisers were jumping out of the system, Yuuzhan initiated a direct communication with Bastion. As you can see, the last Alliance ships are withdrawing, the blunt-faced man said. Excellent work, Admiral, Roan told him. Do you have a preliminary evaluation of the shipyards? As an estimate, I believe between 50 to 60% of the facilities are still operable. Roan had hoped for higher. Can other portions be repaired? Some, sir. Others were thoroughly destroyed by the Alliance. We'll need time to evaluate specifics. Kashyyyk sidled next to Roan and asked, Admiral, have you been in contact with the Rendili government yet? Yuuzhan's face went hard, and his eyes lingered on Kashyyyk, but only for a second. Roan knew they'd been married once. He'd also been informed that she was now intimate with Morlish Veed, Yuuzhan's direct superior, though Roan was unclear how long they'd been connected, or how deeply. They were still trying to keep it hidden. Yuuzhan turned his eyes back to the Emperor. I've spoken with their ruling council. They are understandably upset about the damage done to their facilities, but they're willing to start servicing our ships right away. Then I recommend you get to it. You're to hold position at Rendili until further orders. Very good, Majesty. Yuuzhan snapped a salute, and Roan favored him with a nod before killing the transmittal. Just by depriving the Alliance of the shipyards, we succeeded today, Darth Maladi said. Those were her first words since the battle began. Yes, we did, Roan said. Your services were appreciated as always, Lady Maladi. It was an invitation for her to go, but she didn't take it. She reached down, tapped the table's controls, and replaced the tactical display of Rendili with a map of the galaxy. Roan didn't scold her for the presumption, not because it wasn't within his rights but because it would have seemed petty. Over the past 2 years, through a mix of conquest and voluntary annexation, the Empire has more than doubled its territory, Maladi said. This was true. Imperial Alliance sectors had swelled to cover nearly half the galaxy in an arc from the unknown regions, past the Hydean Way and the Perlemian, until it almost abutted Hutt space. While impressive on a map, most of those planets were outer and mid-rim worlds unremarkable for their population or resources. The Alliance was besieged in the core but still held onto the galaxy's most wealthy and populous worlds. Pools of white light on the map denoted officially neutral parties, from the Corellians to the Happens. As Imperial territory had expanded, many formerly neutral worlds had allowed themselves to be swallowed by the Empire. For the most part, the Empire used those worlds to move resources and barely involved itself with local government. When we came to you 2 years ago, Maladi continued, the war was at a tipping point. We've reached another, very different one here. We do not have the resources to seize the core, Roan told her. We've increased industrial output, but we simply aren't there yet. Even if it were within our powers, it would probably play out just like Rendili. The Alliance will fight hard for those worlds and leave a mess behind on everyone we take from them. Maladi made a scolding sound. Emperor Fel, you still lack imagination. Do the Sith have a massive fleet we haven't noticed yet? Asked Kashyyyk dryly. Perhaps some ancient superweapon hidden somewhere. I'm afraid not, Maladi deadpanned. However, I believe it is a mistake to assume we need to conquer all those worlds. Planets that weren't eager to join this war didn't join, Roan said. Those ones that are still in it are willing to make a stand. Maladi shook her head. At the beginning, yes, because they thought they could win. Put bluntly, it's an even match now, but we have momentum on our side, so it appears we are winning. Tip things just a little more in our favor, and we will break their fighting spirit. Break their spirit and they'll surrender. The entire Alliance. Kashyyyk raised a brow. Maladi's red gold stayed on Rome. The Empire has been very tolerant to planets it's conquered thus far. You've been adamant on that, Your Majesty, and despite their internal propaganda, most in the Alliance have seen that. There will always be bitter enders, but beings from the core are soft. They'd rather see Imperial crests in their city square than watch missiles rain down on it. and the Senate. The triumvirate. Ruling the galaxy is no easy task. The Alliance had a massive administrative apparatus that's ready-made. As long as they stay loyal to you and as long as you remain the wise, just ruler you have been, I'm sure all parties can be content. It wasn't like Maladi to flatter, which meant she was really serious about this. When the war had started, Roan had hoped to grab control of some Alliance sectors and possibly gain a foothold in the core, then force Coruscant to sue for peace. Now Maladi talked about controlling the entire galaxy with a single hand in a way that hadn't been done in over a century. Since Palpatine, in short. That thought sobered him. Victory had a sweet scent, but with Sith involved there was always something rotten beneath it. If the Empire did totally dominate the Alliance, the Sith would not be content. They might continue to use him like a puppet. They might supplant him with a better pawn, like V. Roan was very determined that this not happen. Forcing the Alliance to surrender wouldn't be easy, he told the two women. They nearly crippled us with their trap at Champala and Paculis 3, said Kashyyyk. If we can lay a trap of our own, we might remove their main fleet from the war. We might, Roan said, so long as your spy network is superior to that of your predecessor. I assure you, it is. Kashyyyk smiled. Just give me a few days, and I will have a plan to end this war. Roan gave her a nod, but he knew that even if Kashyyyk plan worked, it would only end the war without. The greater war was the one within, and for that there was no victory in sight. The one salve on the Alliance's fighting retreat from Rendili was that the Fifth Fleet had suffered relatively minor damage in the process. Asked Kashyyyk dryly. Perhaps some ancient superweapon hidden somewhere. I'm afraid not, Maladi deadpanned. However, I believe it is a mistake to assume we need to conquer all those worlds. Planets that weren't eager to join this war didn't join, Roan said. Those ones that are still in it are willing to make a stand. Maladi shook her head. At the beginning, yes, because they thought they could win. Put bluntly, it's an even match now, but we have momentum on our side, so it appears we are winning. Tip things just a little more in our favor, and we will break their fighting spirit. Break their spirit and they'll surrender. The entire Alliance. Kashyyyk raised a brow. Maladi's red gold stayed on Rome. The Empire has been very tolerant to planets it's conquered thus far. You've been adamant on that, Your Majesty, and despite their internal propaganda, most in the Alliance have seen that. There will always be bitter enders, but beings from the core are soft. They'd rather see Imperial crests in their city square than watch missiles rain down on it. And the Senate. The triumvirate. Ruling the galaxy is no easy task. The Alliance had a massive administrative apparatus that's ready-made. As long as they stay loyal to you and as long as you remain the wise, just ruler you have been, I'm sure all parties can be content. It wasn't like Maladi to flatter, which meant she was really serious about this. When the war had started, Roan had hoped to grab control of some Alliance sectors and possibly gain a foothold in the core, then force Coruscant to sue for peace. Now Maladi talked about controlling the entire galaxy with a single hand in a way that hadn't been done in over a century. Since Palpatine, in short. That thought sobered him. Victory had a sweet scent, but with Sith involved there was always something rotten beneath it. If the Empire did totally dominate the Alliance, the Sith would not be content. They might continue to use him like a puppet. They might supplant him with a better pawn, like V. Roan was very determined that this not happen. Forcing the Alliance to surrender wouldn't be easy, he told the two women. They nearly crippled us with their trap at Champala and Paculis 3, said Kashyyyk. If we can lay a trap of our own, we might remove their main fleet from the war. We might, Roan said, so long as your spy network is superior to that of your predecessor. I assure you, it is. Kashyyyk smiled. Just give me a few days, and I will have a plan to end this war. Roan gave her a nod, but he knew that even if Kashyyyk plan worked, it would only end the war without. The greater war was the one within, and for that there was no victory in sight. The one salve on the Alliance's fighting retreat from Rendili was that the Fifth Fleet had suffered relatively minor damage in the process. The Imperials had been more focused on saving the orbital shipyards than destroying Alliance ships, which meant Stassi's fleet would need relatively few repairs once they reached the yards at Nubia, which were thankfully still in friendly hands. That was pretty much the only consolation available. As Indomitable and the rest of his fleet headed for Nubia, Yorub joined Stassi in the Admiral's office, where he was taking a call. Yorub wasn't privy to Stassi's conversations with Supreme Commander Patan, the Triumvirate, or the Defense Council, but this was a more personal talk. The Fourth Fleet's commander, Aaron Nicht, was a Corellian, and though his homeworld was neutral in this, the Admiral was not. He and Stassi had known each other since their academy days, and they sometimes exchanged scraps of unofficial gossip. "We did our best to deny them Rendili," Stassi was saying. "I'd like to think we smashed around half of their equipment, which unfortunately still leaves too much in their hands." "I heard the locals sold you out," Nick grunted. Though the blue holo robbed him of color, Yorub remembered him as a brown-haired, light-skinned man. "As happens all too often, lately," Stassi agreed. "At least our losses weren't bad," Yorub offered. "Yes, and the more systems we lose, the less we have to defend," Nick said sourly. "There's an upside to everything. And did you hear? The Imps have supposedly moved a major battle group into the Karita system." "There's not much there except stardust," said Stassi. "Yes, but that's the point. I've heard Bastion is turning it into a big propaganda piece. Securing rightful Imperial territory after more than a century, honoring the soldiers slaughtered by evil Jedi, that sort of thing." "How depressingly appropriate." "Where did you hear that?" asked Yorub. There wasn't anything left where Karita had been, but it was dangerously near the core, within easy striking distance of major worlds like Brental or Arcania. Or, more appropriately, Camus and Alderaan. The supernova remnants also mucked up even the best sensors arrays, making it a good place to hide. "Rumors from a captain I know in the Second Fleet," Nick said. "No official word from Intel, but I'm sure they're looking into it." Almost apologetically, he added, "It could be nothing." "It could," Stassi admitted. "According to rumors, there's imp fleets lurking in every nebula and asteroid field nowadays." That was about the sum of it. Paranoia was the guiding principle nowadays. The Alliance had been pressed more and more into the core, and steadily as soldiers felt more under siege. Core worlds hadn't seen major conflict in a century, and there were also plentiful rumors about such and such worlds striking secret pacts with the Empire. Given the behavior of Rendili's government, Yorub couldn't just dismiss them. "Well, when they come, we'll fight them," Nick grunted. "Wherever they come from." Yorub admired the man's resolve. As a Corellian, he could have easily pulled off his uniform and sat out this war in comfort, but he stuck with the Alliance and with his principles. Admiral Stassi, by contrast, had no home to go to, and Yorub sometimes wondered if that didn't fuel the Dur's restless energy. And then there was Yorub himself. The thought of retreating to some warren on Sullust, far from all this fighting, occurred more and more often now. But he thought on Stassi and Nick, decidedly different men but united in their fortitude. If it weren't for beings like them, the whole galaxy would have kowtowed to the Empire and their Sith helpers. Being with them humbled Yorub a little and reminded him of his duty. "That's right," the captain said aloud. "Whenever and wherever. We'll be ready." He hoped he sounded more confident than he felt. Eshkernai knew he was a liar and a traitor, a man who wore a mask over his real face half the time, but he was no longer sure which face was real and which was the disguise. At the beginning he'd known or thought he had, but over the past 2 years he'd lost all certainty. Often, he thought he was going mad. Keeping secrets from other Force users was no small thing, especially the Empress and especially when they were meeting one-on-one. He met her in one of her private rooms in the palace to brief her on his mission to Burchester, where he'd been sent to secretly monitor Sith activity. He did his best to dwell on the truth of his story, in words and in thought, and to skirt around the lies. The Sith didn't find any Jedi in Kalia Sajli Lu, but it wasn't for lack of trying. They had 2 lords inserted in our stormtrooper squads, just as they said they would. Those teams combed the city for 3 days but got nothing. That was true, and it matched with reports the stormtrooper garrison had sent back to Bastion. The Empress, leaning against the side of her desk with arms crossed, nodded for him to go on. There were more Sith, ones we weren't aware of. The ones with our troops were in communication with at least 3 more. Those ones were also searching for Jedi. They were disguised as other things. Most of those ones didn't have the red and black facial markers we've seen, but I could feel their power clearly in the Force. That was also true, as far as it went. Elia asked, "You're certain they didn't know you were stalking them?" This was where the lie came in. He could never tell her that he'd alerted the Sith on Burchess to his presence in advance, and that he'd engaged in extended conversation with one of them, where he'd been coached in exactly what information to give the Empress. Among other things, Darth Maleevil, a fearsome scarlet-faced Quarren, had ordered him to hide the fact that the Jedi hunters on Burchess had succeeded in finding a knight in her Padawan, and killed both after a fair amount of torture. If they knew, Nyan told his Empress, they gave no indication. A slight frown creased the Empress' face as she looked out the window at Ravelin's skyline. If they knew, they probably wouldn't, she said. This partnership we have is sustained by a pretense, and both sides know it's a pretense. When the Alliance is defeated, it will be a battle between Sith and Imperial Knights for control of the galaxy. Maleevil had told him the same thing, and it had filled him with dread. What of the Jedi? The Sith only have one thing planned for the Jedi, Elia said darkly. But the Jedi are our brothers and sisters. The Emperor will not allow them to be slaughtered. That will pitch him against the Sith. But I suppose that's inevitable anyway. Exactly? I can't tell you the details yet, Eshker, but the end of the war with the Alliance may be close. Very close. That will escalate the Second War, the more important war. It was so close to what Maleevil had said he almost shuddered. Her voice hardened as she said, "The Emperor depends on the resolve of all his knights." It didn't sound like an accusation, but it triggered a spike of panic. Nyan tried to hide it, suppress it, but Elia turned from the window and regarded him. "You are one of our most trusted knights, Eshker. We need you to set an example." "I understand. You, Treason, Morgan, Hogwarts. His Majesty relies on you for more than anyone. When it comes to battle against the Sith, we'll need you leading the charge. Treason and Morgan have fought Sith before, on Hapes. They'll advise you." "You did too, Majesty." She looked down, frowning, but there was a bittersweet tilt to her lips. It reminded Nan of how she'd been as an apprentice knight, an outsider uncertain in her powers and place in the Empire. That was the woman he'd fallen in love with when they were young. "I barely knew I had the Force then," Elia said. "I certainly didn't know how to use it. Roan, Treason, Morgan, they were always warriors. They had to be." Nyan swallowed. "If they defeated the Sith once, I'm sure they can do it again. We worked together with the Jedi then. There was trust between our peoples." The frown turned deeper, mournful. "Now we have to stand alone." Nyan said nothing. Her expression firmed, her body straightened. She told him the battle with the Sith may come suddenly, and we need to be prepared. "You are our master strategist. Please, think of how we can secure victory." It was an order he could not refuse. He bowed respectfully and left her chamber. Nyan made a quick retreat and did not allow his suppressed thoughts to rise until he was fully alone. He went to Imperial Knight's training complex and stepped out onto one of the balconies overlooking the city. It was mid-afternoon, and there was no Maladi lurking here for him, no Sith at all. She was kept under constant surveillance, of course, as were all other Sith on Bastion. It was only on missions to other worlds that Nyan met with the Sith and received lessons in using the Force's dark side. His mind drifted back to his talk with Maleevil. Like Elia, the Sith had insisted that a reckoning was coming, that it would be violent, and that Eshker Nyan, whatever he truly was, would have to stand with one side. The horror was that they were both right. When he'd been on Burchester, meeting with Maleevil, he believed with all his heart that he belonged to the Sith. They'd shown him raw power greater than anything the disciplined Imperial Knights could muster, and more, he was amazed by the ruthless genius of a sect that had turned both sides of the war into playthings. The future of the galaxy lay clearly in their hands. Yet his resolve broke when he came back to Bastion. Back to Elia. He remembered something specific Darth Malevolent had told him. The Corran's mouth tentacles had twitched with sadistic pleasure as he'd said, every adept of the dark side must pass a test before becoming Sith. For Darth Nil, it was killing the Alliance's chief admiral and escaping to tell the tale. But it is not always a matter of combat prowess. Every Sith must destroy the man he was before, and for some that is the greatest challenge. And Nine had asked, how do I destroy him? You must destroy the thing he loves most. He must murder it and savor his own pain while he does so. Then the weak man will be gone forever. Nine wasn't sure how well he'd hidden his thought of the Empress. He wasn't sure how well he'd hidden his thoughts from her today. He was uncertain of everything, tense, paranoid. It was agony, and he wanted to end it. He saw two ways to do so, two lives to take, but he hadn't the strength to end either of them. For now, Eshker Nine was trapped, but only for now. Everything would change soon. On that alone, Elia and Malevolent had agreed. Though Cole Skywalker had often butted heads with Piers Petton since the man replaced Lekwash as Supreme Commander, he felt only sympathy for the Admiral as he stood in front of the Triumvirs. We need a victory, and we need it soon, Nudarina insisted. We were able to deny the Empire use of many facilities on Rendili, Petton offered weakly. A half-successful rearguard action is no victory, Bail and Tilly said. The Empire is getting dangerously close to the core. We can be sure they'll launch a major assault soon. If we don't stop it, morale in the entire fleet will crumble. Cole, standing in one corner of the room, thought it was already perilously close to that. I am in daily contact with the Corian, Petton insisted. I am doing everything I can to adjust our strategy to her intelligence. What we really need is an offensive, said Torina. I have looked into that, said Petton, and I do see several options. A counterattack at Rendili while their forces are under repair. We may not retake the shipyards, but we can damage them even more. The Triumvirs considered but were visibly unimpressed. They wanted to take worlds from the Empire again. It had been too long since the Alliance had done that. I understand that with Admiral Slosser and the Fourth Fleet stuck at Kashyyyk, our offensive abilities are strained, said Gile Gayan, but the Imperials are spreading themselves thin at points. They must have weaknesses that can be exploited. Patan launched into a short list of possible systems the Empire had left lightly defended, though major redoubts were located nearby. The Triumvirs ordered him to draw up tentative plans for an offensive, and Patan said he would. Cole had already had his turn at the start of the meeting, so he and Petton left the chamber together. As they made their way through the halls, the Admiral said under his breath, I hope we can count on your assistance, Master Jedi. Always, Cole said. That was the extent of the conversation. Petton clearly had other things on his mind. The Admiral took an airspeeder to the Defense Headquarters complex, while Cole took another to the Jedi Consulate. Once the seat of the Order, the building had been constructed by Cole's great-grandfather after the Yuuzhan Vong War on the site of the previous Jedi Temple. After Luke had removed the entire Order to Ossus, the great structure had sat nearly vacant for decades, with only a handful of Jedi and droids to maintain its elegant corridors. This war had made it a busy place once again, and since fighting had increasingly contracted toward the core, it had become the base of operations for most Jedi. Now there were more knights here than on Ossus, which worried Cole, not least because his son was still at the ancient Academy world. Despite the activity here, Cole felt alone. Cade was on Ossus, not in Wookiee space. Arlen Fell was also off-world, as were ancient masters Tra Sa, Lobaka, and Kay Kruk, whom he'd always looked to for counsel. There were so many unfamiliar faces among these knights on Coruscant, and too many of them seemed too young. That ached him, made him feel older. The brave enthusiasm many Jedi had shown at the start of this war had given way to tired determination. After returning to the Jedi Consulate, Cole sought out Ann Kemmer. The elderly Nautolan woman was taking a rare break in one of the meditation rooms, but she welcomed Cole in when he appeared. Cole sat down on the low stool opposite hers. Master Kemmer, I'd like you to get in contact with Piers Petton. Personally assure him that Jedi will be ready to help on his next offensive. You should begin drawing up a list of pilots. Very well, she said. Where are we going? That's to be determined, but the Triumvirate insists on having a victory and taking back some worlds from the Empire. I can't hardly blame them. No, I suppose not. I'll let Patan know we have his back. Good. And be ready to move on short notice. He stood up and turned for the door. Thank you for understanding. We do what we must, Kimmer muttered, which felt like a summary of just about everything now. Cole stepped out of the room and left her to her thoughts. Elia could not remember the last time she'd seen her husband smile, but his expression was at least contented as he watched his daughter spar. At 13 years old, Marajia was stretching out toward adulthood. She moved with light, long steps across the practice mat, and she hefted her white-bladed lightsaber in a strong grip. Marajia's parents and grandmother stood on the mat's edge, but if she'd noticed her family's arrival, she gave no sign. All her attention was focused on her opponent. Elkie Vetter was a young knight ordained at the start of the war, but the blonde woman had proven a good mentor for Marajia, capable of acting as friend to the princess, but also willing to lay down stern authority when necessary. Marajia's face was tight with concentration, her eyes locked on Elk's white blade as she parried attacks and made tentative strikes of her own. They were using live and potentially deadly weapons, and Elia was as tense as her daughter as glowing blades flicked perilously close to arms and legs. Elkie had more strength and more training than Marajia, so the end of the match was never in doubt, but Elia saw she varied speed and style of attacks, sometimes leaving herself open to see whether Marajia would respond. Elia sensed a conservatism from her daughter. As much as Marajia wanted to show her skill, she was deathly afraid of making a mistake. She got more confident as she went on, slipping in more attacks until Elkie summoned her full skills and went after Marajia hard. Elia almost winced as Marajia frantically parried blow after blow. She was forced back step after step to the edge of the practice mat and stumbled off, ending the fight. Marajia stifled her scowl and gave Elkie a respectful bow. Only then did she seem to notice her parents and grandmother standing on the opposite side of the mat. You did well, Roan said, voice as warm as it could be nowadays. You're getting better every time? I have a long way to go, Father, I know that. Yes, and you have time to learn, the elder Marajia said. So there's no reason to get frustrated or impatient. The princess face said she didn't really believe that. Life in the palace on Bastion sheltered her somewhat, but as her father's official heir she was more aware of the war, and is told than most 13-year-olds were, or should be. Elia had also grown up in a time of strife, and a part of her felt like a failure for not securing a better youth for her daughter. You can go clean up and change now, she told Marajia. When you're done, we can have dinner. Together. Marajia looked from her parents to her grandmother. It had become rare for the four of them to do anything as one. Together. Roan mustered his half-smile. So like your mother said, go clean up. Marajia gave her family little bows and hurried away. With a nod from her emperor, Elkie Vetter followed. She is getting better, the elder Marajia said, but she's still impatient. Weren't you when you were young? Asked Elia. Not as much as her. But then, I didn't have the weight of an empire looming over me. The old woman looked to her son. Any war news? Shadun is tightening the noose around Wookiee space, Roan said. It will be a tough battle, and it may cost us badly, but I think he's the right admiral for the job. I hope so. Shadun's mother served with your father, and I on Void Walker. He respected her a great deal. Marajia's smile was melancholy with memory. I know. She lowered her voice. And our Sith allies. Still apparently compliant for now. Elia thought on what Nine had just told her and decided to wait until she had her husband alone to speak on it. The conversation might get awkwardly personal. I know you've put up contingency plans for dealing with the Sith, Marajia said. But do you think they'll be enough? They're not likely to fall for a trick they made up themselves. Roan's response was a low grunt. Only a select few beings, and none of his top military commanders knew that Roan had recorded an executive order for all stormtrooper companies commanding them to shoot any Sith on sight. Unlike the Jedi during the Clone Wars, Crate's minions would be expecting a backstab. Roan's maneuver might take down some of them, but he needed something more. I'm working on contingencies. All the more now that we're pressing into the core. I'll work on some of my own, Maragia said. She was an old woman now, but Elia knew she could be suitably ruthless. During Roan's early years on the throne, she'd been regent in all but name. Maragia, Roan, and Elia left the practice chamber and moved slowly through the halls. The former Empress excused herself, leaving them alone. The Imperial Knights Academy was the only place besides the palace where they ever moved without bodyguards, and they were grateful for the privacy. Elia linked her arm into her husband's and took a deep breath. The chance to be together as a family was frustratingly rare, and when it did come, it brought a warm glow. It was almost enough to distract her from her meeting with Eshker 9, but not quite. In a low voice, she told her husband, I debriefed Master 9 about his mission to Birchester. What did he say? What we expected, more or less. 2 Sith agents working with our stormtroopers, plus 3 independent agents. They found no Jedi. Roan gave a low grunt she'd learned to read as satisfied. Master 9 was acting distracted. He has been for some time. The war's been taking a toll on us all. I think he still blames himself for sending Jay Skywalker to Mustafar. Perhaps, Elia said, though she'd never known 9 to care much about Jedi. I think it may be something else. Roan stopped walking. What do you mean? I'm not sure exactly. I can feel his conflict in the Force. He angled to face her. What manner of conflict? Elia exhaled, looked down. I'm not sure. I know that Eshker has feelings for me. He has for a very long time. Roan didn't show surprise. Of course he'd noticed it too. And do you think that's the conflict? Honestly, I doubt it. It's never interfered with his role as a knight. Not in all these years. This feels like something else. When he talked about his mission to Birchester, there were points where he seemed evasive. He lied. Roan's voice went hard. Lying to the Emperor or Empress was strictly against an Imperial Knight's vows. I'm not sure, Elia exhaled. I only had a feeling. I didn't press him. It could be nothing. You wouldn't bring this up if it were nothing. No. Roan thought a moment. I believe Knight Draco is on his way back from Nessum. Still impetuous but loyal beyond doubt, Nyai's former apprentice was one of many granted knighthood shortly after the Sith announced their presence. I didn't think his and Nyai's paths had crossed much lately. They haven't, but Draco knows Nyai well. He'll be able to spot a change if there is one. Perhaps you should have him look into Birchester too. I believe I will. Their voices had dropped to whispers. They were discussing only vaguely supposition, not even rumor, but that was bad enough. No Imperial Knight had ever abandoned vows before, and Eshker 9 was one of the most trusted and senior members of the Order. He'd been a confidant and friend to Elia for decades. It was awful to even consider, but this was a time of treason where no one could be trusted. Roan tried to smile, but as usual it only went halfway. I'll send Draco a message immediately and tell him to stop at Birchester. You can go ahead and order the servant droids to get supper ready. Then my mother and Saya will come, and we can forget all about this for a time. Elia smiled back, or tried to. Family time should have come more often, and meant more than a distraction, but she'd take what she was given. Chapter 23. Her husband and daughter were reduced to shrunken blue holo image, occasionally flickering with static interference, but the sight of them still warmed Marin's heart. Anya was almost 12 years old now, visibly closer to adolescence every time Marin saw her. She felt like she was missing out on something vital, just as she'd sworn not to do, but to have ignored the plight of the Jedi would have wrenched her with unbearable guilt. We unloaded everything we needed to at Pakopori, Bennett was explaining. Next stop, Alantine. Have you heard about trouble? Marin asked. No. The Corellian run's still a pretty safe route. Fighting's inching your way. Be careful. I was going to say the same to you. He smiled with serious eyes. Can we meet you someplace, Mom? Anya asked. That would be a little tricky. They were set to arrive at Kashyyyk soon, and while most of the Myterraner sector was in Alliance hands, surrounding sectors were not. The Imperials were drawing a noose around Wookiee space, effectively trapping the Alliance's Fourth Fleet. Smaller and technically civilian ships like the Bottom Line and Fast Start might be able to slip past the Imps safely, but it still involved risk Marin wasn't willing to take. Not right now, Marin said. Where are you due after Alantine? We're set to pick up cargo, Bennett explained. Not sure about the destination. Well, keep me informed, and I'll keep you informed. Did you rescue the Jedi from Galacta? Asked Anya. We did. We're about to dump them on Kashyyyk. They'll be safe there. Marin had explained to their daughter that she was helping retrieve Jedi from Imperial-occupied worlds, just like she'd explained that she was a relative of the Emperor. She always danced around the full truth, and Anya was old enough to know her mother was holding things back, but she'd never pressed for greater explanation. Marin had a feeling Anya was waiting for a face-to-face conversation, which they hadn't had in months. Do you have another job lined up? Asked Bennett. Not yet, but I'll let you know. All right, if you think you can slip away to Alantine. I know. I'll just see how it goes. Bennett's smile was weak, brittle. At the start of this war, he'd pressed her to do what she could to help the Jedi. Now, 3 long years later, she could tell he wanted her back more than anything. Once she shut down the transmission, Marin made her way to the Bottom Line's cockpit. The ship was almost at Kashyyyk, and the space was crammed with Giant and Mecher in the front seats, Nat and Tamar riding passenger behind them. Marin waited as they ran checks and braced herself against the back wall as they dropped out of lightspeed. The light world became a starfield with a green marble at the center. As they approached, Marin spotted scattered warships in orbit over Kashyyyk, heavy Mach-140 Scythe-class cruisers, lighter Mach-75 Shashor-class frigates, corvettes, and pickets of various designs. The Fourth Fleet had scattered different task forces across the sector to protect key worlds, but Kashyyyk held the largest cluster, including Admiral Slosser's flagship. The Bottom Line broadcast its identification code as it dropped into the atmosphere and vectored for Thkiana, the city they departed from at the start of this mission. A sprawling collection of buildings and landing pads had been built into the upper canopy of the Great Roshar Forest, and as the Bottom Line circled and descended, Marin marked the newly added gun turrets scattered among the treetops. The Wookiees had suffered from too many of the old Empire's predations to believe Roan Fell's anodyne assurances. She prayed that the fighting never came here, because if it did, it would be very ugly. After the ship set down, Giant announced, "We're all good. Tell the cargo they can get some fresh air." "I'm sure they'll be happy to hear it," Marin said, and slipped out of the cockpit. She was looking forward to it herself. When the landing ramp came down, she joined the Jedi and 2 still bewildered Galactans as the group stepped out onto the pad. The warm, fragrant Kashyyyk air was indeed welcome, and Marin took a moment to admire the pure blue sky, marred only by drifting flocks of avians high above. Then she turned her attention to the little Jedi reunion. The Ullid, Grollick, shook hands with Master Joe Tuum, a tall furry Cathar. Neither of them looked badly out of place among the Wookiees, she thought. A handful of other Jedi had come to greet their rescue comrades, and Marin felt slight envy for their easy fraternity. Even when she'd been a Jedi, she'd never felt that accepted among her fellows. She'd expected to see Lobacca with the welcoming party, but the hard-to-miss Wookiee wasn't there. She wondered if he'd been called someplace else. He was a busy master, acting as 3-way liaison between the Jedi, the local government, and the Fourth Fleet. Curiosity was cut short by the sight of one white-haired head emerging from the crowd. Marin's jaw dropped as her father separated from the group and walked toward her. They communicated fairly frequently over holo transmission, but it had been almost a year since they met in the flesh, and she thought he was busy on Coruscant. "You don't have to look so appalled." Arlen smiled beneath his beard. Seen in person in Kashyyy's bright daylight, all the lines of his face were so clear. He looked so old, but at least he was smiling. "I'm not. I'm just Surprised, Dad. That's all. She didn't know what to do as he got close. Aside from Lobaka, none of the other Jedi on Kashyyyk knew who she was or what she'd been. Yet when he opened his arms for a hug, she found she couldn't deny him. They embraced, pulled back. She asked, "What are you doing here? And where did you come from?" "Kashyyyk. I brought a half-dozen other knights. All able-bodied youngsters." His smile was wry. "Cole Skywalker's orders. He wants to shore up the defense of Wookiee space." "I'm glad to hear it. I just wondered why. Well, why the old man? I requested it, actually. You and Loie and Nat were here. He's calling himself Bantha nowadays. Bantha Rock. His clean break from the Jedi doesn't seem to have worked out like he'd planned." "Yeah, well, what does?" She laughed once, a little bitter. "Anyway, I wanted to see you all, and I've gotten sick of sitting around on Kashyyyk, sending kids off to do the hard work." "Not just kids. You're still my kid." He squeezed her arm. "That's not exactly what I meant." Marin pivoted and looked back to the bottom lion's landing ramp. Standing atop it, leaning against a support strut with crossed arms and staring right at them, was a white-haired old woman. "You're too old to go looking for trouble, Jedi," Tamar called. "I was going to tell you something similar." Arlen's gaze locked on hers. Marin didn't know how long it had been since her parents had met face-to-face. Decades, probably. Arlen and Tamar said nothing, just stared at each other, and she knew whatever passed between them lost years. Memories good and bad, satisfaction and regrets for a lifetime was not for her to know. But eventually Arlen smiled, and, a little reluctantly at first, so did Tamar, and Marin felt a warm feeling she hadn't known in a long, long time. Anya and Bennett were painfully distant, but at this unlikely place and time she'd managed a family reunion after all. The hub of the Kiana's communications center was bathed in dim blue light from the main holo projector, which displayed the upper half of Admiral Slosser's serpentine body. Lobaka and 7 other Wookiees were gathered in a circle around the image, listening to the Sluicy's update on Imperial fleet movements. Nearby Tagoria, home to a proud warrior race like the Wookiees, had just fallen to the Empire after a week-long battle. Umbra, on the forward side of the Myterraner sector, had allowed the Imperials to land without a fight, and on the rimward side the Imps had occupied most of the Castellar sector for 2 months. As the Alliance's 4th Fleet clustered in Wookiee space, the Imperials were trying to surround them on all fronts, and the two sides were currently engaged at Luxrol, New Apsolon, and Terskir. "We believe the Imperials are also in negotiations with the Hutts to move supplies through their space," Slosser hissed. Kashyyyk, standing on the opposite side of the projector from his father, roared that he hoped the Hutts were charging them exorbitantly. Lobaka asked whether the 4th needed assistance from the Jedi on any of those fronts. There was a slight pause as Slosser's comm system translated the Shirawook. "Not in any of the battle zones. However, we've had reports that the Imperials are sending negotiators to Rondon." That drew a ripple of angry growls. Rondon was the capital of the Myterraner sector, a prosperous trading planet with much less fighting spirit than the Wookiees' worlds. "As we're cut off from Kashyyyk, our intelligence resources are limited," Slosser continued. "However, the Jedi have unique talents." Lobaka assured him that the Jedi would help, then asked the more important question. Were the Jedi gather intelligence only, or should they actively sabotage negotiations? Slosser thought, then decided quickly. Rondon is still an Alliance world. Negotiation with the Empire is treason. Do anything you can to interfere with it. Lobaka made it clear he understood. When the transmission ended, the Wookiee elders began to slip from the chamber one by one, but Lobaka made his way to his son. Kashyyyk asked what kind of team the mission would use, and Lobaka said that Wookiees on Rondon would be too visible, too suspicious. Kashyyyk was disappointed, but not in agreement. Lobaka knew his son ached to go back into combat. He was only 60 standard years old, full of youthful energy and eager to do his part. He survived dozens of battles in this war, and Lobaka didn't doubt his prowess, but he'd never stop fearing for his son. The death of his elder child, Rauranara, at the hands of Abelith had left a wound that would never fully heal. Once the other elders had left the chamber, a new figure slipped inside. Lobaka trilled welcome to his sister Sirikuk. Like her brother, she'd been a lover of machines and technology from a young age, and she currently managed the communication systems for the Kashyyyk city. As a youth, she demonstrated independence by shaving her fur in artful patches, but now that she was older, with authority and family of her own, she let her pelt grow into a naturally thick mesh of brown and red. Sirikuk announced that the team from Chalakta had returned with all Jedi rescued and no causalities of their own. Lobaka was grateful, and he immediately wondered whether that team would be willing to head back out to Rondon. For a fee, Marin's Mandalorian cadre would be willing to fly anywhere, but he wondered if a softer touch wasn't needed. The situation on Rondon was full of uncertainties, and whatever team he sent would have to be capable of both finesse and hard action. He'd have to think hard and make a decision. Slosser had stressed the need for quick action. It was yet one more responsibility, dealing with one more danger closing in, but Lobaka did not feel weighted by his responsibilities. Being back in his childhood home at the Kashyyyk, along with his sister and son, had rejuvenated his spirits even though his world was under siege. The arrival of his former apprentice was another unexpected boon, and now Arlen was reunited with his daughter. War brought many surprises, not all of them bad. It was enough to give a tired, worn-out Jedi hope. Arlen Fell had been to Kashyyyk before, of course. There was a time when he'd fancied himself more broadly traveled than any other Jedi in the Order, which hadn't really been true, but he'd always considered himself an adventurer. Spending all those years at the Jedi consulate on Coruscant was supposed to be a well-earned rest for a venerable master, but it had become smothering in a way he hadn't realized until now. He'd been to Kashyyyk and he'd been to the Kashyyyk city before, in company of his then-master 60-some years ago. Being here with Lobaka again, to say nothing of Marin or Tamar, made the old Jedi feel like the line of his life was closing toward a circle. When he'd been younger, that would have bothered him, but not now. He'd only started to catch up with his daughter when Lobaka arrived with news and a request. He drew Arlen and Marin aside, as well as Nat, Tamar, and Mekker Skirata, and one of the Jedi they just rescued from Chalakta, a middle-aged human named Jen Connor. Lobaka, with help from a translator droid, explained to them that the Empire was making overtures to the local government at Rondon. Those overtures needed to be spoiled, and the Alliance's capabilities were limited in this sector. "I don't mind risking my life for a profit," Mekker grunted, "but my barbs, a couple of GD, and ex-GD aren't a lot to work with if you want to stop an invasion." Lobaka shook his furry head and said that Admiral Slosser would detach one cruiser and his complement of troops to help them in an emergency, but the primary goal was to foil negotiations between the Randoni and the Empire. If the Alliance came on too strong and too openly, it would only drive the Randoni into Imperial arms. "If I'm hearing correctly," said Arlen, "what you need is one team to scout and second team to stand by for hard action if necessary. The cruiser is only a last resort." Lobaka roared an affirmative. "Jedi should go with the scouting team, for obvious reasons," Jen Connor said. "Agreed." Arlen leaned forward, elbows and knees. "I'd like to go." "This could be dangerous," his daughter warned. "I know, but you want people can be inconspicuous. Nobody looks twice at an old man." "I think we all know what team my people belong in," Mekker said. He glanced between Marin and Lobaka. "I want half payment up front, of course." It took another minute to haggle out the price. According to Marin, the Skiratas were being blacklisted by anyone involved with Yaga Arches, but that didn't stop Mekker from driving a hard bargain. Thankfully, the secret Jedi bank accounts, despite all expenditures, had nearly sustained their initial value since the war's beginning, thanks to some smart defense firm investments and insider trading orchestrated by 2 Calrissians and 1 crafty Hutt. With money out of the way, they spent the next hour hashing out details of the plan, until they were to everyone's liking. When the meeting broke, Lobaka rose and said he'd relay everything to Admiral Slosser. Mekker went off to inform the other Skiratas holed up in the bottom line and Jen Connor said he would inform the other Jedi and ask for a few volunteers. That emptied the room of everyone except family. Arlen looked around at his daughter, his old apprentice, his ex-wife. He hadn't seen any of them for a long time until today, and in part of his mind they still existed as their younger selves. Nat was the broad-shouldered Jedi warrior without a gray strand in his long blonde hair. Marin was the independent young knight who thought she could straddle both halves of her heritage without repercussion. And Tamar was a young woman too, not a Jedi but never the cold-hearted Mando warrior she wanted to be. Time had winnowed away possible selves and settled them all. Good or bad, they had the lives they'd been given. "So we're going out again," Marin said. "I don't mind the mission, but I can't say I like the turnaround time. I thought I'd get more time with Drew and her kids, but..." Nat shook his head. "Best I could manage is a call back to Kashyyyk. At least they're safe from all this mess." "I know the feeling," Marin muttered. "Where are they now?" Arlen asked his daughter. "On your ship." "Yeah. They're on fast start, taking some cargo to Alantine." That's not too far, I guess." "Dad, no. I'm not getting them involved in this." "I understand. You can't blame me for thinking about it. A man as old as I am should know his own grandchild." Marin winced. He didn't mean for his words to hurt, but he couldn't hide the sincerity either. He respected Marin's decision to step away from the Jedi Order, and he knew she'd made the best choice, but he regretted how clearly she'd severed her old life from the new. As a young man, Arlen had cherished freedom. Now he was old, far nearer to death than he liked to dwell on, and he craved proof of things he'd leave behind. They were locked in a war that was tearing everything down, which made his desire more powerful than ever. It was probably what had driven him to come to Kashyyyk. "Don't take it personally," Tamar said. "I haven't met her either." She said it flippantly, but with the quiet ache that matched Arlen's. Marin frowned and looked between her parents. "Maybe we can work something out. I'm not keeping what I'm doing a secret from Anya, but she still doesn't know I used to be a Jedi." "Would that be such a bad thing?" Arlen asked. "I don't know. For a long time, I thought it might be." "Does she show any signs of having the Force?" asked Nat. "I don't think so. I haven't tried to check. She's got good reflexes, and damn good luck, at least sometimes." "Has she shown any empathic skills? Did she ever guess what you're thinking?" asked Tamar. She'd been about Anya's age before learning she had Jedi ancestry, and an adult before getting any training. That late start, among other things, had hindered her Jedi training and led to his failure. "I haven't seen any of that. I don't think she has the Force." "Might be for the best," Nat grunted. "Sometimes a good blaster at your side is all you need. That and luck." "We could all use good luck," Tamar said, "especially if we're going to Chapel Rondon." Arlen blinked. "You're going with Mecker's team?" "You're not, I'm too old for hard contact." "I get that." She crossed her arms. "But if the locals won't look twice at some old man, they won't look at an old woman either." Arlen wanted to object, but he had a feeling Tamar could still carry any argument. Marin, softly, said, "You don't have to do this, Mom. You saw how the op on Chalacta almost went bad. There's no telling what's on Rondon or if they've got Sith. Good thing we're just scouting." Marin looked to her father for help. Arlen shook his head and she relented. "Okay, fine." She threw up her hands and looked at Nat. "In addition to scouting for imps and maybe Sith agents, we get to babysit some stubborn old people. You up for that?" She said it with a touch of humor, but there was none of that on Nat's face. His brows drew together. His eyes looked far away. He could only be thinking of Mustafar. "We've got a cruiser backing us up," Arlen said quickly. "That's an insurance plan I approve of. And if we're taking 2 ships to Rondon, we can use mine. It's fast, durable, and well-armed." Marin frowned. "I was planning to take Runaround." "Is it fast, durable, and well-armed?" She wilted slightly. "Only the first one." "Wait a minute." Tamar's look was incredulous. "Your ship, Arlen, is this the same hunk of junk you've had for 50 years? "A little more than that," actually, but I've kept her up to date, all the best repairs. And Starlight Champion is not a hunk of junk, it's a classic. In fact, Tamar managed to grin and sigh at the same time. I almost thought you'd matured in your old age. I have. It's why I appreciate classics. She shook her head and walked away, but she was still smiling. Arlen found he was too. This mission ahead was risky, but just being among the people he cared about, Marin, Nat, Lobaka, even Tamar, made him feel younger than he had in decades. Chasima was the nightmare Katla remembered, but something here felt wrong in a way it had not when he'd visited 2 years before. Nayrin assured that no significant changes had taken place in the planet's biome, which meant, empirically, that the change had taken place inside himself. That was little cause for comfort. Since the start of the war, the Master Shaper had labored to discover the cause of the affliction that had ruined the 100 Worlds and the Ossus project. She labored even as the war grew and her efforts seemed less and less likely to stop the conflagration. Katla sensed she was being driven by guilt and need for redemption, and he was no stranger to the power of those feelings. Since Mustafar, he'd spent most of his time with Nayrin, traveling with her as she searched the galaxy for hints of his salvation. He did it because their motivations were the same, and because it kept him apart from most of the Jedi. He was afraid of interacting with them, afraid of what they might see. Since Nat Skywalker had uttered those 4 words to him after their escape from Mustafar, nothing had been the same. "You have the Force," Skywalker had said. Katla didn't know what that meant or how it could be, but Skywalker had assured him he was visible to the Jedi's ethereal senses. He'd had Nayrin examine his blood cells for signs of midichlorian creatures that allowed Jedi to commune with the Force. She'd found none, which only deepened the mystery. He would have asked the Jedi about it had it not been for Mustafar. Rather than beg help from the Jedi Master whose mother he'd failed to save, Katla had cast himself out and joined Nayrin in her wandering. They'd made shambling progress over the past 2 years. Thanks to the mission where they copied memory engrams from the planet's world brain, Nayrin knew more about Chasima than any others, so she'd chosen to test her hypothesis here. The world brain, she'd said, had been corrupted by the insertion of false memories into his neural cortex. The world brain had been convinced it was under dire threat and had responded by transforming the life forms it ruled into monsters. Killing the world brain, she'd said, would only add more chaos to the planet's biosphere. The only hope was to correct the world brain's memories, and that meant they had to pay it a second visit. That was why Katla hunched close to Nayrin as she huddled against stalk of the world brain's great eye, elbows deep in a crevasse of cut-open muscle tissue that protected the creature's nerve stalk. They dropped a neutralizing agent, as they had 2 years before, only this time with twice the amount of anesthesia. Whether it would work long enough to perform the proper surgery, Katla didn't know. He kept anxiously glancing up at the second flyer. A long cabled vine hung from its open landing ramp and 2 Yuuzhan Vong warriors watching from above. Chokaskel and Lion La belonged to a different sect than Katla, one that venerated the prophet Yusha. Though they did not scarify themselves, their faces were laced with patterned tattoos, in contrast to Katla's pale mien. He knew them to be honorable warriors despite their differences in belief. Still, he'd never become fully comfortable around them. Partially it was because they reminded him of Uyeg and Beshla. Partially it was because they felt strange to him, lifelike but hollow as a mannequin. Nayrin did too sometimes, though he'd known her for years. That was in contrast to the group's newest arrival, who bent next to Nayrin and assisted in the operation. Her name was Lily T, and she was a Jedi. Katla had not met the pale-skinned, black human woman until they rendezvoused with her ship, a tiny gray shuttle, in orbit over Chasima. Nayrin said she'd been helping with research all these years, and she clearly knew about the neural network of a world brain, but Katla had never heard of her. All he could tell was that Lily T was alive. He couldn't describe it in words, but there was a brightness, a motion, a tangible self around this Jedi that the 3 Yuuzhan Vong lacked. The Force must have been telling him this, somehow, and it made him understand the Jedi a little more. 100 years ago they'd faced the Yuuzhan Vong, and found them hollow mannequins, lifelike but disturbingly false, as absent from their beloved force as the sun from midnight. He finally understood why the Jedi, why all of this galaxy, hated and feared Yuuzhan Vong. The very life power that guided them screamed that the invaders were wrong, a disease corrupt in a body, fundamentally at odds with the way the universe should be. He had been one such abomination before his transformation on Mustafar. What he was now, he had no idea. He did not know how long they worked, but eventually Nayran and Lily T both stepped back from the cut they'd made into the world brain's thick eye stalk. They were both covered up to their elbow in violet muck, and the Jedi grabbed a rag to clean them off. "Is the work complete?" asked Katla. "We've reconnected the world brain's central cortex to its motor systems," said the Jedi. "It should wake up soon." She'd been giving Katla lingering looks since they met in orbit. He knew she'd have questions later. He hoped she had answers as well. The world brain started to stir beneath them, its tentacles churning the brackish pool that filled the brain's great crater. Katla gestured to the flyer above. It dipped low and the warriors dropped the vine. Nayran ascended first, followed by the Jedi. The surface beneath Katla's feet was just starting to tremble when he grabbed the vine with both hands and began shimmying up. Even before he reached the ramp, the flyer lifted skyward. Nayran and Lily T were safely inside when Kashyyyk and Lian La pulled him aboard. They could feel the flyer rise higher as all five of them marched up to the cockpit. The soul being inside was another arrival who met them in orbit, and like the human he was bright in the Force. The similarities ended there. Jedi Master Kashyyyk was a 3-meter behemoth with a tusked face and long tangled fur, brown turning gray with age. He felt, somehow, more alive than the younger human. He was 3 times her size, but Katla felt that had nothing to do with it. Even before this meeting, he'd known Kashyyyk by reputation as one of the most ancient, venerable, and powerful Jedi in the galaxy. And just like Lily T, the Wiffet's small eyes tracked Katla as he entered the cockpit. The operation was a success, Nayran announced in Basic, wiping residual muck from her hands on the apron of her skirt. What effect it will have, I cannot say. We will have to wait to see the results. How much time do you think it will take before the operation shows results? Asked Kashyyyk. I have no way of knowing. The corruption of the world brains happened very fast, but making a wound is always faster than healing one. The savage organisms may fight back. It may take months, even years before we see progress. Still, Kashyyyk grunted, today was an important day. I like to think so. Nayran's smile was weary. But time will tell. Indeed. I thank you all for your help. Kashyyy's gaze passed across the 4 Yuuzhan Vong. What will you do now, Master Shaper? There is still more research to be done, and more work. We plan to leave several probes over Chasima to watch its progress, then go to Yuuzhan. Another damaged world. Yes, though it displays some variations from the others I want to investigate. I understand. Kashyyy's intense gaze dropped onto Katla and held. Lian La, Kashyyyk, thank you for your service. You may retire. I'd like to continue this conversation in private. The warriors snapped salutes, fists to shoulders, and obediently marched out of the cabin. Katla drew in breath, stood straight, and felt the 2 Jedi stare him up and down. Finally, Kashyyyk said, Katla, how are you possible? I have wondered that myself. But you know what you are. How you are different. I know, but I don't understand. I've heard your name, Katla. I know you have been with us since the war began. I know you went with Jay Skywalker and her son to Mustafar with 2 companions, and only you and Nat returned. Yes. That was when the change in me happened. It was Skywalker who first noticed, after we escaped Mustafar. But not before. No, not before. The Wiffet made a thoughtful, rumbling sound. Lily T asked the Master Shaper, have you examined him for physiological changes? Nothing has changed that I can see, Nayran said. There are no midichlorians in his body, just as before. The human looked questioningly at Kashyyyk. Midichlorians are how we touch the Force. This should be impossible. The Force has many mysteries, though I've never met one such as this. Kashyyyk folded long-clawed hands atop each other. Tell me, Katla, do you feel different inside? That is hard to say, Master Jedi. Every being changes inside, from day to day. Are you the same being you were 2 years ago? 2 decades? I'm sure I'm different, but it is hard to know. However, I see differently. How? When I look at you and Jedi, I know you are alive. I cannot say how I know, but I know you are living, thinking, feeling beings. I know you are bright inside. When I look at the Master Shaper, he winced an apology. I am sorry. I see none of those things. Then you are aware of the Force, as it is aware of you, Kashyyyk said. Fascinating. Why haven't you told the other Jedi about this? It is hard to explain. A handful of Jedi have helped us since then, and I've made them swear to secrecy. I can swear as well, but I'd like to know why. He looked down at his feet. I've pledged myself to the Jedi, but I failed them again and again. I failed to save Riker Horn at Duro. I failed to save Jay Skywalker at Mustafar. You also defended the younglings during the attack on the temple, Nayren said, and I could never have accomplished what I have these 3 years without you. We are all in your debt, Katla. He put a hand to his heart. I am afraid of this change inside me. I am afraid I don't deserve it. He was a Yuuzhan Vong warrior, committed to bravery and honor. The admission gave him physical pain. After a long silence, Lily T asked, can you think of any reason for this change? Anything at all. It must be connected to Mustafar. He explained, in as much detail as he could bear, what had happened on the Inferno world. He explained the landing by the Molten Lake, the Sith attack, the infiltration of the factory. He described the euphoria he'd felt during his ascent up the power vein, and his ultimate failure to save Jay Skywalker. When he was done, he bowed his head. There was silence again until Lily T said, I only knew Master Skywalker a little, but they said she was capable of tremendous, raw power. She was. Kashyyyk tapped a claw to his chest. I felt her dying moment on the other side of the galaxy. She used it to warn us all of the Sith. Then perhaps, somehow, that was what awakened him to the Force. Kashyyyk grunted again. It is possible. I cannot say. What we are dealing with is unprecedented. The thought had already occurred to Katla, and while he couldn't dismiss it, he found it left him unsatisfied. To touch the ancient gods who rejected them was the dream of all Yuuzhan Vong. He'd hoped that his change might open the path to the Force for all his race, but if it was just a fluke instilled by a Skywalker's dying moment, then he was a chance occurrence, a one-off, a freak. There is one other thing, he recalled. It happened at the very start of this war, but it was unusual. I did not know what to make of it at the time, but it happened when I was last on Zanima II. The 3 others stiffened. What happened there? Asked Lily T. Before I left for the last time, the living world appeared to me. It appeared as you, Master Shaper, and it touched me. It said it was giving me a gift and a burden. He felt chilled at the memory. For a long time, nothing seemed to change, and I thought I dreamt it all. Now, I am not sure. The others exchanged glances, questioning and hesitant. Finally, Lily T looked straight at him, cleared her throat, and said, Katla, I am from Zanima II. He blinked. The living world, it jumped into hyperspace and told no one its location. That's right. I was one of the Jedi who stayed behind on Zanima. I've been in the known galaxy for the past year, helping Nayren. I was told to keep Zanima's location secret from everyone, even the Jedi Council, but do I know it? You can't take me back? Lily T looked to Kashyyyk. The Wifid said, under normal circumstances, I would forbid it. But you, young warrior, are an extraordinary case. I think you have no choice but to go back to Zanima II. The Jedi expected him to be pleased, but the prospect filled him with fear. If Sekhet had appointed him with a grand mission, he'd failed it as badly as he'd failed the Jedi. If his last experience there had been a dream or hallucination, he'd only make himself the ultimate fool. Kashyyyk made another deep noise, close to growling. Are you afraid, warrior? He opened his mouth to lie, closed it, and admitted with a nod. And you are ashamed of that fear? It was a statement, so he did not answer. Let me tell you something, Katla. Almost half a century before your people invaded this galaxy, I suffered a defeat unlike anything I could have imagined. The Republic I had served betrayed itself and became a monster. My brothers and sisters in the Jedi Order were mercilessly hunted and slaughtered. I failed to protect anyone and anything, and I spent decades in isolation, alone with my fear and my shame, afraid that if I did anything else I would fail yet again. That was a mistake, and I've regretted those days, but regret no longer rules me. I have lived too long and faced death too many times to waste my remaining years in self-pity. His deep voice was gentle, even as he scolded. Katla swallowed and looked the ancient Wifid in the eyes. I understand, Master Jedi. With the Master Shaper's permission, I will go to Zanum a second. You have more than my permission. Nayrin stepped close and touched his face. You've done so much for me these past years. What you do now may be even more important. Go, Katla, and find out what you are. She withdrew her hand, but the sensation of her fingers on his cheek remained and left him trembling. She touched him just a second had, at the beginning of all this. Chapter 24. He thought there were two ways to end the agony, two different lives he could take. But there was a third course before Eshkar 9, though it took him a long time to see it. It might be harder than the others in the long run, but he decided to commit himself. It would, at least, bring immediate relief. He requested a private meeting with the Emperor, and was surprised to have it promptly granted. Likely Fel thought he wanted to discuss new means to snare the Sith. They met together in the Emperor's private office, where Fel greeted him warmly. I'm glad you're here, Master 9. Things are progressing quickly. We've laid our trap for the Alliance, and if they take the bait, this war could be over by the end of the week. 9 hadn't expected that. That would be an incredible feat, Majesty. How is it possible? Kashyyyk and Maladi have laid careful clues for the Alliance's spies, suggesting I'll be at Kamas 3 days from now. The two make an effective team, I must admit. 9 held his tongue on that one. Maladi had confirmed to him that Kashyyyk was, in fact, working with the Sith and had been since before the war started. He asked carefully, are you sure it can end the entire war? Nothing is certain, but we've laid the most tempting trap imaginable. If they spring it, Fennel's Karita fleet will be ready. So will Veed's. Even if we can't force them to surrender, we can cripple their core fleets. Fel's expression had been bending toward a smile, now it turned serious. Once we defeat the enemy without, we must turn to the enemy within. I understand you've been considering plans to rid us of our Sith problem. Please, elaborate. 9 hadn't expected things to go this way. If they kept on going, he might be derailed from his decision, and that would only prolong the agony. Stiffly he said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I cannot help you. The Emperor froze, still as death. His eyes, now hard, peered into 9's. The knight met them without flinching, but he walled off his emotions in the Force. When Fel spoke, his voice was low, controlled, and angry. Are you saying you will not help us? That you will not fulfill your duty as an Imperial Knight? I am, sir. You swore an oath, Master 9. To the Empire? To me? Are you breaking your oath? Your Majesty, I no longer wish to be an Imperial Knight. No knight has ever walked away before. You swore your vows for life. I know. And I am more sorry than I can ever express. But I cannot be your knight anymore. Why? If he told the truth, admitted his treason, Fel would kill him right here. That was one way to end the agony, but not the one 9 hoped to achieve. He wanted to walk away from everything and run and hide where no Emperor, Empress, or Sith Lord could ever find him. It was the coward's way out, but he wasn't brave enough to take the others. He settled with half a truth. I am not able to serve you to the best of my abilities. I would do you no good in your fight against the Sith. It is better for us both if I step aside. Master Nine, I have trusted you for decades. I need a better answer than that. I've been doubting my role as an Imperial Knight for some time. He half-lied again. Since before the war. Believe me, Majesty, I cannot help you in the war that lies ahead. For both our sakes, let me go. He meant those final words and allowed aching honesty to show in the Force. Fel did not budge, did not blink. In any way, does this involve my wife? Of course the Emperor would know, and so would Elia. It was so hard keeping secrets from Force users. Nine swallowed and gave another half-truth. I'm afraid it does, Majesty. I will not judge you for caring about her. It would be hypocrisy. But you have known the Empress for almost 30 years. After so much time, why now? What else is going on? This war has taken a toll on me. I was not made for it. The war is about to end. One war. The next one will be worse. You said it yourself. I am sorry, Majesty. I am grievously sorry, but I cannot be your knight anymore. Fel shifted, bringing his right hand closer to his hip, to the lightsaber hidden beneath those robes. Eshker, have the Sith drawn you away from me? He'd been expecting that question and managed one more evasive truth. I am not running to the Sith, Majesty. I swear it. All I want to do is disappear. I may stop using the Force altogether. You turn your back on everything you are. It's been done before. Not by Imperial Knights, but by Jedi. They said Jay Skywalker's son has quit the Order, even taken a new name. And your cousin. Fel's eyes narrowed, but his hand got no nearer to his saber. What cousin? Majesty, I have failings, but I'm not a fool. The woman we took to Mandalore was your first cousin. Your uncle's only child. She left the Jedi Order after your brother's death and took a new identity, a new name. Your grandmother's name, Solo. She could have been an heir to an empire, or a Jedi master. Instead, she became a worthless scrap hauler. Is that what you want to be? You're better than that. Nine had believed that once. His pride had allowed the Sith to trap him. I wish that were the case. I wish it more than anything. Maybe one day I will be, but I will not be an Imperial Knight. Or a Sith. Fel's hand slackened at his side. You disappoint me, Master Nine. I disappoint myself. Nine managed to smile, weak and bitter. He took his lightsaber from his belt and held it out. Fel glowered for a long moment, then took it. It felt like a heavy weight being lifted. What will you do now? Asked Fel. I will leave Bastion. Go far away from here. I don't know where yet. If the Empress asked for your reasons, would you be more honest with her? I do not know, Majesty. He moved slowly for the chamber exit. Fel's hand wrapped tight around Nine's lightsaber as he said, what about your former apprentice? Would Knight Draco's words mean anything to you? He hadn't expected the Emperor to let him go so easily. Draco is off-world on a mission. He will be back on Bastion in 2 days. Please, stay here that long. Consider his words. I ask that from you, at least. Fel asked, not ordered. One little word made Nine feel light and free. The heavy agony of the past 2 years almost melted away. I suppose I can do that, he told Fel. But I will not linger too long. If you're not a true knight, I wouldn't ask you to. The Emperor shifted his hand, and Nine's lightsaber disappeared in the folds of his robe. You may go now. Eshker Nine, no longer knight, never a Sith, stepped out through the heavy doors and let them close behind him. He walked down the empty hallway, stopped in the middle, closed his eyes, and drew deep breath. Perhaps he would stay 2 more days to see Draco one last time. He'd always been fond of the impetuous, brave young man. Or perhaps he would slip out quietly tonight and never look back. Roan Fel would be unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about it. For the first time in his life, Eshker Nine was bound to no one. As captain of the 5th Fleet's flagship, Jais Yorub was no stranger to meetings with important personnel, but he never stood before the Galactic Alliance's ruling triumvirate until now. He accompanied Stasi on the Admiral's insistence, which meant something very important was about to go down. The chamber they met and looked out on Galactic City, as busy as ever, like its citizens were specifically trying to distract themselves from the war closing in. Stasi joined the other senior figures at the round conference chamber, while Yorub stayed on his feet behind the Admiral. Supreme Commander Baton was also on his feet, explaining his plan to the seated triumvirs. Zhao Gan showed obvious reluctance. What you propose carries extreme risk. I'm very hesitant to commit the forces you're asking for. Director Corian has confirmed it through multiple sources. If she weren't on Raw TIR, she'd tell you this herself. The intelligence is sound, Patan insisted. In 2 days, Roan Fel will be secretly meeting with members of the Chiss and the Happens in orbit near Comus to discuss an alliance. He will have only a light escort. If we can capture or kill Fel, we can force a peace and end this war. We must go with all available ships, and that includes the core fleet. Cole Skywalker, who'd been listening quietly until now, also stood up. He commanded immediate attention. Many beings, even within the Alliance, viewed the Jedi as the authors of this war, and many of them held Skywalker principally responsible. Yorub had never met the Jedi leader personally, and the human before him now was tall and muscular with red hair atop his head and baby blue eyes. He was probably considered handsome by human standards, but there was something clearly worn about him. He moved a little slowly, and there were bags beneath his eyes. Yorub suspected he looked older than he really was. The Jedi Council does not support this attack, Skywalker said. Not only do our instincts suggest this is a trap, but stripping away the core fleet would leave Coruscant underdefended. Forgive me, but this war will not be decided by Jedi mind tricks, but by bold, decisive action. Patan snapped. The Jedi are the reason we are in this war to begin with, New Torina said through her Ithorian double mouths. We need action, such as Admiral Patan suggests. Bail Antilles turned his uncertain eyes to the other senior commander in the room. Admiral Stasi, what do you think? Yorub watched as the Duro pushed up from his chair and said, I think it's a trap. I think we were fed the intelligence. We would be committing virtually all of our ships to this one action. Skywalker shot a grateful look at the Admiral, but kept silent. Admiral Petten scowled. The Alliance's bleeding systems the ones who choose to sit out the war or who actively join the Empire. We need a decisive move to achieve victory while we still can. The Triumvirate was insisting this just days ago. I've brought you what you've wanted, and now you reject it. He was a man harried and desperate. Yorub would have felt bad for him, but in that state he was all the more likely to make mistakes. If they gambled and failed, it could cost them everything. Lekwash wouldn't has risked it. Even Stasi, a being used to bold action, was balking. That should have convinced the triumvirs, but Yorub could tell that they also felt backed into a corner. With a heavy sigh, Antilles admitted, what the Rear Admiral says is true, the Alliance is slowly bleeding to death. Whatever our misgivings, we must chance the opportunity we've been given. Combined fleets under Admiral Petten will make the strike at Comus. Zhao Gan's head bowed. His bulbous eyes drooped toward the table. Very well then. The majority of the Triumvirate votes to go ahead. However, I will not make the vote unanimous. I cannot. If Comus is a success, we will not forget this, Torina warned. I hope to every god it is new, because if it is a trap, as the Jedi believe, then my refusal will matter little. But as a matter of conscience, I must vote against it. Patan cleared his throat. With respect to Triumvir Gan's conscience, the vote has been made. The attack will go ahead under my direction. Admiral Stasi, the core of your 5th Fleet, will also participate. I'll be pulling Admiral Nick's ships back from Borlius as well. And will you leave any ships to defend our key worlds? Stasi frowned. Of course. But we must concentrate our full might at Comus. We must leave no chance that Fel will escape. Patan clearly did not appreciate sarcasm. Yorub said a hand. A question, sir? Petten nodded curtly. I've heard word of Imperial forces lurking in the former Carradine system. From there they could easily reinforce Fel at Comus. Petten was clearly wondering where Yorub had found that little scrap of intel, but didn't call him on it. We've sent reconnaissance ships to Karita and found no Imperial ships of any kind. Are you certain? Asked Stasi. I understand the remnants of that supernova can ruin even the best sensors. Yes, I'm certain, Petin hissed. I assure you, Admiral Stasi, I am not leaping into this foolishly. I have been working with Director Icorian and her spin at every step of the way. I am willing to stake my life on this. And all of ours, Yorub thought, but he knew when to hold his tongue. Patan turned a labored gaze to Cole Skywalker. Will the Jedi withdraw their services from this supposed trap? Cole shook his head. We pledged to help the Alliance, and you specifically, Admiral. We will be there with you at Kashyyyk. I am very pleased to hear that. Patan looked back at the Triumvirs. If there's nothing left to say, I would like to adjourn this meeting. We all have a lot to do. The Triumvirs agreed and rose from their seats. Yorub kept on Stasi's wing as the Admiral made a straight line for the exit. Patan cut him off. Thank you for your support. Your core fleet can bring up the rear while I lead the main attack. Is that understood? Completely, Admiral, the Duro said. He quickly turned away, Yorub beside him. Stasi kept his head high and posture stiff, but Yorub knew when his Admiral was crestfallen. The Celestin muttered, a poor winner, isn't he? We'll look to keep the back door open if we can, Jaius, said Stasi. I think we're going to need it. It was just a string of numbers and letters, a random garble of 22 symbols. She'd burned it into her brain when she'd been Morrigan Cord, and when she'd become Nina Calixte she'd still carried it inside, in her most private place. It was just an outdated spy's encryption code, but it was also a bridge. She'd last crossed it 2 years ago, before Admiral Kilu had launched her stymied attack on Ossus. She'd made the call from her personal comlink then, which in retrospect was foolish. She'd had no idea what kind of partner she'd been double-crossing back then, and was lucky it hadn't come back on her. This time she took precautions. Using a visit to Veed as a pretext, she secured use of a private comm booth inside the defense complex's headquarters that she'd never used before. Then she input her encryption code. She had to wait several minutes before a miniature holographic bust of Cole Skywalker appeared before her. Even as a blue electric ghost, he looked more worn than she'd remembered, more old. She wondered if the war had taken a visible toll on her as well. Morrigan, he said simply. She didn't bother to correct him this time. Hello, Cole? If you're calling me, it must be very important. He clearly wasn't in the mood for pleasantry or reminisce. I'll keep it simple then. Just let me talk. The Alliance has received intelligence leading them to believe that Roan Fel will be holding a secret meeting with the Chiss and happens in the Sirius system over Kashyyyk. This intelligence was fed to them carefully by my spy network and the Siths. Kashyyyk is a trap designed to cripple the Alliance's fleets and force them to surrender. Even with the poor image she could see his shock. Jedi, in her experience, were poor liars. She went on. Your Jedi are supposed to be there, fighting with the Alliance like you usually do. The Sith intend to launch an attack on the Jedi consulate on Coruscant concurrent with the battle at Kashyyyk. I can't say if it will be a feint, designed to lure you away, or a full-scale attack aimed at extermination. Frankly, it doesn't matter. As long as our fleet succeed at Kashyyyk the Alliance, and your Jedi are doomed. She watched shock, acceptance, anger, and indignation pass over his face in succession. Finally he said, Why are you telling me this? Why do you think? To protect you. Defend Coruscant, or move all your people away, I don't care which. Just be ready, because the Sith will be coming for you in force. You said the Jedi are doomed no matter what happens at Coruscant. There are different kinds of doom. Cole, I am giving you a warning. The Sith are coming. Be ready for them. Protect yourself and protect our son. Her voice softened slightly. Is Kate on Coruscant? No. He is on Ossus with the other apprentices. Good. The Sith don't have designs on Ossus right now. That you know of. She conceded his point with a nod. He stared at her hard. She knew the question in his eyes. He wanted to know how close she really was with the Sith, how close the Emperor was. A part of her wanted to confess everything. She'd been their partner and their pawn since before the war. The spark became an inferno because of her. She'd never been able to justify her actions in ways Cole Skywalker, lofty high-minded Jedi, would have approved of, but she'd never known what she was unleashing either, not until it was too late. She could tell him that. Maybe he would hate her and maybe he'd forgive her, and she didn't know which would feel worse. Instead, she pressed her lips tight and told herself that, once this was all was over, she could go back to being only Nene Kashyyyk. It was a comforting lie. Eventually, Cole said, "You've risked a lot telling me this. I could take this to the Triumvirate and Admiral Pettin. I could convince them to call off the attack at Kashyyyk and stop your trap from ever happening." In theory. She crossed her arms. "I know all about the situation in the Alliance, Cole. It's my job. The Admirals and the Triumvirs, they use you, but they do not obey your commands. Deep down, most of them blame you for starting this war. Only professional decorum and unpleasant necessity hold their tongues. If you come to them with the story from a highly placed but secret Imperial source, they'll think you're scraping for excuses not to join them at Kashyyyk. They'll resent you all the more, but if you hold back there will be nothing they can do about it. And they'll go to Kashyyyk anyway because desperation has blinded them. Is that accurate, Cole? Have I summed everything up?" He glared at her across Lightyear. She said nothing incorrect and they both knew it. The end of this war is coming, Cole. Then a new one will begin. Protect your Jedi. Protect Cade. I have always been there for him. There was venom in his tongue, anger he'd almost never shown. And I really thought, a long time ago, we'd both be there for him. They'd had this argument so many times before. There was no point in having it again. I am what I am, Cole. If you thought otherwise, that was your fault. You're right. I thought you were a better woman than you are. That one hurt. Cole, Is there anything else? He snapped. She pressed her lips right and shook her head. Very well. Goodbye, Morgan. The holo winked out, the connection closer. Kashyyyk looked at her hands and saw them shaking. She pounded fists into her thighs until they hurt, then wiped away the moisture that was blurring her eyes. Finally, she stood up, composed herself, and walked out of the room. Nene Kashyyyk had work to do. His last conversation had left Cole shocked and angry, and it was a poor idea to go to Admiral Pettin in that condition, but there was no time to waste. He went to the defense headquarters, insisted he needed to see the Supreme Commander right away, and even used a few mild force tricks to get past the bureaucratic gatekeepers until he was in Pettin's office. Then he explained, in as much detail as he could, that a long-standing contact within Imperial intelligence had confirmed that Kashyyyk was a trap and that, furthermore, the Sith were going to launch a coincident attack on the Jedi consulate, which might cause untold civilian casualties on Kashyyyk. When he'd spilled it all out, Admiral Pettin, still seated behind his desk, stared at Cole and said, "I expected better of you, Master Jedi. I truly did. You don't believe me. I believe you honestly believe because of this force of yours that our trap at Kashyyyk will fail. And rather than go down with us, you pull your people out. The Jedi have been with the Alliance from the start. We've been on the front lines of countless battles. I know that, which is why I thought you'd still honor your commitments here. I can't see I was wrong." Cole turned hands to fists and planted them atop Pettin's desk. "I am not a liar, Admiral." The angry edge in his voice gave Pettin brief pause. "You have conviction. I appreciate that. But your conviction used to be that the Yuuzhan Vong would help us heal damaged worlds and usher in new galactic harmony. That project was sabotaged. We found proof that the world brains. Sabotaged by whom? The Sith, clearly. So you say? So your force tell you. But where's your proof?" He put out his hands like a beggar, then pulled them back. "Nowhere. Because you have no proof, just like you have no proof about this Sith attack on Kashyyyk." Cole stared at the desktop. When he looked at Pettin's face, it was very hard to keep his anger under control. "Will you please leave a few extra ships behind to make sure the capital is defended?" After a thoughtful pause, Pettin said, "I'll consider it." "Thank you. I am not lying about this, Admiral. I only want what's best for us all. Patan leaned back in his chair. Master Skywalker, I believe you. You really do believe in the power of good intentions, and you really think your magic force can show you the way to all galactic harmony. He shook his head. And that's why we're here, on the brink of annihilation. Your lofty purpose, your good intentions, your light side of the Force, what good have they done us? You Jedi thought this galaxy was a nobler place than it is. Now billions are dead because of your delusions. Your kind would be pitiable if you didn't cause so much damage. Cole listened to it all with fists on the desk. It would be easy, so easy, to reach out with the Force, to grab Patan by the neck, and to fully give in to his anger. If his cherished light side was only delusion, there was no reason not to. Stiffly the Admiral said, "Goodbye, Master Skywalker. We'll talk again once the war's been won without you." Cole pushed away and marched out of the room before he did something he'd regret. The words hung around him like a black cloud as he made his way back to the Jedi consulate. When other Jedi stopped and stared, he realized he was broadcasting all his dark emotions in the Force, and with effort he bottled them up. He was not as successful as he'd liked. When he retreated to a meditation chamber to calm himself, he was shortly joined by Ann Kemmer. Cautiously, the old Nautolan said, "Master Skywalker, I sense dark thoughts." Cole exhaled. "There's been a change of plans, Master Kemmer." "Of what kind?" "We'll no longer be going to Kamas. We'll be staying here." He looked into her all-black eyes. "The Sith are coming. We must be ready to defend ourselves." A few tentacles trailing from her head twitched. "Truly, Master. I trust my source implicitly. On that, if nothing else, then Kamas. The Alliance will attack as planned." I tried to convince Admiral Patan, but he was not moved. Kemmer let it all sink in, then said, "Many of us could feel your return. They could feel your anger. It upset them. I'm sorry. I should have controlled my emotions better. It has been hard. Since the failure of the Ossus project. Since the start of the war. Since the death of his mother and his brother's flight. It was like everything had been stripped from him piece by piece. If Morrigan's predictions were accurate, the greatest loss was yet to come. Have faith, Master Skywalker." Kemmer put a blue-green hand on his. "In the Force. In the rightness of our cause. Without it, we are nothing." Cole nodded and tried to project solace in the Force, but it was a lie. Her words only made him think of the Admirals, and that made his heart clench in anger. It was not the harshness of Petan's words that wounded him so, it was that he could not refute them. Even as an apprentice, Antares Draco had always radiated a sureness of himself born from his unwavering loyalty to his oath. As he stood before his Emperor now, it was clear his sureness had faltered, and that could only mean the worst. When I arrived at Birchest, I announced myself go the authorities and asked for access to their entire security logs for the dates Master 9 was in Kashyyyk Lilu, Draco explained. Aside from being their main port, is also a major tourist destination. The entire city, buildings and all, has been carved out of mountain-sized rosy gem. In better times, people came from all over the galaxy to see it. The government installed thousands of holocams all over Kashyyyk Lilu to catch vandals defacing their city. It must have taken some time to go over those records, Elia observed. She stood between Rome and his cousin Morgan, whom the Emperor had also asked to be present. Days. Draco's voice was weary. I obtained a copy of their files and set course for Bastion immediately. I reviewed them on the way back. And have you found anything unusual? Asked Rome. Draco nodded and touched the holo projector on the Emperor's desk. He began to cycle through flattened images, each a medium-resolution crowd scene. Master 9's notes specified which of our stormtrooper units in the city had Sith hunters with them, so I began by following those. He tapped through shots where squadrons of white armored soldiers stood out among the crowd. Several times he pointed to a black cloaked figure on the edge of the images. He kept his distance at all times, but it's clear he was monitoring their activities, just as he said. Then what was unusual? Asked Elia. Draco tapped the controls, skipping through more captures of the stormtroopers. He finally stopped at an image of a narrow side street with only a few pedestrians. One was clearly Eshker 9, the tips of his horns peeking out from beneath the shadow of his hood. I marked the spots where Master 9 was following the Sith, then tried to track his location during the times when he wasn't, said Draco. This was the time-consuming part. The files the Burchest government gave me included a map of every security camera in the city, which helped trace his path. Otherwise, this would have been impossible. He tapped through more images, all depicting 9 as he made his way alone through the city. Sometimes he appeared in the foreground. Other times he was barely visible in the background. Always, he seemed to be alone, but Draco stopped on one image where he was on a sparsely populated walkway that overlooked a piece of Kashyyyk sloping carved-out cityscape. Master 9 said he used the Force to stalk disguised Sith, Draco explained. If you look closely, you'll see one of them here. Roan, Elia, and Morgan leaned close to examine the image. 9 had his back turned to the camera, and Draco traced a line past the cloaked knight to a second figure, also in hooded robes. I attempted to trace the Sith, Draco said. However, immediately after this picture was taken, there was a series of disruptions on nearby holocams. He used the Force to jam them, Morgan said. A common technique. I tried to find Master 9 on nearby holos in the same time frame, Draco said. Nothing. That means nothing for sure, said Elia. That's what I told myself. Draco exhaled. Here, let me show you. None of the holocams in that area were active, but as you've already seen, Kashyyyk is built out of the slope of a mountain. He tapped through several more images before he brought up that must have been taken from a camera by the slope's edge. His view looked downward on tiers of crystal-carved buildings, onto the heads of dozens of pedestrians walking different levels. Draco blew up one section of the image. Resolution adjusted, and detail increased. The image showed a balcony that looked down on the city, apparently jutting out from a private building. On that balcony were 2 figures, both in robes but no longer wearing hoods. One was clearly an Itachi, though Master 9's face was obscured by the camera angle. The second being's face was clearly visible, a tentacle-faced Quarren. Though the image had no color, the Quarren's face was clearly laced with complex patterns of light and dark, like the tribal tattoos of the One Sith. Grim silence held in the chamber. When he realized that the others were waiting for him to speak, Roan said, "This explains too much. Master 9 must be apprehended and interrogated. We must learn the depths of his treason." Again, silence. It was what Roan had feared since Elia conveyed her worry about 9. Since the knight's sudden resignation 2 days before, Roan had half expected it. 9 had been carefully watched since, and didn't seem to have strayed from his small apartment inside the training academy. Still, this proof was dizzying. It asked even more questions than it answered. Perhaps 9 had been courted by the Sith for the first time at Burchester. Perhaps he'd been in league with them for years. Perhaps he'd sent those Jedi to die on Mustafar on purpose. He may have even helped the One Sith engineer this entire war. The more he considered, the more angry Roan grew. Backstabbing from the Moffs was almost expected, but his knights had pledged themselves to him and the Force. He looked to his cousin. "You must arrest 9 immediately. Take as many as you think necessary. He may put up a fight." Morgan nodded firmly. He'd been warned to expect this. "At once, Majesty." "I would like to come with you," Draco said. Roan regarded the young man. "Thank you for your help in this. You should know that whatever your old master's transgressions, they do not reflect badly on you." Draco emanated faint relief. "My request still stands, Majesty." Roan looked to Morgan. "Your decision, cousin. Your offer's accepted, Knight Draco. Now you should come with me. We don't have time to waste." "I will go also," Elia said. "There's no need to put yourself at risk," Roan said immediately. "I am First Knight of the Empire." She put one hand on the lightsaber at her belt. "Besides, we don't know the extent of his treason. That may have been his first meeting with the Sith. It would explain why he's quit now of all times. Or he may have been with them from the start. We have no way of knowing how much of a fight he'll offer. She faced him square on and lowered her voice. I can't talk to him, Rome. I can't convince him to surrender. Draco can't talk to him. Not the way I can. She touched him in the force, insisting. None of our knights, past or present, has to die today. Her voice and eyes held the same quiet, steely conviction that had attracted him 30 years before. It had been impossible to refuse then, so it was now. Go to Nine. Talk to him if you can. But if you cannot, and Nine must be fought or put down. I know what traitors deserve. She swallowed. I'll do my duty, Rome. We will protect your majesty with our lives, Morgan said. She looked away from Rome, finally, and toward the other two knights. I know. And like you said, we don't have time to waste. Gather the others and we'll go immediately. 4 knights and their empress drew attention as they moved through the hall of the academy. No one tried to stop them, and no one asked questions. As they entered the habitat section and drew closer to Nine's apartment, Elia allowed herself to reach out with the force and lightly sense for him. She found his presence where she expected it, and it felt like the same Nine as ever. The revelation of his treason had shocked her. The Eshker Nine she'd befriended decades ago while training at this very academy had wanted nothing more than to become an Imperial Knight, even though he was the only Aktachi among them. She'd been the only Happen, raised in a society that feared and despised Force users for so long she hadn't even known what her power was until late adolescence. She'd admired Nine for his sense of purpose because she'd been full of doubts. Somehow Nine's purpose had been perverted. Maybe the Imperial Knights hadn't satisfied something inside him. Maybe his feelings for Elia, and the knowledge they'd never be requited, had driven him to the Sith. Maybe somewhere, somehow, she could have done something to prevent this. Maybe she still could. As they drew close to Nine's apartment, Elia gestured for the other knights to stop. I'd like a chance to speak with Master Nine first, she told them. Morgan shook his head. With all respect, Majesty, there's no telling how Nine might react. We should make a show of force. If we panic, he'll be more likely to fight. Morgan, I have to talk to him. I'll go with you, Majesty, Draco said. I insist. I can talk to him too. Master Nine taught me more than anyone. She felt the aching in him, the need to know how far Nine had fallen and whether it was in any way his fault. It was a perfect echo of her own. Very well, she breathed. Knight Draco, come with me. Everyone else, wait outside the door. He'll feel our presence, Morgan reminded. I know. And hopefully he'll appreciate our offer to take him in peaceably. Elia paid a hand on Draco's scarlet-armored forearm. Let's go. They stepped up to the door together and rang the buzzer like they were normal visitors. Morgan and the other knight stood back without bothering to conceal themselves. When the door opened, Eshker Nine was there. He was dressed, incongruously, in his own red armor. His eyes were very tired, as though he'd been jarred from bad sleep, but his posture was stiff and his voice strong. Master Nine, Elia said, may we come in? His eyes shifted from her and Draco to the kites behind them, then back. Whatever he thought or felt, he kept it concealed in the force. Come, he said, and stepped back. Elia followed, Draco right behind her. They squared off against Nine in the small foyer of his apartment. I was ready to leave Bastion today, said Nine. You didn't have to bring knights to expel me. This is not an expulsion. Elia took a breath. Master Nine, we have proof that you consorted with the Sith on Birchester. You will be taken in for questioning. Nine showed no surprise, nothing. How did you find out? He asked. I was tasked to stop at Birchester and review their security files, Draco said. It took great effort, but I found proof of your meeting with the Corn Sith. Nine nodded slightly. Darth Malevil, he was called. You admit to it then? Elia said. There's no point to deny it. His voice was empty blank. Have you met with Malevel before? Elia asked. No response. Have you met other Sith like that, Eshker? The ex-knight closed his eyes, tilted his horned head back, blew breath at the ceiling. She sensed the first emotion from him today, relief. Master 9. Draco snapped. Explain yourself. Please. 9's eyes creaked open and set on the young man. Knight Draco, you were an enjoyable apprentice. Always testing me, even as I tested you. Master 9. He put a hand on his lightsaber. Answer the Emperor's question. I found the Sith on Mandalore, he said. There were 2 of them, including the one we called Darth Nil, masquerading as Yaga Ox's servants. But they were the masters. They're the masters of everything. 2 years. Years he'd been working with them, and Elia had never suspected until the end. Did the Sith start this war? Did they ruin the Ossus project? They did. And they pushed the Empire to war with the Alliance. Moff Kashyyyk was their main tool for that. Elia felt Draco's surprise. They suspected Kashyyyk of subterfuge at the war start. Draco and 9 had investigated her, but their search had found only dead ends. Reluctantly, Roan had allowed the woman onto the Moff Council. It was another mistake her husband would berate himself for. Why didn't you say this 2 years ago? Draco asked. Why did you lie to us? The sound that escaped 9's throat was a cry and a laugh. You understand now, don't you? You have too. The Sith have already won. They are more powerful than us, smarter than us. They created a war that could only end with their victory, just like the Clone Wars. Darth Krayt is a genius. And our Emperor, he is nothing to Krayt. Draco drew his lightsaber and ignited it. We will defeat Darth Krayt and you'll help us by telling everything you know. Sadly, tiredly, 9 shook his head. No, my apprentice. I will not. Elia had only faced one Sith in battle, on Hapes 30 years ago. Rome, Treason, and Morgan had done most of the fighting, but she still vividly remembered their opponent's visceral anger and the way it had fueled his fighting. She thought all Sith were like that, powerful storms on verge of breaking. She was, therefore, caught totally off guard when 9 raised both hands and unleashed bursts of blue force lightning. Draco was faster. He shoved his Empress aside and raised his lightsaber to catch the lightning. Some crackled against his blade, but more leapt past it to snap at his face and singe his hair. Morgan and the other knights were through the door in an instant. They charged with sabers raised. 9 stopped too with a one-handed burst of lightning. He slashed air with his other hand, force-propelling items from his nearby desk into the air. Mogren staggered and protected his face with raised forearms. By then Draco had recovered and Elia had ignited her own saber. 9 interposed another knight between him and them, and released another burst of lightning that made the young man scream. Swiftly 9 grabbed the knight saber arm by the wrist, twisted it precisely, and kicked the man's legs out beneath him. The knight fell hard on the carpet, but his lightsaber was in 9's hand now, blazing bright. Instead of attacking, 9 backflipped over a sofa. Another knight leaped over it, but 9 caught his lightsaber as it fell downward and force-pushed the man while he was still in midair. Elia watched as the red-armored body tumbled through his apartment window. Glass exploded outward, and the knight kept falling. Morgan, Elia, and Draco charged as one, but 9 lifted the sofa into the air and threw it in their faces. It slammed into them, soft but heavy, and they were forced to cleave through it with vertical slashes. When they carved the thing into 4 smoking pieces, 9 was gone. Elia hurried to the broken window and stuck her head out. She caught sight of 9 sliding down the building's slanted wall, using the force to arrest his impact as his feet hit the ground. Without stopping to look up at them, 9 sprinted away. Elia nearly jumped out the window after him. Draco lifted one boot onto the sill, ready to vault through, but Morgan called on them to stop. "We'll alert all security," he said. "He can't get far. He'd already injured 2 knights. He could surely defeat more." "Sound the alarm," she told Morgan, "but get us a land speeder. We're going after him ourselves." There was no agony anymore, no indecision. The choice had made itself in a way he'd never expected. Eshker 9 was grateful beyond words, and he wondered if the Force itself had played a guiding hand. He escaped the academy grounds as quickly as he could. The place was protected against outside invaders, but Nine had lived there for 30 years, and he knew how to slip out unnoticed. From there he could lose himself in the sprawling streets of Ravlin, but he knew they'd still pursue him. He could feel Elia and Draco in the Force, as determined to pursue him as Bishop hounds on a scent. He withdrew from their touch, and withdrew from the Force. He would be harder to track this way, and more, he did not want to touch them. His betrayal had hurt them personally, and their minds, which he'd known so long in the Force, emanated pain from fresh wounds. It was easy to steal a landspeeder if you were determined to do so. Nine didn't even need the Force. He simply found a vehicle in the side alley with its driver about to enter. It only took blow to the back of her head. He didn't even need to use the Force. From there he nudged the speeder into Ravlin's midday traffic and made for the nearest launch pad. He knew several small, hyperspace-capable vessels were parked at the Chief Imperial News Network Bureau at the city center. His red armor and a few touches of the Force would get him into a ship and off-planet, unless a white alert had been issued for his arrest. He doubted that. Fel would not rush to admit that one of his most senior knights had turned traitor. The Emperor was trapped by pride as much as Nine had been. He would escape Bastion, find the One Sith, and give them his full loyalty. It was the only option left, and he did not hesitate. But a question nagged at him. Would the Sith accept him? Would the Sith execute him instead for allowing himself to be exposed? It would be different if he killed Morgan Valter, Draco, or the Empress. Even during the fight in his apartment, when he'd been buoyed by clarity, he'd balked to kill them. Morgan perhaps he could have done. He'd worked with the Emperor's cousin but never counted him a close friend. Draco and Elia he'd cared for, still cared for. He admitted that to himself. Darth Malevolent had told him that the true test of a Sith's devotion came in killing something he loved. Only then could he be free of his past self. Ashker Nine was not yet free. That realization settled and sobered him as he parked his land speeder at the ANN headquarters complex. His scarlet armor got him through the first checkpoint, just as he'd expected. The Force got him through the second, and then compelled building security to let him onto the landing pad. An emergency, he told them. Emperor Fel would be furious if they refused his knight. As he hurried through the hallway and rode the lift up to the rooftop landing pad, Nine allowed himself to touch the Force fully and to be touched. He sensed Morgan, Draco, and Elia still in pursuit and getting close. They sensed him too and poured their feeling through the tenuous Force link. From Morgan he felt cold determination and wounded pride. From Draco there was shame and confusion. From Elia, a regret that was almost physically painful. He recoiled into himself. The lift doors opened, revealing a rooftop landing pad and two small courier shuttles. The towers of Ravlin spread in all directions, and wind blew cold and fast through the skyscrapers. "Will you be needing anything else, Master Knight?" asked the security guard who'd escorted him. He'd already given Nine the shuttle's entry code. "Nothing," Nine said, and with a push of the Force he knocked the guard back into the lift tube and sent it shooting down. He could feel them coming for him so close. Nine sprinted across the pad until he reached the shuttle and beckoned the ramp to open. Before he could enter the ship, he felt three minds blazing like novas in the Force and heard the roar of their airspeeder. He sprinted for the ramp, but they fell from the sky and landed on every side of him, Elia off his right shoulder, Draco off his left, Morgan dead in front, blocking his path. "You will come with us, Master Nang," Morgan shouted over the howling wind. They all clasped humming sabers in both hands. Nine withdrew his own weapon and ignited it. The weapon vibrated, reassuring in his palm. A second wave of clarity rolled over him, as it had in the apartment. They would not let him go. If he surrendered, they would learn the truth and kill him for treason. He would have to fight. He would have to kill them. And in doing so, he would kill the man he was and become Sith at last. His last doubts vanished. All the choices he'd made had led him here. Everything seemed so easy. This could only be what the Force had meant for him. Without a word, Nine lunged forward. He let Morgan get the first swing in, a high horizontal blow. Nine ducked beneath it, but instead of thrusting, he rammed his horn head into Morgan's armored gut. The knight grunted and tried to spin back, leftward, away from Nian's lightsaber. Nian placed his free hand on Morgan's chest and summoned a burst of force lightning. Anger became energy that sent pain spasming through the human's body. Elia and Draco were on him. Nian spun away from Morgan and hefted his saber in two hands to block. Draco was on him first with a flurry of fast blows. They pushed him closer to the landing pad's edge, but Nian could feel his apprentice's hesitation. The young man's mind refused to fully accept his master's betrayal. He didn't have the resolve to kill Nian, and that doomed him. Nian deflected blows with deliberate clumsiness. He let his saber drop low and gave Draco an opening to drive home a killing blow, but the young man hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to strike and let his body shift off balance. Nian flicked his saber upward, skirting across the breast of Draco's armor. Its completed arc would cut through Draco's face, slicing brain matter to kill him, but an invisible hand grabbed him and pulled him back. As Elia forced threw him back across the landing pad, Draco let out a cry and clutched his face. Nian may have taken out the man's right eye. He wasn't sure. Elia faced him now, and he sensed Morgan recovered and coming on his flank. Morgan would not hesitate. He realized, with the shock, Elia would not either. Despite their years of friendship, despite the regret and pain and self-reproach that blazed off her in the Force, she had resolved to kill Eshkar Nian. But then, she'd be a poor empress if she could not do her duty. He attacked her first. His lightsaber cracked against hers in heavy blows, one after another. Elia deflected every one and slipped in jabs where she could, but Nian ably dodged. She was holding him here, keeping his distracted as Morgan came around from behind. In their years together, they sparred many times and knew each other's weaknesses and strengths. His Sith teachers had taught him a new kind of strength, one she did not know. He unleashed another burst of force lightning, one that she could only defend against. Just as Morgan came down on him, Nian ducked, rolled over one shoulder, and came up on the man's flank. With a one-handed swipe, Morgan blocked the counterattack, grabbed Nian's free wrist with his other hand, and stepped so close they could spit in each other's eyes. With a snarl, Nian snapped his forehead into Morgan's. An Itachi's skull was thicker than a human's. Morgan staggered and loosened his grip. Nian wrenched his wrist free, reached out, and grabbed Morgan's throat in a chokehold. As he squeezed down, he funneled more anger into blue lightning that jumped across the man's face, drawing a scream of agony. Then Elia was on him. He threw Morgan's body, sent it skidding across the ramp, and turned to face the Empress. He parried her attacks ably, knowing where each would land. Using the darkness inside, he began to counterattack, faster and harder than before. Elia struggled to defend herself, and was forced back, step after step. He could feel dread take hold of her, the realization that after all this time, after all they'd been through, after all they thought they'd understood about each other, Eshkar Nian was more than his Empress could have ever imagined, and now he would kill her. Now he would become more than he'd ever been. "I am your Empress, Nian," she cried desperately. "Remember your vows?" With one great swing, he nearly knocked the lightsaber out of her hands. Her arm was pushed outward, and she struggled to pull it in. Nian had his opening, and he did not hesitate. A diagonal slash cleaved the Empress through the abdomen, leaving a black scorched line from shoulder to hip. He saw her face, that beautiful face, contort and slacken. Her saber fell from her hand. She wavered on her feet. Nian adjusted his wrist, angled his saber forward, and drove it through her sternum. He watched her eyes as life left them. A voice beside him screamed, "I'll kill you." Nian pulled his saber from her breast and deflected Draco's first attack. A fresh black scar slashed from cheekbone to eyebrow, narrowly missing the eye itself. It added to the young man's savage snarl as he rained down attacks so strong even Nian, at one with the Force's most primal power as never before, struggled against them. "You monster!" Draco howled. "I can feel your anger, apprentice." Nian grunted. "Can you feel his power? You are not my master. You could be so much more than a knight, Draco." Nian kept desperately parrying. He could tell he was being backed toward the platform's edge. "I will never be Sith. But the power. You can feel it. I know you can." The words made Draco falter, as he knew they would. Nyan saw his opening and made an upward slash toward Draco's right side. The young man saw it coming, and instead of trying to jump away, he fell forward. Their breastplate smashed, and his free hand grabbed Nyan's wrist, pinning the lightsaber to one side. Nyan snapped his head back for another brutal headbutt, then froze. Pain speared through his abdomen, pain like he'd never felt. Draco released him. Nyan staggered back and watched a sizzling white blade withdraw from the center of his chest. The world swam and darkened. He looked upward and saw Draco staring at him, scarred face still twisted in a snarl. Beneath the human sternum lay his heart, the drum that beat lifeblood through his body. Not so like Tachi. Draco didn't know that. Draco was expecting him to fall dead. The wound in his chest was not immediately fatal, but it hurt. Nyan could barely stand. He staggered and felt strong wind tip him back. Raveling cityscape spread out far below. It should not have ended this way. He had murdered the woman he loved, and with her his old self. He had not sacrificed everything to become Sith, just to die moments later. It was cruel. It was wrong. Anger broke through the pain. Nyan dropped his lightsaber, extended his hands, and flung out raw energy. Draco was ready for this time and caught most of it on the body of his saber. Nyan howled in pain and frustration, in defeat, and felt the energy crackle off his body, tearing off his cells, funneling all his dying anger at the young knight who continued to stand firm, in defiance of all the great dark power Nyan commanded. His whole vision blazed with painful, crackling light. His body became weak. A great wind took him. Nyan tilted back, off the edge of the landing pad, fell in a ball of blue lightning, down, hundreds of meters toward the city streets. Then his corona of bright hate winked out, leaving a greater dark than he'd ever known. Chapter 25. Katla had spent most of his life on Zanima II, but when he returned to it this time, it was like experiencing the place anew. He landed without fanfare. Lily T did not take him to see any other Jedi, though he briefly met with the priestess Kamral. She gasped in astonishment as Katla told his tale and agreed to keep word of this private. They met in her dimly lit Demudek in the middle of the night, but he thought he saw tears of joy in her eyes. After that, all they could do was wait. Katla wandered out of the Middle Distances Valley, into the surrounding forest. He felt himself drawn to them. The Yuuzhan Vong revered it as a place where natural life found perfect harmony, the recreation of his parent world Yuuzhan. Katla had never felt that harmony until now. Though the forest was still dark, and he could see little but the black shafts of the borer trees, he knew when there was moss growing in the mulch beneath his feet. He knew when the shadow tree beside him hosted sleeping mammals cuddled together in their nest, and he knew when the sound of rustling branches far above was not wind but avians taking flight. He could not explain how he knew, only that he knew. He wondered if Jedi were as constantly surprised by life as he was. Eventually, Katla found a glade faintly gleaming from the cold blue light of the gas giant Zanima swung around. He looked up at the distant blue marble, then at its reflection on the shallow lake. He found a stone to perch himself on, closed his eyes, and savored the sensations of life all around. He wondered if Jedi got used to all these things, the way bodies adjusted to gravity or eyes modulated to light levels. He wondered if Jedi learned to ignore all this life, and it seemed to him a shame if they did. He did not know how long he spent there on the rock, but it was still dark when he opened his eyes and saw a human girl standing in the lake, boot soles resting atop still water. Her long hair was sandy blonde, and she wore the pale tunic of a Jedi apprentice. Her eyes were questioning. Even in the dim blue planet light, she seemed brighter and clearer than her surroundings. "I have come a long way to find you," Katla told Sekit. "And I've waited a long time for you to be here." The voice seemed familiar somehow. "It wasn't a dream then. You appeared to me and touched me. You gave me gift and a burden. In ways you're only beginning to understand. You gave me the Force. All life is the Force, and the Force is all life. The Yuuzhan Vong were merely stripped of their ability to use it by my ancestor, the original Yuuzhan. Because we turned against you and became savage. because we gave ourselves fully over to what the Jedi call the dark side. Your people embrace their worst destructive impulses. You would have damaged the very nature of the Force, so Yuuzhan cast you out, like a diseased patient put under quarantine. And for centuries, millennia, we wandered, lost. We found this place. The Jedi showed us the way home, and then, have you found a way back to the Force? For all of us. The young human smiled awkwardly. I'm not sure of that yet. I hope so. You were a test, Katla. But, why me? If you wanted a Yuuzhan Vong amongst Jedi, why not Ren or a Shaper? Why not Beshla or Vua Yag? He struggled to get out the names. More than any of them, Katla, you yearned to be more than what you were. He looked at his hands. Now I am. But my awakening, it did not happen until a year after you touched me. I only started the process. Katla, you may have heard stories of Jedi Knights who were stripped of the Force. Yes. Yes, I have. He realized there was something in the conjured face, as well as his voice, that he knew. But they rediscovered it by themselves. You had to do the same. Did you face a great trial, Katla? Were you left alone with yourself and forced to find your inner courage and inner peace? He knew that face now. Sekit was appearing to him as Jay Skywalker as she'd been, perhaps 50 years ago. A small, slim teenage girl with grief behind her and grief ahead of her, but resolved to face it. The realization made him tremble. I did, he creaked. I had to save the Master Jedi Skywalker. There was a moment when I felt that I'd given up everything. All my shame, my wounded pride, the need to avenge my comrades, even my desire to touch the Force, to know and use it like the Jedi. I accepted that I was small and could only do little things, but I was happy to be able to play any part in the will of the Force. It didn't matter that I was blind and deaf to it. I was happy just to exist. Jay's face smiled gently. Then there you found the Force. But I failed, he hissed. You have Master Skywalker died. I could not save her. The Jedi say she became a beacon in the Force as she died. She reached out to them on all sides of the galaxy. I know, Sekit said softly. I felt it too. I knelt beside her as she died. I thought that perhaps that was the moment where the Force touched me. Sekit seemed to consider. They say the Force itself conceived the Skywalkers. They've always had power and destinies beyond normal Jedi. Maybe her power really did push you along. I can't say. But your awakening began when I touched you 3 years ago. Since then you've been discovering it yourself, with some help along the way. Then can you do this for every other Yuuzhan Vong? I could. But you have not. You are the first of your kind to naturally touch the Force in eons. To be honest, Katla, I was worried your power might bring out the worst in your species. I thought you might become a dark power in the Force that puts the Sith to shame. But I have not. You can't see that. You haven't yet, but you've barely begun to understand your power. You can sense the Force, but can you use it? I do not know how, he admitted. Then you still have much to learn. He exhaled. Answer me something else then. The Jedi and Sith, no matter their species, all speak with the Force through the tiny beings in their cells, midichlorians. I have no midichlorians, but I can touch the Force. The Force isn't midichlorians. Midichlorians are just the conduit the Force moves through. I've given you the power to touch the Force without them, just like the Yuuzhan Vong of old. The power you draw goes directly to you. If anything, your connection is cleaner, deeper than the Jedi's. That connection allowed the ancestors of the Yuuzhan Vong to achieve a communal mind and a connection with Yuuzhan unknown to the peoples of this galaxy. It also allowed them to be corrupted beyond anything seen elsewhere. The Force is a great thing, Katla, but it is also dangerous beyond measure. It was all so much. He spent days, weeks trying to understand. What will become of me now? That's your choice, isn't it? You can contemplate the Force here on Zanima for a time. There are Jedi here who, I'm sure, will be happy to train you in your new awareness. And many Jedi choose a monastic life. I cannot hide in a cave. I am a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. Are you? Jay's eyes bored into his. so curious. I believe I still am. If you won't stay here, what will you do? The Jedi are struggling to survive against the Sith. And you would help them? I do not know how, but yes, his head dipped in shame. I have spent too long cowering in indecision. I was not a warrior then. I was a coward. And now you are not. Seket's voice held restrained pride. He nodded, but hesitation remained. I would do the will of the Force, but I do not always know what it is. No one does. You can find it by finding peace in yourself. Some find peace in contemplation, but you can't lie, you are a warrior. And there's a great war being waged, right now. The face of Jade Skywalker smiled. It was young, bright, and filled him with hope. Go to meet it, Katla. You have so much left to learn. Marin Solo had spent a lot of time on starships, and some of them had left a mark on her heart. Fast Start, of course, was one of them. So was the ancient refitted X-Wing fighter she traveled half the galaxy with as a Jedi Ranger. Her father's ship was the first one she'd known intimately, and when she sat behind the controls of Starlight Champion after decades apart, it felt like no time had passed. Despite its unusual design, with long wings forming a diagonal slant when in flight, Champ wasn't a ship most beings looked at twice. It was too old and dowdy for that. This made it ideal to enter Randon's capital. From orbit, Rondon was a temperate world with an equal mix of ocean blues, forest greens, and desert browns. According to Marin sensors, the capital was located on the coastline of the equatorial continent. Before they descended into the atmosphere, Marin flicked on the comm and hailed her uncle. After a moment, Mecker's gruff voice said, "We're sitting pretty behind their moon. You going in?" "Just got clearance," Marin confirmed. "You know the signal if we run into trouble. Stand by until then." "Could be a while. When are your boers showing up?" There had been a short notice change of plans, and her father was set to arrive by himself in a third ship. "He'll give us 2 hours to scope out the capital." "Understood." Mecker sounded annoyed. He was probably wondering why he'd shown up early when he might not do anything here at all. "You're getting paid a flat rate regardless," Tamar reminded him from the seat beside Marin. "Yeah, and I'm grateful. Might poke around the other planets in this system while I'm waiting. To keep the boredom away." "We might need fast extraction," Marin reminded. "Relax. I'm just a micro jump away." Mecker killed the link. Marin glanced at her mother, who shrugged helplessly. Then she gripped the controls and dropped Starlight Champion toward the planet. Like most big urban agglomerations, Randon's capital kept its spaceport on the edge of the city. In this case, it was on the northern coast, and Marin made sure to come in from the south and swoop low over the city. It was a mix of modern transparent steel towers rising high above patches of older, traditional structures of functional Duracrete or mid-brick. She marked the government district as close to the coast, a fortified and walled-off mini-city of its own with private landing pads and separate building complexes for different departments. She also spotted several shields generators and defensive cannon emplacements. They looked of recent installation. The capital was big enough they had to rent a land speeder to take them into the city center. Marin and Tamar were in civilian clothes and could easily, and rightly, be taken as a middle-aged woman and her elderly parent. They sat in the land speeder's back seats. Jen Connor had donned the trim outfit of a personal driver and piloted the speeder through the capital. His apprentice, the young Zabrak Sot Leonard, had joined Nan in renting speeder bikes that allowed them to travel ahead independently. As they neared the city center, shining skyscrapers loomed above them, incongruous with streets that were often old, narrow, and pressed on all sides by squat functional buildings. The lanes were thick with land speeders and trucks, the pavements filled with pedestrians who seemed to Marin to be going about their business in an unhurried fashion. I didn't look like a world with the Imperial Navy breathing down its neck, but it was, and that worried Marin. Tamar pointed to one particular skyscraper. "That one's close to the government district. If it has an observation deck, we'll get a great look down." "You're sure?" "I marked it on the way in." Marin reached forward and tapped Connor's shoulder. "Oh, driver, can you let us off there? We'd like to do some sightseeing." "Understood." Connor said and swerved toward the tower. Marin couldn't tell if he was playing a role or if the Jedi was naturally humorless. Before getting off, Marin asked him, "We'll stake out here. What's your plan?" "I'll park the speeder and see if I can get close to the government district on foot." "With your Jedi powers?" asked Tamar. Connor nodded stiffly. They left the land speeder and left him to it. Sure enough, the skyscraper had an observation deck with public access. The whole place looked and smelled new. Rondon had done well for itself over the past decade. It wasn't going to risk losing this in a war. As the lift tube shot them up 90-some stories to the top, Marin leaned over and whispered, "Mom, why are you doing this?" Tamar kept her eyes head ahead. "I'm getting paid for this too, you know." "I do know. But I feel like the actual Jedi could handle this sort of job by themselves." "Then why are you here?" Marin exhaled. "It's a little different for me." "Yes. You have family and you're not with them." Tamar hooked her arm around her daughters. "All I've got is right here. Where else am I supposed to be? They don't make retirement homes for old mandas, and even if they did, I wouldn't be welcome." She said it flippantly, without a trace of hurt. Marin remembered how, when she'd been growing up, Tamar had been separated from Mandalore and her family, again because of an Auchus. That life had frustrated Tamar in ways teenage Marin, embroiled in her own dilemmas, had only dimly understood. She sensed none of it from her mother now. Maybe it was the acceptance that came with age. Maybe it was, as Tamar had said, she had her family with her this time, so it really wasn't exile at all. The lift shuddered to a halt and they stepped out onto the observation deck. A transparent steel wall curved in a full circle around them, giving an avian's view of the entire city. It was mid-morning and thin with tourists, which meant Marin and Tamar could easily claim spots close to the windows and out of earshot. Tamar took out a pair of macro binoculars and began scanning the government complex. Marin reached beneath her hair and tapped her earpiece. "You there, guys? We've got a great view here." "I'm on a rooftop, 5 levels up, at the southeast corner of the complex," said Nat. Tamar, who wore her own earpiece and heard everything, said, "I see you. Can you see the landing complex from where you are?" "It's at dead center." "I can," said Nat. "Looks like one Sarasub shuttle, a couple Consair scout craft with local markings." "I'm also seeing another hangar complex northwest corner," Tamar said. "Ground level, with retractable blast doors over the top. Say, 40 meters long, 30 deep. Roof's closed right now. You probably can't see it from your angle." "Sound like they could fit something decent in there and keep it quiet," muttered Nat. "I'm near that position," said Connor. "The checkpoint to get inside the government district is heavily guarded." "You'd expect that, wouldn't you?" Nat said. "You could try going over. I don't see any sensors at the top of the wall." "I do see people in those defensive turrets," Tamar said. "Probably double as watchtowers." "Seems a little extensive," muttered Sot Leonard. "Connor, maybe you should ask around and see if this kind of security is normal," suggested Marin. "Agreed. Rock, I recommend holding position. Sot, try to find me." "Understood, Master." There was a pause. Marin whispered, "Anybody sense anything Sith yet?" "Thankfully no," said Connor. "Me neither," added Sot. "Then maybe we'll get lucky." "We'll find out," said Nat. "Look up." Marin and Tamar looked up. They saw a small courier shuttle with markings for the Galactic Alliance 4th Fleet drop straight from the sky, fire its repulsors, and drop onto an unoccupied landing pad in the heart of the government complex. "Now it's over to Dad," Marin whispered. Tamar nodded. "We'll see what he shakes out." Sniffing out a secret pact between Rondon and the Empire was never going to be easy, even if you sent a group of Jedi, ex-Jedi, and almost Jedi. Since they were technically part of the Alliance, the Randoni would have made a plan to keep things very, very secret. A surprise was needed to shake up their plan, and Arlen decided to provide it. Marin had argued against his going in alone, but Arlen had insisted. If the Randoni officials were lying, he was best suited to find it out, Further, as an old man, the Randoni would feel less threatened by him than the tall, fit, visibly combat-ready knight like Jyn Connor. Using a borrowed 4th Fleet shuttle, he showed up unannounced with authorization from Admiral Slosser to prove he was an official representative from the Alliance on urgent business. When he dropped out of hyperspace over Rondon, he'd contacted the planetary government and requested to meet with their head of state as soon as possible. Even with his official credentials, he'd been given a runaround, but it was hard to tell if they were hiding something or if it was just the usual bureaucratic obfuscation. Finally, they let him land. Arlen came alone. When he stepped onto the landing pad in his brown robes, his greeting party displayed visible shock. He neglected to mention the Jedi part. The Randoni were all human, with tan skin and incongruously bright gold hair. Their leader looked to be middle-aged, and he clearly didn't have experience hiding emotion from Force users. Despite his polite smile, he bled vague anxiety in the Force. "It is a pleasure to meet you," the man lied. "I had no idea the Admiral was sending a Jedi." Arlen smiled and lied. "The Jedi and Fleet Command are on good terms nowadays. And you are, Master Arlen fell," he supplied. That elicited more surprise. Arlen had never been as important as Lobaka or Cole Skywalker, but his last name assured he was known galaxy-wide. "It's a great honor to meet you," the man said. "I am Deputy Chief Administrator Cal B. Please come this way." "Are the Chief Administrator and President occupied?" Arlen had given himself a brief rundown of Randoni government structure on the way here. "Oh no. The President is finishing an important meeting with the Trade Council. He'll meet with you shortly." "I hope so. I have very important news." As Calby led him into the building, he said, "What sort of news, if I may ask?" "I've been told to speak directly with the President before revealing that." "I see. We'll make sure you're quite comfortable while you wait, Master Jedi." Calby showed him to a waiting room that doubled as an atrium. Sunlight fell through a glass ceiling onto cultivated flowers, green fronds, and streams of running water. The deputy administrator left him with 2 blank-faced guards. Arlen sensed less anxiety from them and more dim confusion. Pretending to admire the flowers, he reached out further with the Force. This building was full of hundreds of beings, and in most he detected only the unenthusiastic professionalism of government workers. But there were small spots of agitation. He felt one of those spots drawing physically nearer, until the atrium doors opened. Calby entered, followed by a man in violet robes and a handful of trailing aides. "Greetings, Master Jedi. I am President Polymper. It's a pleasure to meet you." Arlen extended a hand. Polymper took it. Beneath the President's smile was restrained panic. His mind was whirling to rearrange pieces of something, but Arlen couldn't tell what. Polymper withdrew his hand. "I've been told you bring a special message from Admiral Slosser." "That's correct. I'm afraid we've just learned that the Empire has immediate plans to take this world by force." The President's eyes widened. "Oh dear? Can you tell me more, Master Jedi?" Arlen did. It was something he, Lobaka, and Admiral Slosser had cooked up, highly plausible but vague in all the right places. If Polymper was making a deal with the imps right now, this was designed to make him suspect a double cross. When Arlen was done with his fabrication, which might not even be a lie, Polymper licked his lips and said, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Master Jedi. I will look into this right away. Please remain here and get back to me shortly. I will bring you refreshments and make sure you're comfortable." "I'm short on time," Arlen said. "If this will be a while, I'd best be on my way back to Kashyyyk." "Oh no. No time at all. Please sit down and be comfortable." Polymper gave a respectful bow, then hurried out of the room with his entourage trailing behind him. Whatever Arlen had started, it had started, which meant it was over to Marin and Nat now. There were a lot of things that gave Bantha a bad feeling about this mission. The limited intel, the lack of local help, Arlen going alone most of all. But then, as Drew had gently pointed out a few months back, everything was giving him a bad feeling after Mustafar. She was right. Since then, desire to escape it all warred constantly with his sense of duty, and there was no resolution in sight. At least Marin was going through the same dilemma. Whatever Arlen's arrival had sparked inside the government complex, it didn't seem to cause that much activity from the outside. Connor reported that the security checkpoints were operating as usual, with no change in procedure or staff. Marin said that 2 police cruisers had landed at the complex and discharged staff who quickly went inside, but that could mean anything. Bantha, meanwhile, had gone to work on something else. That closed roof hangar on the northwest side of the complex was suspicious, and there was a way to tell what was inside without trying to infiltrate it. Bantha mounted his speeder bike and quickly made his way to buildings that afforded a better view of the hangar. Several had security holocams on their exteriors, and while Bantha was no expert slicer, he bet he didn't need to be. Still mounted on his speeder bike, he found a camera pointed toward the government complex, stabilized his ride, and went to work. Some of the cameras were small things that fed their data directly to a computer core inside the building, but this one seemed to transmit data remotely, which meant it should have a processor built in. Sure enough, Bantha opened his access hatch, identified his processor and memory card, and removed the latter. His tampering with private property may not have gone unnoticed, so Bantha quickly dropped his speeder to the streets, put distance between himself and the building, and finally found an empty alley in which to rest. The datapad he'd brought with him was compatible with the memory card, and he hunched over his screen to review the footage. Like most private security cams, this one couldn't record much, only 3 standard days worth. Bantha sped through the recording at the fastest speed possible and waited impatiently as the still cityscape image flickered in and out of clouds, fell dark at night and grew bright under the sun, all the while mixed the hyper-fast buzz of air and speeder traffic. When it came, he almost missed it. Bantha rewound the recording, then replayed at twice normal speed. When he saw the ship lowering itself into the northwest hangar, he froze and magnified. The image blew up without improving resolution, but he could find familiar form in its oversized pixels. He knew the ship type, a Senior Noon-class shuttle with a tall, narrow body and aerial maneuvering fins on the bottom that folded up for landing. It wasn't exclusively used by the imps, but they used it a lot. Still sitting in the back alley, he took out his comlink and explained his find for the group. It was important, but it wasn't proof of anything, and his response was thoughtful silence. To fill it, Bantha asked, "Anything on Arlen?" "Nothing we can tell," said Connor. "Anything through the Force?" "I don't know," Marin said. "What do you think?" The woman had gone decades with voluntarily touching the Force, and while Bantha admired her fortitude, his gut told him that one day she'd have to break that habit. He reached out for his former master and vaguely felt his familiar presence. "He seems all right to me. Don't know what that means, though. Do you think?" "Hold on," Tamar interrupted. "Champ's getting a hail. I'll reroute it through our comms. If Starlight Champion was being called, it probably meant either Lobaka or Mecker." Bantha found out a few seconds later when a gruff voice said, "We're gonna deserve a bonus when this is done." Marin sighed. "What is it? Is something wrong?" "You could say that. We decided to take the bottom line out for a spin in the outer parts of the system, like we told you. Giant suggested we poke around the asteroid belt between planets 5 and 6. Sometimes I regret raising such a smart boy." "What is it?" Bantha pressed. "There's imp ships in the belt, hiding out with the asteroids. Corvettes, frigates, even some star destroyers. They're really spread out in the belt, so it's hard to spot them unless you get really close, but they're in there. Looks like a powerful battle group." "Fear effect," Tamar snapped. "Did they see you?" "No. We kept our distance, used asteroids as shields when we could, just like them." "You're sure?" "I told you it's a Shabla battle group. If they saw us, we'd be dead. We micro-jumped back to Rondon, and we're by the moon now. What's your Citra?" "Arlen's inside the government center now. It looks like he stirred up something, but it's hard to tell what." "The imps wouldn't move a full battle group to this system without the government agreeing," Bantha said. "This is worse than we thought. The Alliance needs to know, Connor put in. Bottom line, can you send your sensor data to Master Lobacca? Happy to. We've got the Wook on speed dial. Do you need anything else right now? No, just let the Alliance know. On it now. I'll ask for a bonus while I'm at it. There was a click, and the connection with the bottom line closed. Someone's heavy sigh sent static over the link. Connor said, we may need to be ready for fast extraction. Agreed, Marin said. We'll head back to Champ now. Can the rest of you watch the government zone? I will, said Bantha. Sot and I will look for ways into the northwest hangar. But it may take time, Connor said. Stand by. As Bantha kicked his speeder alive and pushed into the air, he thought it was probably worth the effort, but time was something they were short on. With that battle group hiding in the asteroid belt, they might already be out of it entirely. His sister and a handful of other Wookiees watched from the side of the room as Lobacca spoke with Slosser's holo image. He just relayed the data the Mandalorians had collected from Randon's asteroid belt, and while he couldn't read Sluicy face as well, the Admiral's voice was grim. It appears our intelligence was correct, but tardy. For an Alliance world, a sector capital, to throw in with the enemy before we're even aware, he shook his head. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. Lobacca told him that something had to done. Indeed. Slosser's long body straightened. There is only one thing to do. We must attack. That risked leaving Kashyyyk underdefended. Lobacca reminded Slosser of that, but the Admiral was adamant. The Imperials will use Rondon as a beachhead to invade the entire sector. They'll be able to strike Kashyyyk and a half-dozen other Wookiee planets directly. We must deny them their starting point, and we must do it soon so we catch them off guard. Lobacca asked if the Admiral needed any Jedi for this mission. No. Keep your Jedi on Kashyyyk for now. Defending that world is more important. Rondon has thrown their lot in with the enemy. We don't have the resources to invade their planet and hold it. What we can do is smash the enemy formation and force them out of the system for a few days. They're in the asteroid belt now, but those aren't easy to defend. Too much stray space rock. Too hard to plot a safe escape. Lobacca reminded him that it was also hard to attack targets in a belt like that. I'm aware. As I said, we must strike fast. Leave the rest to me, Master Jedi. Let the Wookiee authorities know the situation and tell them to prepare to defend their world. With a curt nod, Slosser killed the connection. The holo shut off, leaving the room in darkness. Lobacca felt Kashyyyk hovering directly behind him, expectant. She was no Jedi warrior, and she was too young to have battled Imperial slavers like their elders. Still, she had seen Kashyyyk under attack before. Once by the Shadow Academy, when they'd been mere youths, and again by Jacen Solo. Those horrors were a long time gone, had faded into memory. One could almost imagine they'd been nightmares. Lobacca gave a low growl, reminding her and all the others that Kashyyyk had never been a garden, otherwise it would not have bred a race as fierce as Wookiees. It was a dangerous world, and it was time to remind the Imperials of that fact. Kashyyyk nodded and went to work. Arlen could feel tense, anxious minds approaching the atrium, but when the doors opened, he was still taken by surprise when a half-dozen pearly white stormtroopers stepped through and aimed their rifles at him. He must have been getting soft in old age. Deputy Chief Administrator Calby remained safely behind the line of Stormies. He sounded mildly embarrassed as he said, "You'll have to come with us, Master Fell. Please put your lightsaber and any, other weapons you may have on the ground." Arlen held his hands out from his sides and didn't move them. He reached out with the Force to sense these stormtroopers more clearly. There didn't seem to be any Sith hidden under those helmets, but that was only mild relief. He reached out further, for Tamar and Nat and the other Jedi, and tried to convey his distress. "Give us your weapons now, Master Jedi," Calby said. "There's no reason harm should have to come to you." Arlen shifted his eyes to the faceless troopers. "You'd shoot your Emperor's uncle. Do you think Ronfell would thank you for that? I'm family to him. I used to change his diapers." The absurd image jarred the troopers, but not their weapons. Were he younger, he might have risked it. He might have thrown some distraction into their minds, whipped out his lightsaber, tossed up a force block to knock them off balance, then tried to take on all 6 at once. When it was over, he'd have basked in pride and pulsing adrenaline. But that had been a long time ago. When he was confident none of them would straight up shoot him, Arlen reached slowly to his belt, plucked his lightsaber by its hilt, and tossed it across the hard tidal floor. It skidded and rolled up against the boot of the nearest stormtrooper, who squatted down and picked up the thing very carefully, like it was a live and deadly amphistaff. "All your weapons?" Calby repeated. "That is all my weapons." Calby hesitated. So did the Stormies. Arlen felt someone, probably Nat, getting close and tried to stall more. "You're welcome to pat me down if you like." He held his arms out wide. After another long, precious moment of hesitation, 2 stormtroopers stepped up and began running hands over his flanks, back, chest, stomach. It had been a long time anyone had been this intimidated by him. It felt pretty flattering. They were still working when he asked, "Who am I going to be meeting? You don't have Shotgun himself here, do you?" They said nothing, but he got the impression that no, the enemy admiral was elsewhere. There was probably just a garrison commander and a negotiator here at most in No Sith, which was one upside to the situation. The other was that Nat was very, very close, which meant he had to give the man some space. "All right, I'll go," Arlen sighed. He stepped for the door, and Calby seemed all too grateful to back through it and let the 6 stormtroopers form a circle around Arlen. The Stormy captain was awkwardly holding his rifle in a one-handed grip while his other held Arlen's lightsaber, tip pointed outward at the nearest soldier's flank. Calby and 2 stormtroopers were inside the hall, and Arlen was right at the door when the ceiling shattered. Glass fell like sunbright rain, and Arlen threw up a wall in the force to protect himself. A speeder bike dropped over the atrium floor. Nat was astride it with his gold lightsaber blazing in his hand. When the Stormies tried to fire on him, Arlen force-tapped the door controls, sealing Calby and 2 soldiers in the corridor. At the same time, he triggered his lightsaber and sent a blue spear of light into the nearby Stormy's hip. The man shouted and collapsed. His captain fumbled to shut off the weapon. The 2 other stormtroopers still in the room hefted their rifles and opened fire on Nat, who batted their attacks back at them. Arlen gave his lightsaber one more strong tug and pulled it from the captain's hand. It slapped into his own, and he made one short, fast swipe that cut through the thigh of the stormtrooper in front of him. The captain swore audibly and brought his rifle up on Arlen. Before he could shoot, Nat kicked his bike ahead a few meters and slammed his nose into the stormtrooper. He was thrown against the wall and went limp, and suddenly Nat and Arlen were the only ones in the room left upright. Not for long. There was noise on the other side of the door as Calby, his 2 Stormies, and likely their backup tried to force through. With Nat's help, Arlen awkwardly climbed onto the bike's back saddle and wrapped both arms around the younger man's waist. "You know, I really wanted to give this kind of thing up," Nat said. "I know. I appreciate it anyway." Nat grunted, kicked in their repulsors, and shot them skyward. They burst through the broken ceiling and found themselves directly above the heart of the government complex. The city was not as peaceful as it had been when Arlen landed. Green laser fire streaked through the sky. He spotted one more speeder bike, also with 2 riders, dodging and weaving through the blast. As Sot and Connor drew attention from the escapees, Nat accelerated and sent them soaring over the complex's wall. That would have been a relief, but when Arlen looked to his right and saw compact dark shapes hanging in the sky, he recognized them instantly as approaching TIE predators. Marin had half expected this job to go shebs up, but that didn't make her feel any better when it happened. She was behind the controls of Starlight Champion now, flying low and hugging the coastline as she sped southward past the capital suburbs to its heart. As she got close to downtown's towers, she spotted brief flashes of laser fire but no explosions. She prayed they weren't too late. "They're alive," her mother said from the co-pilot seat. "For now." I wanted more confidence than that. Marin couldn't see the speeder bikes Nat or Connor were using, But she saw something else instead, 3 TIE predators, cutting in toward the city from over the ocean. Marin pulled Champ up and set an intercept course for the TIEs. The fighters took notice. All 3 of them veered toward her. "Mom, can you shoot them down?" "Yes. I'm not an invalid." Tamar worked the controls. Marin put up shields just in time to absorb a face full of green laser fire. She dropped speed and pulled a sharp turn to avoid the TIEs, which shot past her and began circling black. Starlight Champion was no snub fighter, but it handled better than most ships its size, and Marin was able to drop behind one TIE as it dove low over the ocean. Laser fire shot out from Champ's forward cannons but splashed the water harmlessly. "Mom, I can't get them. Hold on," Tamar scowled. She fired again, and these shots punched through the TIE shields, ripped off one solar panel, and sent it tumbling into the ocean. As Marin pulled up, their aft shields rocked from laser impact. Marin looked at her scanners, 2 TIEs, right behind them. Also 2 unregistered speeders coming in low over the ocean. She dove low and twisted Champ so his slanting wings ran parallel with the water. The world tilted until it was nearly upside down, but their ship's internal gravity held firm. Tamar used Champ's ventral turret to pick off one TIE. The other dropped back as 2 speeder bikes buzzed close, and Marin twisted her father's ship into a tight turn that dropped it behind the distracted TIE. Another burst of laser fire was all it took to clear the skies. "Excellent flying," her father's voice crackled over the comlink. "Champ hasn't had a workout like that in years." "Now set down somewhere, and we'll get aboard," Nat added. "Understood." Marin veered toward the coast, where there was plenty of beach to settle over. She was relieved but also a little surprised. If the imps really were on Rondon in full force, they should have mustered more than 3 TIEs. Then Koner Sirius's voice said, "Be prepared a hard atmospheric exit." She looked around and saw the sky still empty of TIEs. Then she checked in long-range scanner, and then she looked up. Daylight was waning, the sky growing dark, and against that violet dome she could make out flashes of explosions high above. Battle had come to Rondon faster than anyone had expected. Admiral Slosser had clearly decided good offense was the best defense, because he'd thrown a good chunk of the 4th Fleet into the Rondon system. A mere 2 Mon Cal cruisers appeared over the planet itself and began clearing away the few Imperial troops stationed there. Most of the fighting force went straight to the asteroid belt. The Imperials there were taken off guard and hesitated during the battle's crucial beginning. As a result, they were quickly trapped inside their own hiding place. The Alliance closed off escape vectors for the big destroyers, slipped their own warships into the edge of the asteroid field, and began pounding all Imperials unable to find deeper cover. It was the kind of fighting that could drag on for days, even weeks. Maybe it would. Maybe the imps would take their other ships and launch a full invasion of Wookiee space while the Alliance was distracted. If so, the locals would resist them at every step. Arlen didn't know the future. All he knew was that he was very glad and very relieved when Starlight Champion slipped through the messy battle in Randon's orbit and escaped to lightspeed. Their destination was Kashyyyk, which might have been no safer, but they'd accomplished this mission without death or injury, and he wanted to savor the small victory as long as he could. It was only a few hours' ride to Kashyyyk, and he spent most of them in Champion's cockpit. Marin really had flown the old ship as nimbly as it had even been flown. Arlen was a little envious she could still pull out the stops like that. When he had the cockpit alone to himself, he allowed peaceful satisfaction to fill him. He looked over the consoles, the sensor screens, the viewports, all more or less unchanged since he'd first gotten this ship. When he'd left Imperial space, left his brother, and started life anew with the Jedi on Ossus, Champion was all he'd been able to take with him. Looking back, there was less continuity in his life than he'd wanted, and few accomplishments that really lasted. His ship was the exception. He was lost in reverie when Tamar dropped into the co-pilot seat beside him. She settled into it, looked out on flashing hyperspace, and sighed. "You know that was all unnecessary, don't you? The risking your life part. We all risked our lives by coming here. Not like you did." He could argue the point, but he wouldn't get very far, and knew it. It made sense at the time. We didn't know how bad things were back there. Well, things are bad all over. He glanced at her. She kept watching hyperspace. I'm glad you've been working with Marin all this time. It's not like anyone else will hire Skaratas nowadays. Her tone softened. But I'm glad too. There was a long time when I thought she'd just dropped out of my life entirely. I know the feeling. She really needs to get back to Bennett and Anya though. Agreed. But she's way too old to be doing what her parents tell us to. She snorted softly. If anything, we should start doing what she tells us. Youth doesn't confer wisdom any more than age, as you've amply demonstrated all your life. Arlen looked at her again and caught the hint of a smile. He snorted and shook his head. Maybe she was right and he hadn't changed much, even as decades piled on. But if so, she hadn't changed either. He'd once thought age and experience could transform a person. Now he suspected it just settled and hardened what was already there. Instead of trying to change things, change people, you accepted them for what they were. And you accepted yourself and your life. And if the sum total of all that wasn't a disaster, then you learned to be content with it. Arlen was content with it, even now as the war grew worse and worse. The life he'd lead wasn't perfect, but he could accept it, barring one thing. Have you ever seen our granddaughter? He asked Tamar. She shook her head. Nothing but Marin's holos. I want to rectify that if I can. When she didn't voice agreement, he asked, don't you? Of course I do. But what are you going to tell Anya? Hello, I'm your grandpa, the Jedi Master. By the way, your cousin's the Emperor. And did you know your grandma's a Karki Mando? I don't know how it would work. And I respect how Marin wants to raise her kid. It's just, he'd been losing family his whole life, to circumstance as much as death. Davik took his sons away, then Marin left too. He sighed. It's different for you. You've been shipping around with a boatload of clan mates all this time. Jealous. Yes, I'd love to spend my days watching a bunch of unwashed Mando roughnecks burp, scratch, and shoot things. Tamar smirked. Tell that to Mekker and he'll think it's a compliment. He can take it however he wants. The cockpit dropped into silence, but it was a comfortable, companionable silence. He hadn't had a lot of those with Tamar, even in their good years. Maybe that was another unexpected gift of age. He could accept that and be content with it, but deep down there was one desire he needed badly to fill. One day soon, he told himself. One day. Actions. Chapter 26. Even though the war had turned against the Alliance, and the Empire was encroaching on the core from all sides, Coruscant was still a gleaming jewel, an endless urban expanse packed with 1 trillion sentients who did their best to continue their lives as they always had, and pretend danger didn't lurk close by. They kept their attention on daily duties, and pushed the war aside. The restaurants and shops were full of people, and speeder lanes packed with traffic every rush hour. Even the local government, which should have known better, didn't greatly heighten security checks on the thousands of ships that passed daily in and out of its airspace. It was not arrogance that made them like this, but comfort, and a stubborn refusal to admit how precarious their lifestyles actually were. Darth Nil looked forward to teaching these Coruscanti a lesson. A long time ago, when he'd been Relic Kashyyyk, he'd fantasized about how he would lead his Nagai Raiders against Coruscant. He never expected it to happen, but it had been enjoyable mental exercise. The image of Galactic City's gleaming towers of flame had been especially pleasant. As Darth Krait's hand, he'd learned ways of attack more subtle and more effective. As soon as Ninikalik's spies had confirmed the Alliance had bought into the Comet's trap, Nil began his work on Coruscant. The attack was silent and subtle at first, as befitting the Sith. A dozen agents, each traveling separately, slipped into Galactic City and began making arrangements. By the time Nil himself arrived with a host of 30 Sith Lords all ready and eager for combat, 12 key sites in Galactic City had been wired and set with explosives. They'd chosen tourist attractions, shopping areas, and other places with lax security and plenty of civilians. All of them were located at least 2 kilometers from the Sith's true target, the Jedi Temple. Nil and his Sith warriors descended on Galactic City aboard an outwardly unremarkable Corellian freighter that easily slipped through Coruscant's weak security. After they checked in with all their agents on the ground, Nil ordered the ship to hover high above the cityscape so he could look down on its endless elegant spires and pulsing lines of speeder traffic. He'd never seen Coruscant with his own eyes before, and when he reached out with the Force he could sense thronging life like he'd never felt before, all ignorant of what he was about to do. It was a good feeling. Nil picked out the pyramid and spires of the Jedi Temple, distant but dead ahead, then closed his eyes. His 12 agents were in place. He could feel their minds in the Force, awaiting his order. To their minds, he said now, and in perfect unison 12 great explosions burst in different parts of the city. Nil opened his eyes. From the ship's cockpit he could see 5 of the fireballs, as they turned into black plumes billowing toward the sky. In the Force he could feel panic steadily ripple through the people below. Darth Sav had been monitoring the comm channels for Galactic City's emergency response teams, and he reported they're activating all units. Nil set eyes on the distant pyramid. Any response from the Jedi? None yet. Wait 5 more minutes. Then signal the Warhammer. Sav nodded. Nil could feel tension mounting him and the other Sith packed in this freighter. They yearned to charge ahead now and bring the fight to the heart of the Jedi. Relic Kashyyyk would have been just as eager, but for Darth Nil, knowledge tempered bloodlust. The attack was most likely to succeed if all the Jedi's potential help was drawn elsewhere. In 5 more minutes, Galactic City security and medical teams would be spread out at a dozen different bombing sites. At the same time, the Alliance warships in orbit would get their own distraction, leaving the Jedi totally alone. As 5 minutes turned to 1, Sav told him, still no response from the Jedi. Curious, Nil thought. He'd expected them to rush out to the disaster zones, eager to make public shows of altruism. No matter though, more Jedi holed up in their temple meant more Jedi to kill. 1 minute became 0, and he said, tell the Warhammer to begin its attack. Most of the Imperial fleet was occupied springing the trap at Kamas or encircling Kashyyyk. Grand Admiral Veed had agreed to delegate 1 battle group, under command of Ruff Yage, for the feint on Coruscant. Less than a minute after the signal was sent, Sav reported that 4-star destroyers and their support ships had dropped out of hyperspace on the rimward side of Coruscant's outer orbit. The Alliance ships are responding, Sav J added. 2 3 Mon Calamari cruisers are moving to intercept. Excellent, Nil hissed. The plan was that Yage would hold position, draw as many ships away from Coruscant as he could, then fall back from the planet and drag them on a pointless chase. The Jedi had no help left. When Nil set his eyes on the temple pyramid, his impatience finally matched that of his crew. Set a collision course for the Jedi consulate. Everyone, brace for impact. When 12 explosions went off in different parts of Galactic City, Cole Skywalker knew the time had come. A few Jedi had offered to go to the damaged zones and help. Cole had refused them and ordered the entire consulate to prepare for imminent attack. When 4-star destroyers appeared on the edge of Coruscant's orbit, he knew the real strike was just seconds away. Still, though all the Jedi inside stood at battle ready, they were unprepared for the ferocity of it. 1 Corellian freighter fell of the sky like a prey bird, and instead of pulling up last minute, it decelerated without stopping. It punched through the temple's thick outer wall and continued onward, bursting through several interior walls before its inertia was finally stopped, leaving fiery, smoke-spewing wreckage. Out of that wreckage, apparently unfazed by it all, came dozens of Sith. A forest of blood-red lightsabers glowed through the smoke, seemingly disembodied. Then the forest became a rush of figures emerging from the choking haze, all dressed in black, most of them with faces tattooed in savage black and red. Cole Skywalker led the charge to meet them. It was pure battle, kill or be killed, and after so many months of struggling against scolding admirals and demanding politicians, he was almost grateful for the primal simplicity of it. He felt all the bodies around him, a violent dance of light and dark, and surrendered himself to its flow. Reacting on pure instinct, he ducked beneath one swinging scarlet blade, shoved it aside with his own, then jumped high above a strike to his legs from behind. He somersaulted through the thinning smoke, landed on bent knees, pitched into a shoulder roll, then came up on a black figure with his back turned. One upward slash dropped the Sith in pieces. Killing was ugly business, even killing Sith, yet it had to be done. Cole flowed to his next opponent, parried, counterattacked, knew the Sith's weakness by instinct, and slipped in a precise thrust that took him through the stomach. Then he went off again, searching for another enemy amidst the smoke. For the first time since his mother's death, he had no doubt about the rightness of his action. He merely did what he had to do, again and again. As the fight continued, the dance became erratic. Even as he slew Sith, he felt Jedi die, felt beings he'd known and cared about for decades blaze out in sudden flares of agony. Each death brought new panic. Cole tried to soothe the other Jedi, to convince them to fight on together and have faith, but he'd never mastered the battle meld like Lobaka. He felt another familiar mind, very strong, sending out to the others and telling them to rally together. At the same time, he felt that mind struggling against his own panic, and he knew that Master Kimmer was under attack. Cole ducked beneath another Sith's blade and, not bothering to fight him, raced toward where he knew Aang Kimmer would be. He let the Force pull him away from the crashed ship and a sea of black smoke to an adjacent chamber. Its ceiling rose 3 stories high, and a stairwell slanted from top to bottom along the opposite wall. He immediately spotted 5 figures battling on the stairwell's middle landing, beneath a sunlit window. Master Kimmer was immediately recognizable for the blue-green head tentacles that swirled as she defended against 2 Sith. Another Jedi, a green-faced Nikto Cole didn't recognize, was fighting a 3rd Sith and losing. Cole sprinted to help, but as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, the Nikto was slashed across the chest by a lightsaber. Cole propelled himself upward, using the Force to take him to the landing with only 2 bounds. The Nikto's body had just dropped, and Cole caught his killer unprepared. One high horizontal swipe of his saber took off the Sith's head. He felt no triumph. He felt Kimmer's pain in the Force, turned, and saw her stagger against the wall with a burning stump for her left arm. She hefted her saber weakly with her right, and Cole surged to help, but one Sith stepped in to block him. Cole parried the red-faced human's attacks, and could only watch over his shoulder, and the 2nd Sith pinned Kimmer to the wall with the Force, batted her lightsaber out of her hand, and speared her through the chest. Without thinking, Cole called on his anger. He felt so much of it then, it was impossible to resist. A red tide swept through him and out of him, hurling the Sith before him off his feet, over the stairwell railing, and down to the floor below. He found himself staring into the eyes of Master Kimmer's killer. They were red gold eyes, predatory and Sith, and they were set on a chalk-white face framed by long black hair. The body beneath was tall, thin, and muscular. All of it was familiar. A grin spread on the Nagai's face, showing small sharp teeth. "Master Skywalker, I am Darth Nil, hand of Lord Krayt. I've waited so long to see you again." Imperial Star Destroyers plunged like knives toward clustered Alliance warships, tearing violent holes in their defensive formations with repeated volleys of concussion missiles. Bombers swooped down, unleashing volleys of their own, while starfighters chased each other among giants. A handful of smaller Alliance ships attempted to break formation and escape, and the few that slipped past the first wave of Star Destroyers were quickly torn to pieces by the second. All the while, the dwindling Alliance fleet, now split into 3 discrete groups all separately besieged, struggled to hold back the Imperials who'd ensnared them in this carefully constructed trap. Dead comets turned slowly beneath it all, uncaring. There was no satisfaction when a bad feeling proved right. It was all Captain Yorub could do to coordinate Indomitable's defense. For the Turbolaser crews, it was simple enough. Pick the nearest Star Destroyer and fire. It was trickier, orchestrated movement for their starfighter wing, which had to defend against bombing attacks and strafing runs by enemy TIEs while at the same time assisting the big guns with attacks on the nearby destroyers. Powerful as it was, Indomitable couldn't handle 3 Pelion-class destroyers at once, and to kill even one they'd need to soften its shields with bomber support. Yorub remembered hearing from some Academy instructor long ago that fighter support could turn the tide of a battle, but if you needed your snubs to survive, you'd already lost the fight. There was no illusion about winning. The Imps had played this one perfectly, luring 3 Alliance fleets into the Sirius system, pulling them close to Comus with a handful of ships in low orbit, then springing its trap. Imperial ships had jumped in from every major entry vector. The biggest fleet, as Stasi had feared, jumped in from the direction of the Corrida system. Apparently, they found a way to hide from Pettin's recon flight. They entered from other directions too, fired up a set of interdictor cruisers to exponentially increase Comus' gravity well area, and fell on the Alliance ships without mercy. Admiral Pettin had brought the most ships, and the Imps had concentrated on him accordingly, but the fleets commanded by Stasi and Nick were being pounded nearly as hard. At the start of it, the Empire's Grand Admiral Veed had sent an all-ship broadcast encouraging the Alliance to surrender. That hadn't happened yet, but even Europe was starting to think it might be a good plan. "Captain," the comm lieutenant called. "We've got a reply from Kashyyyk." Stasi, hunched over the tactical station, heard it and joined Yorub at the comm console. The lieutenant summarized, "They say they can't send us any backup right now. 4 Star destroyers appeared in the system, and there seems to have been some explosions in Galactic City." "A distraction," Stasi said with a sneer. "Very well played. We're also getting reports of an attack on the Jedi Temple." Then Master Skywalker was right to keep his knights out of all this, the Admiral sighed. Maybe the Force was with him? "Did they repel the feint, or is it still going on?" asked Yorub. "Fighting still going on all over." "Thank you, Lieutenant." Stasi drew Yorub a few steps away and lowered his voice. "A few extra ships wouldn't help us here. We've just gotten word from some of our scouts. The Imperials have blocked all major hyperlanes from the Sirius system with those Happen pulse mass generators, with plenty of standard proton mines mixed in." It was a death sentence, pure and simple. Yorub should have felt something as his last hope died, but he didn't. "What now, sir?" "I've looked into a back door, and I think there might be exit vectors the Imps have unaccounted for." Stasi glanced over his shoulder at the busy tactical holo. "With those interdictors in operation, we still don't have a chance to get into them. We don't have a chance of knocking out the drag ships either. We might if we had help. All 3 fleets are barely holding together," Yorub reminded. On cue, the command deck trembled as missile volleys impacted on the forward shields. "I'll patch a call to Pride of Corellia," Stasi said. "Admiral Nick might be able to spare a few ships to help." Yorub looked at the tactical display again. Nick's fleet was in even worse shape than theirs. The only way to survive now would be to surrender. That would effectively end this war in the Empire's favor. But if they fought, they were dead anyway. Yorub swallowed and looked at Stasi. His lipless mouth was set tight, and there was determination in his red eyes. The Admiral would rather die than give in. Yorub wilted in shame, then straightened in resolve. "Tell me what you need," he said. "I'll make sure it's done." This was a different Nil than the one Cole had battled 2 years ago. He'd been deadly then, but he'd learned to control his rage, refine it, release it in careful blows, and hold it in as he defended against Cole. He moved faster, blocking and parrying less, dodging more often. If Nil had grown more sure of his power, Cole was off balance. When fighting Sith before, he'd been able to submerge his will into the Force and let himself flow with its currents. When battling Nil, he felt as though he was trying to hold his own against a storm that lashed and withdrew in unpredictable bursts. Maybe the loss of Master Kemmer had unbalanced him. Maybe Darth Nil truly had grown stronger in the past 2 years while Cole had grown weaker. It was terrifying to think about, so he tried not to think at all. He threw himself into the fight, blocking and attacking, slicing and stabbing, but never landing a hit on the agile Nagai as they danced up and down the stairwell. He was so consumed with battling Nil that he barely noticed the second Sith, the one he knocked to the floor, come up the stairs behind him. Cole felt his ill intent in the Force and propelled himself into a high somersault. He tucked in his legs, just barely avoiding Nil's slash, then arced over the second Sith and came down behind him. The Sith spun and caught Cole's counterattack, but at the least he succeeded in getting distance from Nil. Cole allowed himself to be backed down the stairwell, all the while making wide attacks on the Sith's left and right flanks, forcing him to stay in the center of the stairs so Nil couldn't slip past him and join the fight. The Nagai, frustrated, bounded over the railing, down to the floor, and tried to circle around Cole from behind. That gave Cole the extra seconds he needed to push his attack on the other Sith. He felt confidence come back, and with some of his inner calm, he swiped at the Sith's legs, forcing him to jump high. The second time he did it, Cole added a force push that knocked the Sith off balance, so he landed with feet on different stairs. The Sith buckled, then tried to shift his feet for steadier purchase. Cole used that moment to duck low, then thrust up. The Sith's lightsaber flicked down on the side of his beam, crackling against it but not stopping it as it thrust into the man's stomach. By then Nil was on him from behind. Cole jumped again, high and forward, so he landed several stairs up from the dying Sith. He and Nil watched as the scarlet-faced man clutched his gut, dropped to his knees, and wretched in pain. Nil cut his head from his shoulders with one easy swipe, then strode over the corpse. His eyes were on Cole's, still red gold and savage, but Cole no longer feared what he saw. With the flick of his lightsaber, Cole beckoned the Sith to attack. Something had changed in the fight, even before Skywalker caught Darth Savage with the killing thrust. The Jedi had been off balance at the start of the fight, perhaps from grief at seeing his comrades killed. Nil had no such trauma from losing Savage. They shared the One Sith goal of domination, but nothing more. Skywalker had recovered his confidence and his skill, and now he'd taken the high ground, forcing Nil to defend against blows from above while risking down-low strikes at the Jedi's legs. The situation provided Nil with enough anger to summon bursts of force lightning, but Skywalker was ready for those too, catching them on the blade of his lightsaber. Nil snarled and backed down several steps in an attempt to lure Skywalker close. The Jedi didn't take it. He stood firm above the Sith, lightsaber held low and defensive, daring Nil to attack. Nil gathered another fistful of dark lightning and hurled it at Skywalker. At the same time he crouched, unsprung, and threw himself into the air. He arced himself over Skywalker and swung his saber down as he did so, hoping to take off a piece of the Jedi's head. Instead, Skywalker, lightning still crackling around his saber, ducked low to avoid the attack and spun on one foot. He popped up, reared back, and struck out with the other boot, catching Nil with the stomach as he came down. The Sith's lower back slammed into the banister, and with his arms held high above him he overbalanced, tipped, and fell off the stairs. He landed on his back but at least called on the Force to cushion his impact. As he snapped to his feet, Nil scolded himself. Anger was his tool, not his master, and much as he'd love to kill Skywalker, that was not his goal here today. As Skywalker came to meet him, sidestepped down the stairs rather than jumping, he reached out to touch the other Sith in the Force. They'd slain Jedi, and been slain in nearly equal amount, which meant there was more Jedi still fighting than Sith. Much as he'd like to finish the rest of these Jedi, that wasn't today's goal. Darth Krayt had promised there'd be time for that later. Today was about forcing the Alliance to his knees, and the Imperial Navy was doing that right now over Comus. So when Cole Skywalker came to the bottom of the stairs and slowly approaching Nil, saber poised for another fight, the Sith mirrored his gesture but reached further in the Force to touch the agents who were waiting outside the Jedi Temple. They touched him back, affirming that they were on their way. Then Nil turned to Skywalker and fought. The battle was almost done, though Skywalker hardly knew it. Nil renewed his attacks, fast and confident, fueled by anger but controlled by iron will. Skywalker defended and attacked in equal measure, but the two opponents seemed equally matched, unable to score a hit as they danced across the chamber's debris-strewn floor. Suddenly a shadow eclipsed the daylit window above them. Laser fire came next, a fierce hail that shattered the glass and sent it raining inward. Skywalker jumped back, putting himself beneath cover of the stairs, but Nil simply willed the shards away with the Force. He sent a clarion to his fellow Sith, and felt them disentangling from the Jedi to join him. A moment later, the entire outside wall exploded, and the concussive burst of a single missile explosion popped Nil's ears. Once again, he used the Force to shield himself from debris, and through the blown open gap in the Jedi Temple's wall he saw a second ship with bay doors open, ready to pull in the survivors of the Sith assault team so they could fight another day. Nil felt Sith joining him in this hall, and felt the Jedi coming in pursuit. He felt his comrades' frustration that they couldn't finish the slaughter and told them the fight with the Jedi wasn't over yet. As Sith propelled themselves through the hole in the wall and into the evacuation ship, Nil spared a glare at Cole Skywalker, huddled in the shadow of the broken stairwell. His lightsaber was in his hand but shut down, and his blue eyes met Nil's across the frenzied distance. At that moment, Nil realized how badly he ached to kill the Jedi, how much he needed it. Though he'd passed all his trials and become a true Sith Lord, his ambition remained. If he could slay a Skywalker, he would be indisputably greater than any Sith save Lord Crane himself. But he felt the Jedi surging behind him and knew it would not be today. Nil joined the last Sith racing up the stairs. He followed them, hurled himself over the rubble, through the air, and into the freighter's hold. Wind rushed past him, furling his hair like a black banner as the ship pulled away from the half-ruined temple and made for the sky. They'd finished this yet, Nil told himself. One day soon. Nina Kashyyyk had decided to watch the battle at Camus in her private office. Its holoprojector cast light to the center of the room, displaying the Imperial forces as they split, encircled, and pressed upon the Alliance battle groups. The trap had worked better than she'd ever hoped. The Alliance seemed to have brought large portions of 3 separate fleets, all of which were now trapped in the Sirius system. Veed had split his fleet to attack all 3 Alliance groups at once, leaving Admiral Fennel's ships to catch enemy ships bold or foolish enough to try to slip through the tightening Imperial vice. The 2 smaller Alliance groups had tightened formation, and were defending themselves, as well could be hoped against greater numbers, but the largest Alliance group, which leaked transmission indicated was helmed by the Supreme Commander Piers Patan, had been broken apart. Veed ordered his destroyers to charge into their scattering formation, which created a messy brawl between 20-plus heavy capital ships. Kashyyyk could make no sense of it and switched the holo to display to show footage from Veed's flagship. The ship sitting dead ahead of it was one of the large Mon Cal Scythe-class cruisers, maybe Petton's own. It would be just like Veed to attack Petton personally and try to claim credit for vanquishing him. The Grand Admiral was really gunning for Roan Fell's throne, and he thought glorious victory at Camus would let him achieve that. He didn't know the Sith as well as Kashyyyk did. As she watched, her personal comlink buzzed and she brought it to her lips. "This is Kashyyyk. Madam Director," her assistant said. "You requested to be informed when Warhammer withdrew from Coruscant." "I remember my own orders. Is it done?" "Yes, Madam Director. All 4 destroyers have completed their feint and left the Coruscant system." "What about the Sith?" "Warhammer reports it has retrieved the Sith strike team. They report success at the Jedi Temple." That could mean anything. She'd been hoping Cole and his companions would rid her of Darth Nil's murderous band, but doubted she'd be so lucky. She clicked off the comlink, went over to her desk, and brought up feeds from the news nets. The battle at Camus shrunk to one corner, and she reviewed scattered bits of news coming from the Alliance capital. From the jumbled reports, it seemed like the Sith plan had gone off as intended. A dozen explosions in Galactic City had scattered the local emergency teams, leaving the Jedi consulate open for attack. Her chest tightened as she saw aerial footage of the pyramid with 2 smoking ship-sized holes blown through its walls. The reports also confirmed that a number of Jedi had survived. There was no word on Cole, not yet. She tried to assure herself that he would be the last to fall. There was nothing she could do but wait for more reports to come in. She switched the holo display back to the battle and admired the chain of explosions bursting across the hull of Petton's flagship. The Alliance would put up a brave fight for a time, but they weren't suicidal fanatics. They'd surrender, and from the look of things, that was coming soon. "Are you pleased with your war?" The voice turned Kashyyyk attention away from the holo image to the man walking into her chamber. He came alone, trailing violet robes behind him. His face was hard, his eyes angry. He knew, she thought. After all this time, somehow he knew. He could kill her now if he wanted to. but things had changed since she'd first started working with the Sith. The Empire was on the verge of its greatest victory since it ended the Clone Wars, and Fel couldn't just throw away what he'd gained. So she hoped anyway. Showing nothing, Kashyyyk crossed her arms over her chest. Emperor Fel. With all due respect, Your Majesty, this is the Empire's war, not mine. Oh, don't be so modest, Nina. It was well played. Fel stalked closer. The anger in his voice was barely restrained, but it was a cool, spiteful anger. Consider. A century ago, the Yuuzhan Vong invaded the galaxy, destroyed the ecosystems of many worlds before we and the Galactic Alliance defeated them and forced them into exile. The Jedi, however, believed the aliens could be habituated to our galaxy and used Vong terraformer shapers to help reclaim some devastated worlds. A noble experiment. Fel began pacing a slow, steady circle around Kashyyyk. She stared at the hollow feed, refusing to meet his eyes. But their efforts were sabotaged. Veed and many of the High Moff screamed it was an act of war. The Empire issued an ultimatum, which the Alliance, with Jedi urging, rejected. So we are at war. She said nothing. His circle tightened. The holographic battle raged on, forgotten. The Yuuzhan Vong were framed, just as the Jedi claimed. Fel snarled. The Sith, who just happened to show up a year into the war as our allies, were the ones who did it. And you and Grand Admiral Veed helped plan it. Veed was too prepared to manipulate the Moff Council and force my hand to not have known about it beforehand. Which means, of course, that you were at the center of it. The Sith contacted you first, didn't they? There was no point in denying. Kashyyyk tilted her head back, let her eyes finally catch his, and allowed a tight smile. Yes, of course they did. Fel seated. But instead of bringing them to me, you brought them to your lover, Veed. And the Sith waited until the war actually began emerging, offering an alliance which you had already manipulated the other Moffs into accepting. He lunged close enough to spit in her ear. She didn't flinch. You betrayed me, Kashyyyk. I am your emperor. Your first allegiance should have been to me. My first loyalty is to the Empire, she said. Fel drew back a step and sneered. Nonsense. Your first loyalty is, and probably always has been, to yourself. And yours isn't. She looked away from the holo and raised a brow. Your real concern is that someone might replace you on the throne. Your Majesty. I am the Emperor, Fel snarled. What you have spoken is treason. Suddenly she was staring at the sizzling white tip of a lightsaber. She didn't flinch that time either, but it was harder. She'd seen him angry before, but the spite in his eyes verged on murder. She was frightened, but she'd known this conversation was coming since she made her pact with the Sith. She kept her voice steady and her arms crossed. I've said what many of the Moff Council think, and I have very powerful allies. The Sith? They cannot be trusted. When you've completed your usefulness, they'll kill you. The Sith will need, and will continue to need, the Empire for its military muscle. They'll need the Galactic Alliance bureaucracy to run the galaxy. They'll always need me. She allowed a tiny, taunting smile. The only question is, will they need you? He didn't seem bothered by that question. You have given me enough reason to execute you on the spot. Give me a reason why I shouldn't. She moved her hands to her hips, striking down an unarmed person in anger. Isn't that what the Sith do? And you abhor the Sith, Your Majesty. He froze, blade tipped near her throat, but didn't strike. He couldn't bring himself to. That one reminder had stayed his wrath, as she'd known it would. It didn't cancel his anger, or his hatred for her, but it bought her another few days of life. And that, she strongly suspected, was all she'd need from Rome Fel. The hollow image of the battle blurred to static and was replaced by a shot of Veed. The Admiral said, "Attention all ships. This is Grand Admiral Morlish Veed of the Imperial Navy. To prevent further loss of life on all sides, I have accepted the surrender of the fleet commander of the Galactic Alliance. All ships stand down and await further instructions." Fel's lightsaber shrunk back to his hilt. He let the weapon dangle at his side. The spite in his face relaxed. He looked suddenly tired, and very lost. For all practical purposes, the war is over, sire. Coruscant can no longer be militarily defended. The Galactic Alliance must now surrender. The Jedi will not. Certainly not to an empire in league with the Sith. They will have no choice. You do not understand the Jedi, Kashyyyk. You don't know how hard they will fight. Once, the Empire destroyed the Jedi Order. I will not permit it to do so again. The Jedi will be allowed to withdraw from the temple on Coruscant to the Academy on Ossus. It is my explicit order that they be allowed to do so. It was exactly what Kashyyyk had been hoping to hear, but she didn't let relief show. You had best give the command personally, and right away, she told Fel. Before the Sith give a different order. Fel looked like he wanted to raise that lightsaber to her again, but after he hooked it on his belt and angled for the door. You should be happy about one thing, Kashyyyk told him. The Empire is now more powerful than it's been in over 100 years. You'll get to march on Coruscant as its conqueror and king. There will be no pleasure in it. No, but you'll have to fake it. Gather all your knights. Gather your daughter and your wife for your grand entrance. You might show the Sith you're a force to be reckoned with yet. Fel's eyes flared anger again, and something else. His upper lip twitched. With effort he said, Empress Elia is dead. She'd heard nothing about that, and Kashyyyk heard everything. She'd gotten vague reports of a disturbance at the Imperial Knight Academy the day before, and of some possible incident at INN headquarters, but they seemed unconnected. All she could muster were vague platitudes. I'm very sorry to hear that. I had nothing but respect for your wife. As opposed to me? Your Majesty. Not one more word. The lightsaber was in his hand again, and he was 2 steps closer. The sizzling white energy blade was a small thrust away from Kashyyyk neck, and she knew if she said one wrong thing, rage would take Fel, and Fel would take her head. So she said nothing at all and waited. His lips curled to a snarl. One of my best knights, Eshker 9, has been corrupted by the Sith. It was he who revealed your treason. My wife led the team sent to arrest him and was killed. She recalled 9 only vaguely, as the lone Itachi among the knights. I had nothing to do with that, Majesty. I very much hope so. If I learn otherwise, I will kill you. And I will enjoy doing so. The lightsaber retracted again. He lowered it to his side. Kashyyyke's heart stopped racing. As Fel moved for the door, she didn't risk getting in a final word. She simply watched him leave, then started planning how best to stay alive. Explosions were still rocking indomitable on all sides, and the picket ahead burst into an explosion so bright Yuuzhan had to shield his sensitive eyes. When it died down enough for him to see the Admiral, he stepped carefully toward the tactical station, bearing the closest thing he had to good news. Admiral Stasi, Yuuzhan called. Word from the Jedi. Yes. They have managed to blunt the Sith feint on Coruscant. However, they've taken heavy casualties and cannot come to our aid. Not in time, anyway. As good news when it was as bad as could be. They tried to plan an attack on the enemy interdictors with Admiral nicked, but after the collapse of Petnin's battle group, the Imperials had rapidly redeployed their ships and scrubbed Stasi's attack strategy. Yet even that had only been a long shot. This slaughter had been ordained the moment Petnin and the victory-hungry triumvirs had gobbled up the Empire's bait. A voice came unannounced and sudden over the ship-wide comm system, and there could only be one source. Attention fleet. This is Admiral Patan speaking. I have agreed to Grand Admiral V's terms of surrender, both at Camas and elsewhere. I order all ships to stand down and await his instructions. Patan out. No ceasefire was immediately. Lasers flared and explosions continued to burst outside the bridge viewport. Yuuzhan grew dizzy trying to take it in. Patan wasn't just surrendering the battle. He was ordering the whole Alliance fleet to lay down arms. With one static scrub transmission, the Empire had won. That's it. Then, Yuuzhan muttered. The Imperials will be over Coruscant within the day. It's over. To his surprise, Stasi's face twisted into an angry scowl. Like hell, Yuuzhan. Patch me in fleet-wide. Yorub dropped back to the command chair and quickly turned on the widest transmission. He gave Stasi a single go-ahead nod, and the Duro stepped into the center of the bridge for all the crew to see. Minutes ago, Stasi had been as harried as the rest of them. After the final blow, he'd not broken but gathered scattered strength into himself, and with angry dignity, the Admiral said, "Attention, all Galactic Alliance personnel. This is Admiral Gar Stasi of the Core Fleet. I decline any Imperial offer for surrender unless it is theirs. Any other ship or fighter at commas disinclined to surrender should form up on the Indomitable's position immediately." As the bridge crew snapped to action, Com reported an incoming transmission, and the hollow image of a stern crew-cut Imperial appeared from the main projector. "Admiral Stasi, this is Grand Admiral V. The hyperspace lanes have been mined and you are outnumbered and outgunned. The result of your defiance can only be slaughter. Reconsider." Stasi gave Veed only a dismissive sideways glare. "I will surrender, Admiral, when I can no longer fight. Stasi out." The holo shut off. Every eye on the bridge hung on Stasi. The crew were too stunned to move. "Stop gaping and get to work," Yorub shouted, then started snapping off orders. All possible guns targeted the Star Destroyer dead ahead and opened fire. Helm put full power to sublight engines and set them on a near-collision course with the Batter Destroyer. The Imperials had relented their attack for only a minute but were unprepared when Indomitable charged ahead with all guns blazing. The Alliance ships nearest Stasi's joined the charge, and together they tore through the destroyer's shields and ripped a fiery hole in its bow. As the destroyer started to drift, Indomitable tore through the curtain flame and wreckage to push ahead. A trail of Alliance ships followed, most of them avoiding the crippled destroyer entirely rather than put it out of its misery. There was plenty killing left to do before they got out of here. The Imperials scrambled to stop Stasi, and thus rushed to Swamp Pettin's battle group. They left holes in their line. One of them was close to the Admiral's exit vectors, and on his command most of the ships cut a straight line toward it. Yorub pulled himself away from the gunnery crews and joined Stasi at the tactical holo. "We've got the right heading, but what about those drag ships?" "That will require sacrifice," Stasi snarled. "Lieutenant Helmon Jezel, tell them to take their nearest gunships and attack that interdictor." He pointed at one light on the holo display. The young Pantoron nodded and started to relay the order. Yorub said, "Mon Jezel could handle that drag ship by itself, but the Imps will send destroyers to defend it." "Yes, but hopefully not before Mon Jezel can knock out his gravity well generators. As I said, Jayus, we're going to have to make sacrifices." Yorub couldn't deny the grim truth. Indomitable, and at least half of Stasi's battle group were charging ahead for the escape zone. The Imperials were sending ships to intercept, but for the moment they weren't under direct fire. Yorub gave the holo another look over. What was left of Pettin's battle group was still scattered and pinned down, effectively out of the fight. Some ships were breaking out of the other group, Pride of Corellia among them. "Look at Nick's group," Yorub said. "Some of his fighters and capital ships are heading for us, Admiral, and a whole mess of imps. Bring the Indomitable around. We'll provide cover for some of the more heavily damaged ships." Yorub ordered Helm to adjust course while the rest of their battle group continued their run for the escape point. The Imperials scattered on the edges of the battle zone were having a hard time picking targets to chase, which allowed the Alliance ships a little more time to regroup. As Indomitable grew closer to Nick's ships, Mon Jezel was slugging it out with the Imperial interdictor. Yorub didn't see it himself, but he felt a slight shudder through the deck as Indomitable's internal gravity shifted to compensate for the death of the interdiction field. Mon Jezel probably wouldn't last make it to the escape zone, but it had done its part. "Excellent," Stasi said. "All ships, press ahead. Helm, patch my escape coordinates to all the ships running with this." Yorub noted a blazing light on the comm board. "Admiral Nick of the Pride of Corellia, Admiral." The Duro snapped 2 fingers. "Put him on." Nick's hollow image appeared where V's had. "Gar, tell me you have a plan." "Be ready to jump, old friend. I'm sending the coordinates now." "Jump where? Confound it." All the major hyperlanes around Kashyyyk are lined with Imperial mines and gravity bombs. There are other routes nicked, some that only spacers know. You can't be serious. Those are notoriously unreliable. We could end up in the heart of a star. Better to die in the blazing core of a sun than surrender to the Imperials and their thrice-damned Sith allies. If you don't agree, nicked, then show them your belly and beg for mercy. I will not. Nick shook his head. Well, of course we're coming. You don't have to get all huffy about it. Just making sure. Once we're clear, we'll have some Corellian brandy I've been saving, you and I. My favorite, Nick snorted. See you on the other side, Admiral. Pride of Corellia killed his transmission. As his battle group joined with Indomitable, all ships adjusted course to follow the others. The first ships were already slipping out of Kashyyyk gravity well and slipping into hyperspace along Stasi's secret coordinates. It would have been cause for cheer, but more Imperial ships were bearing down on them. The imps had recovered from their initial shock and were performing a deliberate entrapment maneuver, slowing the Alliance ships down by gnawing at their flanks and forcing them to divert power from engines to shields. At the same time, more destroyers were trying to cut in ahead of them, sealing them off from their escape route. Yorub thought he saw V's flagship among them. I'm not sure we can make it, Yorub told Stasi. At least some got away. The Admiral shook his head. We're too close to give up. Tell all ships to put more power to engines. It was a mad gamble, even for Stasi. Sir, if we don't properly reinforce our shields, then we'll smash into the wall V's throwing up ahead. I said I'd die before I surrender, and I mean it. He slapped the Pantoran lieutenant on the shoulder. You heard the order. All ships put all power to engines. Go now. The young man could only comply. Yorub stared at the tactical holo and watched as more and more Alliance lights winked out. At the same time, Indomitable was leading a fast charge that, from the look of it, would slip past the imps and into hyperspace before V could fire on them. They were taking hideous losses, but the only alternatives were to take more or surrender. Stasi had made the choice for all of them. Yorub had doubted his admiral before, more times than he'd admit, but not now. It came on him like a burst of enlightenment, even as direct turbolaser hit scored their hull and rocked the deck. If Gar Stasi died, so did the Galactic Alliance. To save one was to save the other, and Jais Yorub sworn his oath to the Alliance a long time ago. More Alliance ships fell back, crippled, or burst into flames. Yorub's heart sank when one particular light on the holo went out, and he called, Admiral, the pride of Corellia is gone. Stasi shook his head. We'll mourn later. All ships, prepare to jump. Just seconds later, the helm lieutenant reported that they cleared Kashyyyk gravity field. Yorub shouted at her to jump. The deck shuddered. Stars remain stars. Then the entire ship seems to groan around thee, and the groan raised pitch to a scream. And then they jumped, taking the last scraps of the Alliance with them. Once the frenzy and adrenaline rush of battle had drained away, once Cole had pulled back from his combat-fueled submersion in the Force, all he was left with was smoke and ruin. Daylight spilled through the holes torn in the Jedi Temple's outer walls. It mercilessly illuminated walls laced with black lightsaber strokes, chunks of gnarled shrapnel, smooth floor tiles coated in ash. Most of all, it showed too many bodies. There were Sith bodies, Jedi bodies. Some lay whole, many in pieces. Cole bent over Master Kimmer's corpse and saw his own reflection in her all-black eyes. He saw a face caked in sweat and dust, and blue eyes whitened by shock. It belonged to a man who was just now realizing the enormity of what had happened. His great-grandfather had created this place as a home for the new Jedi Order he had built. It had been erected in imitation of the Jedi Temple of old, and even after Luke had withdrawn the Jedi's headquarters to Ossus, it had remained as an outpost and a constant reminder of the critical role the Jedi played in galactic history. It had survived attacks by Mandalorians, by Abelith, by the Sith. It had stood proud for a century, before being ripped apart on Call's watch. The physical damage was bad enough. Worse was the realization of how perfectly it represented the fate of Luke Skywalker's Jedi Order. The scale of his failure threatened to crush him, and it took great effort for Cole to rise to his feet. He made his way to the hall where wounded Jedi had been laid out. More than a dozen healers had been on site at the time of the attack, and they were hard at work fixing injuries small and large. The Sith seemed to have taken the worst of the exchange, though just barely. As Cole walked among the laid-out bodies, a young man in knight's robes who looked barely older than Kate hurried up to him. "Master Skywalker," the boy said, "there's an urgent message in the communications room." He let the boy lead him there and braced himself for what he'd find. "Where is it from, Assus?" "No, master. It's, from Emperor Fel." Cole had no warmth in his heart for his cousin, not now. "What does Fel want?" "It's actually a pre-recorded message, master. It sounds like it's being broadcast everywhere. I mean everywhere. Cole didn't like the sound of that. When he got to the communications room, a handful of other masters were there, watching with dour faces as a holo image of Roan Fel, blown to twice life size, spoke in regal tones. "My empire is generous. The Galactic Alliance officers who surrender to us at Kamas will be treated with leniency. The soldiers will be allowed to return home to their families." "Patan made a total surrender," the Jedi beside Cole whispered. "He ordered the entire fleet to stand down." As Cole tried to grasp that, Fel went on. "I look forward to meeting with the Galactic Alliance Triumvirate when I arrive on Kashyyyk. Rest assured, I will not dismantle the Triumvirate or the Senate. Those bodies will continue to exist, as will the great bureaucratic structure that has sustained order in the galaxy for a century. Under my guidance, those institutions will be improved and expanded to service the entire galaxy, so that all beings may know justice, security, and peace. All of you who have grown weary of war should now rejoice. Under Imperial law, there will be no room for strife." Some Jedi shook their heads. Some continued to stare in dread. Cole felt the young man beside him shudder. "To the Jedi Order, I say this." Fel added steel to his voice. "The role of the Jedi in ruining 100 worlds will be carefully evaluated. In order to ensure objectivity in this process and a peaceful transition of power, I hereby order all Jedi, no matter their location in the galaxy, to fall back to Assus. You have my word that no Jedi will be harmed on our en route to Assus. Those remaining on planets under Imperial jurisdiction will be considered criminals and treated accordingly. This includes Jedi on Kashyyyk. Within 24 standard hours of this transmission, all Jedi will evacuate the capital or face consequences. No exceptions will be made." Fel went on, next detailing how he proposed to bring justice to the 100 worlds, but Cole barely listened. All eyes on the chamber shifted to him. Each set of eyes was like a heavy weight, and combined he felt like they would pull him to his knees. But in the end, there was only one response he could possibly give. "We must leave the temple and depart for Assus," he said. "That includes the wounded. Begin evacuation procedures immediately." Chapter 27. By now they'd all heard the surrender order from Admiral Petton, its official confirmation by the Alliance Triumvirs, and the stern ultimatum from Roan Fel. There was no denying the calamity. Now they had to figure out what to do about it. Lobaka and a host of Wookiee elders had gathered in Thkiana's communication center. Admiral Slosser's hollow image seemed to wilt before them as he said, "I am in no position to refuse the order. That would be treason and it would waste the lives under my command. Therefore I've contacted Admiral Shadun and offered my surrender." The elder to Lobaka's right wrote a question. After Slosser read his translation, he said, "Most of our ships, his and mine, are still in the Rondon system. I'll present myself to him there shortly. All ships currently at Kashyyyk have been ordered to hold position but lay down arms. When the Imperials arrive, my people won't fire a gun to stop them. I'm sorry, but that is how it has to be." Grunts and low murmurs shifted between the elders. Slosser apparently didn't need a translation for them. "I strongly recommend against fighting in your own. I have utmost respect for your warriors' prowess, but this is a fight you cannot win." Another elder, fur tangled and gray, said that the Wookiees had never meekly surrendered to their oppressors before. They'd fought Palpatine's empire, and they would fight fails. Slosser wilted even more. Please, reconsider. The Empire has an entire fleet they can bring down on Kashyyyk. They can raise your forests, enslave your people, do everything the Empire's done in the past, and we cannot stop them. Kashyyyk suggested that there was fighting, and there was fighting. The forests of Kashyyyk held dangers, especially for forwarders. That got more grunts of assent from the other Wookiees. Lobaka told Slosser that he respected the Admiral's position, but the Wookiees would continue to fight in their own way. That would require sacrifice, and the illusion of compliance with Imperial law, but they'd not surrender to an iron fist. To his relief, Slosser nodded. I understand, Master Lobaka, and I wish you the best. The Sluicy considered a moment. I believe I can help you in a small way. My ships at Kashyyyk have weapons and equipment that your resistance can use. I can order my captains to offload some quietly and quickly before the Imperials take over the system. That got unanimous appreciation from the Wookiees. Lobaka said they'd get to work immediately and asked if there was anything else they could do for Slosser. The Admiral considered again, longer this time. Then he lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard, and said, Not all Alliance ships have surrendered. I've learned that the Fifth Fleet's Admiral, Garstazi, managed to escape Camus. We don't know where he is or what he's doing, but he's sworn to keep up the fight. I'm not in the position to join him, but I know I have officers who are. Kashyyyk asked if Slosser had sent ships looking for Stasi. The Admiral shook his head. The Imperials may have a full listing of ships under my command. They'll know if some are unaccounted for. They won't have a reliable listing of equipment and personnel. We can make some disappear from officials' logs and send them to you or to Stasi. Even in defeat, he was trying to continue the fight in small ways. Lobaka gave the Admiral a respectful roar and asked what specifically could be done. The Imperials will probably be monitoring all traffic in and out of Kashyyyk, Slosser said. They may even be putting in those Happen gravity well mines. Torn Station, on the edge of this sector, hasn't fallen to the Empire yet and is full of civilian vessels that have been bottled up there for weeks. Some will try to get out of the sector now that fighting's over. I'm going to move people as quietly as I can to Torn Station. I need you to provide civilian haulers to smuggle them out on. I'm hoping to divert at least 20,000 soldiers. I need ships that withstand at least some Imperial scrutiny, and mine are too obviously Alliance. It was a risky proposition. If the Imperials found out about the smuggling operation, they could take their wrath out on Kashyyyk or even Slosser himself. There was risk for everyone, and it wasn't like a Wookiee to shirk his fair share. Besides, there were Jedi on Kashyyyk who needed to get out of here. After the attack on Coruscant, no one trusted Fail's assurance that Jedi wouldn't be harmed. Lobaka roared agreement, and the elders joined him. Their chorus drew a faint smile from Admiral Slosser. I'm set to meet with Shadun in 2 hours. I'll get things moving before then. I'll try to slow down the Imperials' deployment, but I'm hoping we can get my people out with 20 standard hours. That would require fast action, but crises usually did. Lobaka gave the Admiral a promise and thanked him for keeping up the fight. It will be a harder fight for you, I suspect, Slosser said gravely. Good luck, gentle beings. The holo shut off, and the Wookiees went to work. When Lobaka brought his news to the Jedi, Marin joined them to listen. Nat was there too, plus her mother, Jind, and Mecker, but most of the talk was Jedi business, and for good reason. I do not trust Fail's promises not to harm Ossus. We've seen what they're worth. Grolix shook his shaggy head. Master Skywalker is on his way there now, along with the rest of the Jedi from Coruscant, said Connor. But he's given no specific order for the rest of us to follow. All the apprentices are on Ossus, including Master Skywalker's son, the Mon Cal student Amrak pointed out. Someone has to be ready to defend them, or evacuate them. Lobaka, Marin noticed, volunteered nothing about the hidden temple created on Tavis. She glanced sideways at Nat and saw his face a stiff mask. He wasn't going to volunteer it either. They'd known when they created the place that it had to be a last resort. The whole thing would be ruined if they told the Jedi on Kashyyyk and even one of them was captured by the Sith, and that was very possibility, now that the Wookiees had announced their official surrender. Tavis and the Hidden Temple would stay secret for now. There was still the slim chance they wouldn't have to use it. The important part, Lobaka told them, was to escape Wookiee space. The Imperials would be here in mere hours. He explained Slosser's request that they help smuggle troops and supplies to Admiral Stassi's forces, and outlined the plan to rendezvous with the Alliance bitter enders at Torn Station, an old complex drifting around a white dwarf star on the edge of the Myterraner sector. It was a hub for cargo traffic, both legal and otherwise, and plenty of ships had gotten stuck there when the war came to surrounding systems. It was the best place to try and slip something past the imps. All they needed was a ship. When they got to that part, Marin felt her chest tighten. She only half listened as the Jedi started debating how they could acquire a large civilian-registered cargo hauler on short notice, and were short on good ideas. Mekker and Jine said they'd be willing to carry whatever they could fit aboard the bottom line for the usual fee, but that was all they could do. Arlen added that Starlight Champion would of course transport as many as it could. But really, it all came down to her. With a ragged sigh, Marin said, "I can help too. I've got runaround, which is small, and can't carry much, but I think I can do more than that." Lobaka, Nat, and her parents all looked at her with wordless understanding. Ignorant of it all, Master Joe Tuam asked, "Can you supply us with a bigger ship?" "Yeah, I think I can get us one." Her mouth turned dry. "They're at Alantine now. Should be able to get to Torn Station within a standard day." "That's all the time we'll have," said Connor. "If we're lucky. Then I'd better get on it." She stood on shaking legs. "If you'll excuse me." Lobaka pushed off his bench and roared that they all needed to get moving. The other Jedi followed, but Lobaka put a paw on his son Karash's shoulder. The two exchanged muted growls and murmurs in Shariawuk, and while Marin's wasn't the best, she got the idea they were saying reluctant goodbye. Arlen put a hand on his own child and said, "Karash is going to stay on Kashyyyk and help the Wookiee resistance." But not Lobaka. He wants to make sure the Jedi and those Alliance troops get out of here safe. He promised Admiral Slosser that. Will he be able to get back to Kashyyyk afterward? Arlen shrugged ambiguously, then squeezed her shoulder. "Thank you for this. I just hope I don't regret it. I'm glad, and not just for the obvious reasons." He smiled softly. "It means I finally get to meet this granddaughter of mine." "I thought that was the obvious reason." "One of them? Sneaking a bunch of Jedi and Alliance troops out of Sith territory is good cause too." "Thank you, Marin." "Don't thank me just yet." Marin stepped away and turned for the chamber's exit. "Wait till we're having a nice family reunion on Fast Start, a long way from here. Then you can thank me." Admiral Ruff Yates was clearly a man who wanted to savor the fruits of his victory in peace. The feint at Coruscant had allowed the Empire to successfully ensnare the Alliance at Comus, bringing this war to a shuddering end that no one save his architects had expected. Yates, a hard-nosed Imperial patriot to the core, wanted to enjoy that end and the role he played in it. Instead, he had a Sith Lord in his private office and couldn't muster the bravado to tell him to leave. Darth Nil found it all amusing. Vermin were pathetic creatures, convinced their profane power meant anything compared to the Force, and desperate to sustain the lie. At least they were useful. "I'm glad you could join me, Lord Nil," Yates lied. "Would you care for a drink?" "Not necessary," said the Nagai. Yates refrained from pouring one for himself and stood beside his desk. Coruscant's gleaming daytime curve could be seen through the cabin's porthole windows, as well as several more Imperial Star Destroyers that had settled over the planet. More were on their way. "You're to be congratulated on your accomplishments," Nil told him, "but the battle isn't over yet." Yates watched him guardedly. "The Alliance has surrendered. We still have to deal with holdouts like Stassi, but the core is ours. This war was never about the Alliance, Admiral. It was always about the Jedi. That is, a point of view." Yates' right brow twitched. The Emperor has ordered us on a diplomatic mission be sent to Ossus. The Jedi are to be interdicted but not harmed. The Jedi have been as critical to this war. They've been the Alliance's most effective, most lethal troops. Are you really comfortable with granting them blanket amnesty just because of Roan Fel's family ties? I'm a servant of the Empire. I follow my orders. The Empire would be Lord Krayt soon. After the retreat from Coruscant, Nil had communicated with his master and told Krayt everything. Many Jedi were indeed falling back to Ossus, including Cole Skywalker's band from Coruscant. Many were also unaccounted for. Likely they were already going into hiding. Krayt had dispatched packs of hunters to Wookiee space and other regions where Jedi were known to be clustered. Because the Jedi had been purged before, they'd know their best hope now was to scatter. Skywalker's band would likely evacuate all the people, records, and precious Jedi treasures from the ancient temple on Ossus before spreading out across the stars. If that happened, they'd turn into poisonous flicknets, endlessly harassing the Sith as they built the galaxy anew. That could not be allowed. There would never so many Jedi in one place again. They had to be eliminated now. Your orders, Nil said, have changed. You are to prepare Warhammer for battle. Yage's brows drew together. I've been given no such order. You're being given it now. I do not take orders from Sith. Yage and the rest of his officers would very soon, and Nil hoped his attitude improved then. For the moment he was correct, so Nil obligingly said, contact the Grand Admiral. I'm sure Veed will confirm my orders. Yage didn't hesitate to do so. He turned on the private transponder built into his desk and hailed the flagship Imperius. Nil waited patiently until the shrunken hollow image of Morlish Veed appeared over Yage's desk. Yage snapped a firm salute and said, Admiral, I am presently over Coruscant with Darth Nil and preparing to depart for Ossus on a diplomatic mission per Emperor Fel's orders. Nil says parameters have changed and that I am now to prepare for a combat operation. Is that correct, sir? V's holographic eyes flicked to Nil, then back to Yage. He'd given no such order but was good at concealing surprise. The Grand Admiral was faced with an obvious choice: pretend he'd given those orders, and thus cast his lot with the Sith, or admit he hadn't and throw in with Fel. But then, it wasn't really a choice. Veed had sided with the Sith before he'd even known the Sith were involved. With admirable aplomb, Veed said, the order was mine, Admiral Yage. You're to go to Ossus battle ready. Understood, sir. What are your instructions for when I arrive? Form a perimeter around the planet. Allow no ships to leave. Veed's eyes darted back to the Sith. From there, you're to follow Lord Nil's instructions. No cold barely hold back a grin. Yage saluted once more. Very good, sir. The holo shut down. Silence fell between Yage and Nil as they regarded each other across the room. Nil allowed himself to smile. Be happy, Admiral. Right now you're just a victor. Very soon you'll be a hero of the Empire. Cole Skywalker hadn't been on Ossus for nearly 6 months, and this was the worst kind of return. The Jedi evacuated from Coruscant found the Academy in a state of barely constrained chaos. Per Roan Fel's order, many Jedi had already converged on Ossus from nearby systems. More were on the way, others were pointedly ignoring the ultimatum and finding places to hide. Cole had given no general instruction to the order. He passed word to Master Kashyyyk to begin evacuating the Temple of Everything, the people, the equipment, the precious archives, and artifacts. Beyond that, he said nothing. Partially, he was afraid a message to all the Jedi would be intercepted by the Empire. If they heard him warn Jedi away from Ossus, he'd invite the worst kind of punishment. Mostly, though, it was because he did not believe he should. Since the failure of the Ossus project, he felt like he'd been subjected to a mounting barrage of defeats. He called on Jedi to be warriors when they should have been peacekeepers. He'd allowed his mother to be trapped and killed and done nothing to stop his brother from leaving the Order. And all the while he'd been blind to the Sith threat. When Lobaka had stepped down as head of the Jedi Council, he'd done it, so he said, to bring in young blood and new ideas. Cole had brought both, and with him, so he told himself, a new hope for the Jedi, the Yuuzhan Vong, the Alliance, and the galaxy as a whole. It had all been vanity. Cole saw that now. He'd been unable to refute Admiral Pettin's last harangue because the man had been right. His idealism had been egotism disguised, and because of the lies he'd told himself, he'd doomed the galaxy to the darkest time since Palpatine. Growing up, he'd heard the story of Anakin Skywalker, and never understood how his ancestor could have turned his back on the Jedi and mercilessly worked toward their destruction. Understanding came, sickening and brutal, that Cole had recreated Anakin's betrayal not through malice but vanity. He never felt more disgusted with himself. He wanted nothing more than to disappear. He hadn't the strength to stand in front of the Jedi he'd led astray and pretend he knew how to lead them. It was hard enough to face his son. Cole found Cade with the other apprentices in the upper pyramid. They ranged in age from small children to stretched-tall teenagers. They'd all heard news of the Alliance's surrender, and they all felt the clamor in the temple around them. But only Cade and other older apprentices really understood it all. Cole drew his son away from the group and led him down to the habitat section. The rooms they shared had been Cade's alone for the past 6 months, and the young man had left them appropriately messy, like any normal teenager across the galaxy. Something about that ate Cole. "So what are we going to do now, Dad?" Cade tried to sound brave, but he couldn't hide the quaver in his voice. Cole put both hands on Cade's shoulders. "We can't trust our own Fel to keep his word. We're going to evacuate the Jedi Temple." "Where will we go?" "We haven't figured out everything yet. But we're going to have to scatter." "What about the other apprentices?" He was thinking of his friends, of Shadow and Aslan and the rest. Like any teenager, he dreaded being separated from his friends. Cole exhaled. There was really only one place the apprentices would be safe. "I've set up a hiding place for Jedi. A hidden temple. I'll send you and all the other apprentices these." "Where is it?" Cole smiled weakly. "You'll find out. As soon as we evacuate." He thought Cade might object. Instead, his son grinned and said, "I get it. Top secret, huh?" "Exactly. Unfortunately, there's a lot of valuable secrets in on Ossus. Holocrons, star charts, things the Sith would love to get their hands on. We have to make sure we take those with us." "I get it, Dad. But do you really think the Sith are coming here? Do you think the Emperor would let them?" "I don't know what Fel would let the Sith do. I don't think it matters either." Again, he was struck by how thoroughly and perfectly the Sith had manipulated this war. They'd used Call's vanity and Fel's pride to make the Skywalker line war upon itself. No matter how hard he searched, Cole didn't see any way he could have avoided leading the Jedi to ruin, save not leading at all. Yet he'd never considered that. Rather, it had seemed his destiny to follow the example of his ancestors and guide the whole Jedi Order in the way of the Force. Maybe that had doomed them from the start. Maybe the Force itself was the traitor, maliciously forcing his servants to war on each other century after century while hapless trillions died in the crossfire. "Dad." Kay squeezed his arm. "Are you okay, Dad?" Cole exhaled. "I'm sorry, son. There's just a lot going on." "Yeah, I get that." To avoid looking at his father, Cade looked around the room. "You want me to start packing?" "Absolutely." Grateful for an out, Cole patted Cade's shoulders. "We can't take everything, just the important things." "I get it, Dad. Jedi are supposed to travel light." "Exactly. Get to work. I'll be back later." Escaping his son didn't help Cole much. He returned to the lower levels of the pyramid, where the evacuation process was beginning. He was reminded of the prelude to Admiral Kilu's attack 3 years ago, and it almost seemed as though things had come full circle. That was an illusion. Things had gotten far worse. The enemy coming for them now would not be swayed, and the Jedi had no friends who'd come to rescue them. They did not even know when the enemy was coming or how. Cole planned to stay until absolutely everything was packed and be on the last transport out. It was the least he could do. The halls were busy, as much with non-Jedi as Jedi. Most of the ones who'd been with the Alliance forces during the surrender had been allowed to escape, and many of those had been accompanied by Alliance soldiers who weren't ready to stop fighting. It was a far cry from Palpatine's purge, when Jedi had been gunned down by their own troops. He tried to take comfort in that. Cole found Kashyyyk near the archives. With his huge size and conical hat, the Whiffet was easy to spot, but he was a carefully guarded presence in the Force. The ancient master had lived through one calamitous Jedi purge, and Cole could only imagine what he must be feeling as they stood on the brink of another. The Whiffet's small eyes got a little wider when he spotted Cole. "Ah, Master Skywalker. I am glad to see you." Amazingly, he sounded honest. "How are the archives?" "They will take a while to move, I'm afraid. What we really need are ships. We've been putting out calls for help from beings we can trust. Not all are responding." Cole nodded grimly. Evacuating Jedi in tight spots was what Nat and Marin had been doing for the past year, but best he knew they were stuck at Kashyyyk. He had no idea how they were handling the surrender. He only knew that they were alive. The faint thing inside Cole bound to his brother still remained. "If you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you in private," he told Kashyyyk. "Of course," the Whiffet said, and as they moved through the halls he added, "I had something I wish to tell you also." "What is it?" "I will let you go first." They made their way up several levels, wound through several hallways, and finally reached an empty sitting room that opened onto a shallow stone balcony. When they stepped onto it, the temple's great bulk rose above them and below, and in all other directions, the jungle of Ossus spread out. For almost all Call's life, the view from the temple has been an arid desert left over by the ravages of a 4,000-year-old supernova. With the Ossus project, he'd made it as lush as Zanima II. At the time, it had felt like the greatest accomplishment of his life. Now he knew it as an act of hubris. He hated this beautiful view. It rose bile in his throat. "So," Kashyyyk said politely, "what did you wish to say?" Cole gladly focused his attention on the Whiffet. "Master, I plan on staying until last transport leaves Ossus. The Imperials may attack at any time." "I'm aware, but I have to stay." Kashyyyk nodded once. "Master, the Padawans will have to go to the hidden temple. Tiliqua doesn't know where it is, but you do. You must guide them there." Kashyyyk made a thoughtful rumble. "Very well. What else should go to Tavis?" "The archives. Every holocron and artifact we can more. You must oversee that too. There are over 200 knights and masters in the temple and twice as many helpers. And they can't go to Tavis. For all we know, the Empire slipped spies into the Alliance troops our people brought back with them. For now, only our most valuable things go to the hidden temple. The archives and the younglings. Our past and our future." "Exactly. Depending on what happens, we may draw more later. It is possible Fel will honor his word and not attack Ossus." For a moment Cole was shocked the old master could be so naive. Perhaps he was trying to make Cole feel better. "We must plan for the worst," he said simply. "I agree," Kashyyyk nodded. "I'll do as you ask." "Good." When the Whiffet didn't go back inside, he remembered. "You had something to tell me." "Yes. But I think it may be best to show you, so you may judge for yourself. Please stay here. I won't be long." Cole did as he was told and watched Kashyyyk go inside. Guessing games weren't the old master's style, and Cole tried to keep his frustration in check. He glanced repeatedly at the blue sky, half expecting TIE fighters to swoop down and rain death. It would almost be a relief when they did, far better than waiting. But not yet, Cole told himself. Not until Cade was safe. When the door to the temple opened, Yuuzhan Vong walked onto the balcony. He had a plain face, unmarked by scars or tattoos. He knew Nay Ren was a world, and this wasn't one of her new bodyguards. Then he recalled this one's name? Katla, who'd gone with Nat and his mother to Mustafar. There was a curious vulnerability in the warrior's eyes. Yuuzhan Vong had their own kind of pride, and Cole understood that Katla had been avoiding him, purposely and for so long, out of shame for having failed to save Jade. He could feel that shame burning of Katla now, but also a tender bravery and desire to be judged for his faults. Cole started. He could feel this Yuuzhan Vong in the Force, as clearly as he just felt Kashyyyk. If anything, he was more clear. because he hadn't the skill of hiding his emotions. "How?" Cole asked. "Are you possible?" Kat La's tense expression slipped to a weak smile. "I have been asked that many times recently, most often by myself. Finally, I have some answers." And so Kat La explained everything, how he'd been touched by Sekhet at the start of this war, how he'd yearned to understand the Jedi and know the Force since he was young, how he'd surrendered those desires on Mustafar and found brief enlightenment, only to fail in saving Jay Skywalker. Yet that understanding, the touch of Sekhet, and Jay's dying flare of pure Force power had combined to awaken in Kat La the connection with the Force his people had lost eons ago. He explained further that he was able to touch the Force without using the midichlorians that bound both Jedi and Sith to the cosmic power flow. Sekhet theorized that his connection was more pure and direct, as it had been with the Yuuzhan Vong and Yuuzhan before their fall from grace. His tail staggered Cole. Everything else evaporated. The rush to evacuate, the looming Sith, 3 years of warfare, and the bitter knowledge he'd done more damage to the Jedi than anyone since Darth Vader, and all through the vanity of good intentions. But all of that dissolved. In his heart he fell back years and years to when he'd been a small child. He remembered when Jaina Solo had taken him out into the wastes of Zanima Sekhet's southern hemisphere. They sat down on a hilltop and stared at the withered sapling of a dying borer tree. The old woman had called on the Force within her and passed it on to the sapling. Though she'd never been a healer, too often the sword of the Jedi had been anything but Jaina had given of herself to feed life into that struggling plant, turning it green and strong. To the child, Cole had been that was a miracle, and he'd never felt so in awe. At that moment he'd known, without a doubt, that through the Force anything was possible. That memory would have been bitterly painful minutes ago, just like everything else. Now Cole felt all that awe and wonder return. The Force was all life, and all life was the Force, and even at this dire hour it could gift him beauty and surprise. That it was beyond his understanding only enhanced the gift. Kat La was taken wholly off guard when Cole pulled him into a tight embrace. The Yuuzhan Vong's arms twisted at sides until Cole pulled away, hands still on the warrior's shoulders. "There is so much I still don't understand," Kat La said. "But there's also so much I wish to do. I am only beginning to learn." "I know," Cole said. "And you will have a chance to learn all of that. I promise. I am grateful for your forgiveness, Master Skywalker. You have nothing to be forgiven for. A little bit of my mother lives on in you. I feel that." He grinned easily. "She told me once that the Force is a living force. By touching it, we're becoming part of something so beyond ourselves that we can never pass away." "I hope that is true." Kat La tried his own tentative smile. "I know it is." He squeezed the warrior's shoulders, then released. "But you're right, we have so much left to do. We need to evacuate the temple, scatter, and regroup. There's fragments of the Alliance Navy out there too. We'll have to find them. I seem to have returned at an interesting time. I'm glad you did. More glad than you can ever know." With one hand still on Kat La's shoulder, Cole led him back inside the temple. After they'd escaped from Kamis, and the giddy thrill of victory finally ebbed, hard reality settled in. The survivors in Garstazi's ragtag Alliance fleet had to survey their damaged ships and count their dead. Worse, they had to take in grim news reports of the Alliance's full surrender. There was no warm war waiting for Jayus Yorub anymore. The Empire would commit to hunting them, and they committed to being chased. That was true for them all, and he struggled to avoid the trap of self-pity. He'd expected Admiral Stasi to be an exemplar of strength he usually was, but something had changed since the flight from Kamis. As he and Yorub sat in the office aboard Indomitable, discussing plans for the future, every aspiration seemed to hit a wall. They needed to repair their damaged ships, and no neutral world would service them for risk of the Empire's wrath. They needed more people and vessels, but any attempt to recruit from the surrendered Alliance Navy would also bring the Empire down on them. As option after option came to nothing, it seemed like all they had now was all they could ever have, a straggling collection of battered ships and broken soldiers drifting through empty space, unable to help themselves, let alone the millions of worlds now firmly under the Empire. This was the point where Stasi would normally have said something rousing. Instead, the Duro slumped in his chair and ran a hand across his hairless head. It seems we are alone in this, Jais. We fought lonely fights before. Europe tried to sound cheering, but it was hollow. Never one like this. We have no place to fall back to. No one to trust. We can't surrender, Admiral. Especially now. I'm well aware. But we can't seem to do anything else either. Yorub's mind groped for distant possibilities. From the scraps of information they'd picked off the news nets, no Alliance worlds had refused to recognize the Empire's victory. Not a one. Their collective timidity galled but wasn't wholly surprising. They'd gone into this war without enthusiasm and suffered for a cause they hadn't really believed in. Fel promised to be a generous victor besides. But that was now, when everyone was tired of war, and the realities of a galaxy-spanning imperial occupation hadn't set in. They would, and Fel was not the only victor here. His Sith allies were also involved, and in the past 2 years Stasi's fleet had battled Sith-led armies enough to know the Empire's force users were much nastier beasts than the Jedi. No one was chafing yet, but they would. We're not alone, sir. We can't be. And how do you know that? If we're alone, then all the hundreds of trillions of beings across the galaxy, all the people who voted for senators and made our democracy function, never really matter. They never meant it. They never cared. But they did care, sir. Admiral Nick and lots more like him died trying to stay free. And that was just at Camus. There's got to be more like them all across the galaxy. Stasi was unmoved. The Empire is offering them peace. Most of them will take it in exchange for a boot on their necks, especially if Fel uses a relatively soft touch. But will he, sir? This isn't just about Fel, this is about the Sith. The Jedi say Palpatine was one of them. The Sith were behind the Empire at its worst. Once the galaxy sees what the Sith are capable of, they're going to want their boot off their necks. Stasi regarded him carefully. That may take time. I know. We can lay low and listen. We can wait, even if it takes months. Or years. People will get fed up living under the Empire, and when they start struggling, the Sith will try to strike them down hard. We'll be there to defend them. We'll give them hope, sir. And because we've laid low for so long, the Empire won't see us coming. A tiny smile tugged Stasi's lips. For now, we have to focus on patching up our hurt. Then we'll wait, and we'll get the chance to act. Probably sooner than later. I suspect you are right. Stasi drummed his desktop. That still leaves hurdles. We need repairs. The closest unoccupied shipyards are in Hutt space, and those slugs would sell us to the imps as soon as look at us. I think. The communicator on Stasi's desk pinged. When he looked at the readout, his eyes narrowed. What is it, sir? A private message. Recorded by Admiral Schlosser. The Fourth Fleet had surrendered at Rondon. All the news nets confirmed it. Do you want me to leave? Asked Yorub. No. Let's hear what he has to say. Stasi tapped a button, and a blue holoimage appeared above his desk. Admiral Schlosser's serpentine sluicy form was a fraction of its real size, and the recorded image spoke to an empty bulkhead. I pray you get this message, Admiral Stasi. I also pray the Imperials don't intercept and decrypt it. My life is forfeit if I do. I am about to surrender the Fourth Fleet to them and all the worlds we've defended. I wish I could join you wherever you are, but that is not possible. I offer you this instead. The Wookiees on Kashyyyk will not submit to an Imperial yoke again. They've offered formal surrender and say they will comply, but they will resist in secret. And if the Empire tries to burn their world or enslave them, they'll resist in the forests, on the beaches, in the skies. I managed to ship some of our weapons and equipment down to Kashyyyk to further their cause. Stasi leaned forward, captivated. Yorub felt something faint but warm inside. It was the hope they needed. Schlosser's message continued. I've also arranged to smuggle some of my soldiers out of occupied Wookiee space. They're diehards, Admiral, and they want to fight with you. I've arranged for about 40,000 men and women to escape. If all goes to plan, they'll be in the Hippori system in 7 days. I'm hoping you will have a ship to meet them. And I've got one more gift if you need it. The Admiral smiled faintly. You probably need to patch yourself up after comets. I know beings who can help you at Sluice Van. The Empire's going to be taking over our shipyards, I'm sure, but we've been expanding facilities to nearby systems, ones the Imperials don't know about yet. I'm attaching contact information and encryption keys for a friend of mine, an administrator, in one of those shipyards. Talk to him. He'll get you patched up quietly. Then you can do what you need to against the Imps. Keep fighting the good fight, Admiral. I wish you the best. Schlosser's long body straightened. He raised a hand to his head in salute. Stasi, still in his chair, returned the gesture. Then the holo winked out. Stasi shot out of his seat, jarring Yorub to stand up too. Jais, the Admiral snapped, detail 1 cruiser, good condition, to be in Hippori in 7 days. Absolutely, sir. The rest of us will make our way to Sluice Van. We'll travel slowly, using old hyperlanes the Imperials won't be patrolling. We'll verify Admiral Schlosser's contact, though I'm sure it's legitimate, and then. He paused. Yorub filled in for him. We'll hold back and wait. And when worlds start getting sick of the Empire's boot, we'll be there to knock it away. Well put, the Admiral smiled. I like the sound of that, sir. And frankly, the rest of your soldiers need to hear it too. Morale has been down and they need to know you've got a plan. I agree. Stasi moved for his desk's comm system and stopped. Of course, it was mostly Schlosser's plan. And yours? Stop being modest, Jais. You deserve to brag now and then. I'll keep that in mind, sir, but I think you should do the honors. It'll mean a lot more from you. You make a valid point. The Duro paused a long moment to gather his thoughts, then stabbed the desktop controls. All ships. This is Gar Stasi, last Admiral of the Galactic Alliance. First, I want to thank you. That you are here with me now means you are all beings of intense bravery and dedication. You risked your lives to keep the flame of liberty alive. Many of our comrades risked the same and paid the final price. We will honor them all. I know this is a confusing time for you all. I know you may be feeling weariness and despair. I have felt it myself. But I want you to know the cause is not lost. We do have a future. I have located a shelter that will take us in and repair our ships. Further, I have been in contact with other Alliance officers who have obeyed the surrender order but not given up the fight. Even now they are smuggling weapons, equipment, and soldiers through Imperial lines with the goal of joining us. Remember this? Cling to it. We are not alone. So we will gather our allies. We will repair our damage and recoup our losses. And then, my friends, we will wait. Too many in the Alliance welcome the Empire's rule because they are weary of war. That will change. They will remember what the Empire stood for in the beginning, what our ancestors rose up and defeated. The Empire stands for oppression disguised as peace, liberty sold for security, and brutality in the name of safety. You know that already. In time, the rest of the galaxy will remember it too. I expect it to be sooner than anyone expects, especially the supposedly reformed Empire. Stasi threw in a contemptuous snort there and brought it home. The founders of the Galactic Alliance fought against even greater odds than ours. They rose from nothing to slay 2 Death Stars. We will honor their heroism by repeating it. Hold fast to that hope, my friends, and one day the galaxy will know true safety, liberty, and peace. My friends, we will make that galaxy together. Good night. Stasi tapped his comm controls, ending the broadcast. Yorub stood on the other side of the desk, arms crossed. Well, what did you think? I think, said Yorub, that was a damn fine speech. I thought so too, said Stasi, with unveiled pride. And Jais, I could not have done it without you. Chapter 28. Torn Station was one of those interstellar way stations that had endured generations, passing through successive owners who preferred to lay low and let commerce legal and illicit run its course. As one of the few truly neutral locations in the area, the war had turned it into a clustering point for dozens of civilian ships that wanted out of the Imperial Alliance fracas. Now that the war was officially over, some were attempting to slip away, mostly on a forward hyperspace route toward Umbra, but plenty still remained. Fast Start was a large ship, but it didn't look out of place as it docked with the uppermost of Torn Station's 3 stacked discs. Arlen could feel his daughter's relief as she stepped onto the deck of what was, put simply, her home. For Arlen it was less familiar but even more welcome. For too long he felt estranged from Marin and her life. Now he was in her home, following her down its gray utilitarian hallways. He felt closer to her than he had in 30 years, maybe more. Marin led them from the airlock portal down to a large hold. Storage crates were stacked along the edges, but great space had been cleared in the center. A single man stood there, black-haired and round-faced, datapad in hand. Arlen hung politely behind Marin as she went up to her husband and embraced Bennett in a long, strong hug. When they were finally done, Marin stepped back and, with one arm still on his shoulders, swung toward Arlen. "Bennett," she said, "I'd like you to meet Arlen Fell, also known as Dad." If the younger man was annoyed to have been pulled into this danger zone, he gave no sign at all. Bennett extended a hand. "It's an honor to meet you." "Been a long time coming," Arlen smiled and shook. "Thank you for coming all this way. You didn't have to." "I think I did." Bennett smiled sideways at Marin. "You know, when all this started, I was the one encouraging her to get involved." "Things happen," Arlen said. "Sometimes people have to reevaluate their priorities." "Not me," piped Marin. "We're going to get these Jedi and Alliance people loaded up, offload them someplace else, and then we're taking a vacation. All 4 of us." "A vacation?" Bennett looked amused. "Where?" "We'll think of some place. I'm thinking sand, and beaches, and no people. Shab, if Mom wants to, she can come too." Arlen crossed his arms. "What about the rest of her relatives?" "There I'm drawing a line. Nobody wants to see Mecca in a bathing suit." Bennett probably didn't get the reference, but he smiled anyway. "We'd better get loaded up first." "Right?" Marin patted his shoulder. "Everything's set out there. We're ready when you are." "Then let's get to work," Bennett agreed. He ushered Marin and Arlen to the side of the great chamber, then worked his datapad. The bulkhead on the opposite end split in half and opened wide, revealing the storage bay on Torn Station where thousands of Admiral Slosser's bitterenders had gathered. They started piling in immediately, bringing with them whole crates of supplies, ferries on repulsor sleds. Most of the Alliance soldiers had changed into plain clothes to be less conspicuous, but they still had the hard eyes of weary soldiers. Bennett was taken aback by their sheer numbers. "How many are there?" "Between 30 and 40,000, Arlen said. It was a lot more than Slosser had promised. Apparently he'd gotten an excess of volunteers. "How many can you take?" "I don't know," Bennett admitted. "I mean, we're built to carry more than that in terms of raw weight, but we've never had so many people before. They're going to need water and food, refreshers. They've brought a lot of the first too. Sanitation might get a little tricky. Hopefully they won't be with you for long." "Do you have any idea how to find Stasi?" "Admiral Slosser gave us a few ideas. We've scrounged up a few smaller ships too," Marin added. "If we can get 25,000 here, that'll be good." Bennett nodded soberly. "I just hope the imps don't want to inventory this thing themselves. If they do, you'll have to run. This isn't a blockade runner." "I know. Mom and her Mandas are here too. They can't help run interference if it comes to that." Bennett didn't look thrilled at the prospect, and Arlen could hardly blame him. It would take several hours to import all the Alliance personnel onto Fast Start, and there was still a lot that could go wrong. But before any of that, there was something Arlen had to do. His daughter knew that too. She asked Bennett, "Where's Anya?" "I told her to stay in her cabin while this place floods with strangers." "Good idea." Marin looked to Arlen. "You ready?" "I've been ready," he replied. After thanking Bennett one more time, they left him in the hold to oversee the loading of all those Alliance passengers. Marin led him back into the maze of same-looking corridors and up several levels via lift. It struck Arlen, who'd made Starlight Champion into something of a home, that this was a great big ship for 3 people. He wondered what it must be like for his granddaughter to grow up on it with only her parents and droids for company, and a new port to call at every few days. He suspected Anya would be very restless when she grew up. When they reached the door to Anya's room, Marin knocked, and second later a girl's faint voice bid them enter. Marin walked through. Arlen followed. Like the rest of this ship, it was bare and functional with harsh gray bulkheads. A single porthole window looked out on the stars. It didn't seem to him like a little girl's room, but then Marin had grown up in the Jedi Academy on Bastion, also a Spartan place. And then there was Anya, standing in the middle of it, looking inquiringly up at her mother and this strange old man she'd brought with her. Anya had black hair and a round face like her father, but there was something of Marin in there too, especially the eyes. They were curious eyes, questioning and a little distrustful. And restless eyes, he thought. Definitely like her mother's. Marin dropped to one knee and hugged her daughter fiercely. "I've missed you so much, kid." "Thanks, Mom." Anya squirmed a little in the vice grip. When Marin finally released her, she waved a hand at Arlen. "I've got a surprise for you. This is my father." Anya blinked at him. "You're not the Emperor," she said. Arlen gaped. Marin chuckled and mussed her hair. "The Emperor's my cousin, remember. This is just, call him Grandpa." "Okay," Anya gamely tried it herself. "Grandpa." It was enough to make an old man weak at the knees. Arlen bent over carefully and took Anya into another hug. This one was strong too, and he could feel Anya squirm uncomfortably, but he honestly didn't care. He needed this family reunion for so long, and now that it was here, it seemed to erase everything. The long decades he spent growing old without any family, the fall of the Alliance, and their uncertain future. Everything. Right now, even the present calamity felt worth it, just to have this. When he finally pulled away, he wiped a few tears from his eyes and sniffed, "Nice to meet you, kid." Anya looked a little uncertain, but she smiled. Arlen looked around the plane room. "So, this is your home?" Anya simply nodded. He squeezed her shoulders. "Tell you what, your dad's busy in the main hold, but how about you give me a little tour of this place? I bet you know your way around every nook and cranny on this ship." She looked a little embarrassed, but nodded again. "Just stay out of the way if you run into any, new cargo," Marin warned. "I'm sure we'll manage just fine," said Arlen. He stood up straight but squeezed one of Anya's hands in his own. "I'll let my guide lead the way." Marin took them both in. She, too, couldn't keep from smiling. "Take care of your grandfather," she told Anya. "He's old and gets a little fuzzy in the head sometimes, so make sure he doesn't get lost." Arlen gave her a look, but Anya nodded dutifully. "Anyway, I'll check with Bennett. Then head back out," Marin told her father. "Make sure everything's getting loaded properly on Starlight Champion." "Good. You might as well prep her for flight and take off when you're ready." Marin blinked. "What about you?" "I think I'll stay here with my guide." He squeezed Anya's hand. "Besides, I saw how you flew that ship on Rondon. You're much better with her than I am, now that I'm all fuzzy in the head." "Fair enough. I'll keep in touch and let you guys know when I'm ready to launch. Hopefully we can push out together." "That sounds like a plan." Marin looked back to her daughter. "I'll see you soon, Anya. Keep your grandpa in line while I'm gone." "I'll try," the girl said gamely. Marin chuckled, threw them a wave and warm smile, then slipped through the door and was gone. Savoring the warm glow he felt inside, Arlen looked down at Anya and said, "Well, Miss Solo, please lead the way." After passing through fast start's umbilical airlock, Marin wound her way back to the cargo room on Torn Station, from which the Alliance soldiers were flowing. There were still plenty of people left to move, but Bennett and his assistant droid seemed to have it in hand. She left the chamber and took a lift tube that pulled her toward the center of the station's upper disk, transferred to another that shot her down to the middle disk, and finally a third that brought her to its edge. Torn station was laid out so heavy carriers like Fast Start coupled with the outer discs, while smaller vessels berthed in hangars on the central one. It was an arrangement designed to prevent messy traffic, but it also had meant it took her some 15 minutes to get from her own ship to her father's. Starlight Champion wasn't the only ship docked in this hangar. Runaround was here, and she temporarily donated it to Master Grolic, his apprentice Onrak, and several other Jedi. The bottom line sat slightly forbidden in one corner, though some Alliance troops had been packed in with the Mandalorians. A handful of other scrounged-up civilian ships both larger and smaller than Champion took up the rest of the hangar. Plainclothes Alliance soldiers buzzed around the deck, hauling cargo into ships. It was busy, but less busy than when Marin had last seen it. Hopefully things were wrapping up, and they could get out of here soon. Marin spotted Master Lobaka at the entrance to the transport beside Champion. The Wookiee was roaring, growling, and throwing around shaggy arms to get his point across to some Alliance people who clearly didn't get Skywalker. Marin waited until he was done, and the crowd dispersed to approach. "They're loading up Fast Start now," she told him. "My dad's staying aboard." Lobaka roared and gestured to Champion. Marin Skywalker wasn't great either, but she got the idea. "He's leaving that to me. I'll take it out with Nat." "Sorry, Bantha." The Wookiee nodded approval and made for Arlen's ship. Marin followed him inside, and, just like everything else, it was packed with foreign bodies eager for safe passage out of here. They made their way to the cockpit and found Nat in the co-pilot's seat running checks. He was accompanied by 2 Jedi, the Zabrak apprentice Sot Leonard, and the Cathar Joe Tuum, who towered almost as high as Lobaka. "How's it coming?" Marin asked them. "Basically, we're ready to go," Nat said. "How many people aboard?" 28 plus you 2. And only 1 refresher, I should point out. "Well, this won't be a long trip. Hopefully. Any idea where we're going yet?" Nat swung his gaze toward Lobaka, wondering if it was time to fall back to Tavis. The Wookiee shook his head and said that they needed to get out of Imperial space first. That was tricky, given that just about everywhere was Imp territory now. He suggested they try and slip rimward toward Hutt space, which should be suitably lawless enough for them to lay low and try to contact Stassi's fleet. "Do you plan for us all to join Stassi's forces?" asked Sot Leonard. Marin fully intended to unload all these soldiers and go on vacation, but she waited for Lobaka's response. From his series of growls and murmurs, she gathered that he hoped to speak to Stassi himself, then make that decision. Sot and Joe Tuum nodded obediently. Nat, bless him, said, "I'm just the escort service. I'm planning to lay low after this." "Seconded," said Marin. Lobaka calmly said that this, too, was their choice, and the Jedi were thankful for all they'd done so far. Marin was about to patch in a call to Fast Start and check their progress when something on Nat's sensor board pinged. He leaned close, checked it, and swore. "We've got company," he growled. "Imperial frigate just dropped out of hyperspace. Velox class." Marin frowned. That was an old ship and not a big one. She'd expected them to send at least an Ardent class to lay down the law here. "We must stay calm," Joe Tuum purred. "Are they hailing the station?" "Think so. Can't pick up their transmission." Nat chewed his lip. "I'm picking up fighters too. Not just TIEs. Think they dropped out of hyperspace alongside the frigate." Lobaka barked a question and loomed over Nat's chair. "I've got a scan, but they're no model I've ever seen." Lobaka only had to glance at the readings to make his grim pronouncement. "Sith fighters," Joe Tuum clarified. "They're called Furies." Everyone in the cockpit seemed to freeze as one. It wasn't just the shock of the Sith's arrival, they'd been half waiting for it. Marin realized the Darksiders were reaching out, touching the Jedi, and purposely instilling them with dread. Even Nat seemed stuck in place. "Okay," Marin snapped. "Time's up. We need to get out of here now." She dropped into the pilot seat and flicked on the comm with Fast Start. It routed directly to her husband's personal comlink, and when the connection opened, she could hear background clamor. "Bennett, do you hear me? I read you." What's going on? The Sith are here. Now, you need to pack up and get the hell out of here. Marin, we've got a lot of people left to load. Take off with that you have. Time's up. You're sure we can't bluff him? Normal imps maybe, not Sith. That frigate's pulling close to the station, but it hasn't fired yet. Nat reported. Those fighters are spreading out, loose formation. They are searching for us, Joe Tuum said. How many? Full dozen. If we try to run, they'll gun us down, whispered Sat. Yes and no, Marin thought. Ships like the bottom line were tough enough to get past a couple snub fighters, even ones with Sith pilots. Starlight Champion, maybe, if she did everything right. Fast Start was too big a target and too slow. Its only hope was to punch out with as much cover fire as possible. Lobaka clearly had the same thought. He roared that he would go out and get the other ships ready to launch. If they all pushed out at the same time, the Sith would have a hard time catching them all. It was the best they could do. Marin turned to thank the Wookiee, but he was already hurrying out of the cockpit and out of the ship. While Nat began engine checks, the two Jedi went back in the hold and told the passengers to get ready for takeoff. Marin patched in a call to run around, telling Grolic the situation, then called her mother in the bottom line. The Mandos were aware of the danger and ready to punch out, but Marin warned them to hold position so they'd all break out as one. With Tamar's help, she got Mecker to comply. Then she checked with Bennett. He was closing up Fast Start's hold but had yet to get the engines going. They'd be at least 5 minutes to take off. He didn't know where Anya and Arlen were. The frigate's still holding position, Nat told Marin. So are the Sith. Are they sniffing us out? Can you feel them? He nodded grimly. Yeah, I feel them. Like something really cold on the back of my neck. I'm trying to make myself small so they can't feel me. At least they're not attacking. Yet. My guess is they're in fierce negotiations with that station owner. Nobody's supposed to know we're here. Yeah, but the man in charge has gotta have an idea. Nat looked anxiously around the thinning flight deck. Wouldn't surprise me if local security doesn't try to lock us down. Well, they haven't yet. I think. Nat's board lit up again. Staying? Here we go. What? A couple ships from the lower disk and trying to punch out. What ships? I dunno. Somebody else got spooked by the imps. They're running for it. Some of the Furies are trying to intercept. Across the hangar, one ship pushed off on its repulsors and flared at engines. They'd seen their open and were making a run for it. Marin reached for the comm board to tell them to stop, but the bottom line kicked off too, and then another freighter and another. Looks like we're jailbreaking, grunted Nat. Fast Start's not ready to run. It'll have to be. Nat leaned over the punched on the comm. Hey, Mandos, don't cark and run yet. You're being paid for escort duty. We've gotta go while they're distracted, barked Mecker. Marin said, Mom, Anya, and Dad are on that ship. Then we'll be their escort, Tamar said with finality. You coming with us? Yeah, why not? Nat said. He quickly retracted the landing ramp, turned on repulsors, and brought engines online. Just don't get too far ahead. A few ships were pushing out of the hangar, her mother's among them. Marin didn't know where Lobaka was, but he could take care of himself. Right now her family needed saving from the mess she'd gotten them into. She kicked in Starlight Champion's engines. The ship lurched, shuddered, then shot out space. Lobaka watched engines flare and ships race out into black space. The hangar deck shuddered beneath him as scattered Alliance soldiers stampeded toward the remaining freighters. There would not be enough room to get everyone off, he knew, and rather than throw himself into the mad rush, he remained where he was, feet on the deck, still among the Fury. He reached out in the Force and felt the other Jedi. He felt Grolic and Omrak pushing out into space, their panic barely restrained. Arlen was further away, aboard Fast Start and trying to push free of the station. Most other Jedi had taken off, though he could feel Jen Connor aboard a Celestin freighter that was struggling to close its ramp as desperate would-be passengers tried to hold it down and climb aboard. More dimly, he could feel Nat Skywalker with Tuum and Leonard, plus Marin's mother aboard the Mandalorian ship. Some would escape, but not all. Lobacca felt bleak calm come over him. For so long he'd wondered how his end would come. Spending his life among members of shorter-lived races, he'd seen it come to them time after time in all manner of ways. All his early friends were gone, their teachers gone longer. Of their children, only Arlen was left. He felt his old apprentice's anxiety in the Force, like a distant star. He could tell Arlen was focused not on preserving his own life, or even the thousands of Alliance bitterenders stuck in Fast Star's hold. He only cared about saving the granddaughters he'd finally gotten to meet. But there was nothing Lobacca could do about that. He watched the last few transports surge out of the hangar and into space. He could see lasers slanting through the hangar portal, and sometimes darting ships. Some were Jedi, some were not. A few TIE Predators seemed to have joined the Sith Furies in their attack, but he could not tell how the battle was going. Then he first the felt ship die, taking a dozen lives with it. Kralik and Omrak were gone in an instant, and run around with them. There'd be more to come. The Alliance soldiers stranded on Torn Station were in a panic. Many were moving for the door that led deeper inside the station, though none of them knew what they'd do. Tried to get another ship, or hide inside the station depths. Some might succeed, but Lobacca felt a chill run down his spine, and knew that the Sith had marked him as a target. There'd be no point in running from them. He felt the hunters draw closer, felt them grow hungry. He watched as a pair of Sith Furies swung into view. They were angular ships with wings jabbing forward on either side of the cockpit like blunt knives, and the blades were aimed right at the hangar. He expected them to fire and blast the whole hangar out into space, but instead they decelerated, slipped through the atmospheric envelope, and dropped onto their extended landing gear in a shower of sparks. Some Alliance troops rushed out of the hangar. Others dropped to their knees, took cover, and began firing. The Furies' cockpits popped open, and the Sith came out as red-bladed tornadoes. Troopers sprayed laser fire, and the Sith spatted back out, dropping several soldiers. One Sith somersaulted over a barricade of supply crates and nimbly cut down the 3 troopers behind it. The other spun on a standing trooper and cleaved her in half. In between them, equidistant from both, was Lobacca. His lightsaber slapped into his paw, and his molten blade ignited. He gave a loud roar, drawing the Sith's attention and warning the Alliance troops to fall back and leave this fight to him. The troopers complied without question. The Sith were eager to oblige. The Wookiee master hefted his lightsaber and gestured for them to come. They were both humans, young and eager for a challenge, and he intended to give it to them. Lobacca had beaten far greater opponents. He hoped they sent more. He hoped he could draw as many as he could away from Fast Start and the other ships. He hoped his stand bought as many lives as possible. The Sith circled until they were on opposite flanks, then charged as one. Lobacca was ready for them. Fast Start pushed away from Torn Station and into chaos. The arrival of an Imperial frigate had sent not just the Jedi and their allies running but dozens of other ships, probably smugglers and low-lives who wanted to get away from authority's falling hammer. Arlen could see it through the cockpit viewport, as Bennett and a droid co-pilot angled the ship away from Torn Station's triple discs. TIE Predators and Sith Furies had clustered into groups to pursue fleeing spacecraft. The TIEs were firing indiscriminately, and Arlen winced as a bystander's Sorrel Suub yacht burst into flames. The Furies let some go but veered wildly to chase ships they could feel Jedi aboard. Arlen tried to shield his presence, but there was no way he could block the frantic Force presence of over 10,000 Alliance troops huddled in Fast Star's hold. There was no way the Sith would miss that. The big ship hauled slowly toward the exit vector, and it had no weapons of its own. Anya hung to the back of her father's chair and peered over his shoulder. "Where's Mom?" the girl asked tensely. "Did she get away?" Bennett shook his head helplessly. The whole ship shuddered hard but kept moving, and Arlen's first thought was that they'd taken a stray bolt. Then alarmed wailed on the sensor board. Anya peered out the starboard side of the cockpit and stabbed a finger. "Look at that one," she gasped. Benet and Arlen looked. The narrow-bodied Velix-class frigate cresting Torn Station's triple disc wasn't much bigger than Fast Start, but it was infinitely more deadly and heading straight for them. At the same time, a fury flashed in front of them and another explosion rocked the ship. Instead of recovering from the blast, Fast Start continued to tremor and Arlen could feel it begin to decelerate. Bennett swore and pounded the console. "What is it?" asked Arlen. "Losing power to engines. I think one of the power conduits blew. Staying." He reached over to his comm board, flipped a switch, and nothing happened. "Can we fix it?" asked Arlen. "XG7 can do it," Anya said immediately. "Internal comms are out. I can't reach the droid," her father scowled. "I'll do it." The girl popped off the chair and hurried out of the cockpit. Arlen instinctively went after her, though he knew he'd never match the speed of a panicked 12-year-old. Still, Anya kept the lift door open an extra 2 seconds so Arlen could step inside, then dropped them to lower decks. "You don't have to come with me," the girl said. "I know every part of the ship." She seemed so much like Marin then. "I'm just watching out for you," Arlen panted. Just that short sprint had left him winded. When the door opened, she was off again. The corridor was half filled with confused Alliance troops who slowed Anya down and slowed Arlen even more. The hall began to shake violently and Arlen had to brace both hands on the bulkhead to keep from falling. Then there was an ever greater explosion. The deck seemed to slip away beneath Arlen and all the troopers rose slowly into the air. Up ahead, unseen, he heard Anya's wail of surprise. Artificial gravity was down. Engines were probably broken beyond repair. Arlen reached out with the force toward the cockpit and found nothing at all. He couldn't be positive, but in all likelihood it had been blasted away and Marin's husband was dead. They'd all be dead soon. The Sith would have no interest in capturing all these Alliance renegades, only slaughtering them. Arlen found some comm center inside himself. He knew what he had to do. With the force he pushed the hallway's drifting bodies to the wall, clearing a path. With zero gravity and the force he could shoot faster down the hall than he ever could on his old man's legs. He found Anya on the far end, using sweat-sticky palms to pull herself across the wall to a door. Arlen reached out, caught her with one arm, and steadied them both against the door. "Anya," he breathed, "where are the escape pods?" "But the engines, we have two. The ship's dead in space. How do we get to the escape pods?" Even in her confusion, the girl knew the way. She slammed the door's control panel to open it, then pointed down the left branch of the corridor ahead. Arlen kept her body pinned to his with his right arm, and used bursts from the force to speed them along that corridor, then down another branch. "We're going so fast," Anya breathed. "Are you? We'll go over that once we get out of here and hook up with our mom." It would be madness shooting into battle in a little pod during a crazed battle full of Sith hunters, but it was the only choice they had. Arlen had survived crazier odds than this. He was sure of it, but none of them leaped to mind right now. Anya directed them through one more door and one more turn. Arlen recognized this spot from his too brief tour, a short, narrow corridor with 3 small circular airlocks lined up on the far wall. Before they could get close, the ship trembled again, knocking Arlen's shoulder first into the nearest bulkhead. The pain was so sharp he let go of Anya, but the girl gripped his sleeve to keep from drifting. Wait, she called. "We have to go now." "What about Dad?" Her couldn't tell Anya her father was dead, not now. "He'll catch up later." "But how?" Another tremor, different from the last one. It was strong enough that Anya lost her grip and began floating down the corridor. Arlen reached out with the force, touched the controls for the center airlock, and opened its portal. The tremor wasn't abating. It was surging, growing closer and louder, and coming with it was the screaming sound of tearing metal. Arlen knew that sound. A catastrophic hull breach was rending the ship to pieces. No hesitation, no fear. Arlen pushed with the force one last time, guiding Anya into the escape pod. Then the corridor's outer bulkhead tore open. Air gushed through the lengthening seam into star-speckled black. Catastrophic decompression signaled emergency overrides and the escape pod's airlock sealed tight. Arlen thought he heard the muted bang of jettison charges shooting Aeneas' pod into space, but he wasn't sure. It didn't matter. He felt her in the Force, a beacon of panic, falling from one danger into another. He'd done all he could. He could only hope it was enough. Arlen felt energy leave his body and stopped resisting the rush of oxygen emptying into void. He relaxed, closed his eyes, and let it take him away. Lobaka rolled beneath the lightsaber slash, sprung up, and thrust his own blade backward. It speared through his opponent's back and out through his chest, a certain killing blow, but there was still one more Sith to kill. The Wookiee master spun on one foot and brought his blade close in a defensive underhand grip. As he tugged it free, it carved a deeper hole through the dead Sith's chest, and as Lobaka prepared to face his second opponent, the body of the first thumped hard onto the hangar deck. Then he felt it. Arlen's death wasn't a painful, shrieking flare out in the Force. It was a relinquishment, sudden but calm, and then the little piece inside Lobaka that belonged to his former apprentice was gone. In that second, the Sith charged. Lobaka was barely able to block his attack, and the Sith struck so fast and hard he was unable to bring his saber back into an overhand grip. He blocked strikes on instinct, but the Wookiee suddenly felt so tired. After 150 years, he'd watched friends and loved ones die, generation after generation. He should never have listened to his Uncle Chewbacca's tales of adventure among the stars. He should have stayed on Kashyyyk with Sirikuk and his parents for a simple life among his own kind. In choosing to be a Jedi, he doomed himself to this, loving and losing, over and over and over again. Lobaka was so sick and tired he was tempted to let the Sith strike him down now. Once he joined Arlen and all the others in the Force, there'd be no more loss. The temptation came and passed in a second. He could still feel others out there who needed his help. He could also feel the eagerness of the Sith in front of him, convinced and elated he might be the one to slay a legendary Jedi Master. Lobaka let him think that. He shrunk from one attack, then another and another. The Sith pressed harder, using heavy overhand swings. Lobaka bent at the knees and let the weight of the blow press him down, then put his paws together, braced himself, and pushed back. Lightsabers crackled together. The Sith bent Lobaka further backwards, putting two hands and all his weight on the hilt of his blade. A Wookiee held more strength in one arm than a human held in both. He removed one paw from his lightsaber, grabbed the Sith's wrist, and pulled hard. The Sith lost balance and his lightsaber skirted up and out across Lobaka's blade. The Jedi, still holding it with an underhand grip, flicked his wrist and cut through the Sith's, severing hand from arm. Fist and saber fell to the deck. The human howled. Lobaka pulled his blade back, punched, and tore a gaping hole in his enemy's waist. The body flailed to the deck and was still. Panting, Lobaka shut off his lightsaber and stood straight. The hangar had been emptied of everything except cooling bodies. Outside in space, lasers still flared. He caught a fireball but was not sure of the source. Jedi were still out there. He could feel Naz Skywalker's presence, thick with panic and grief. Lobaka turned his eyes to the twin Sith Furies sitting on the deck with cockpits open and seats empty. He sprinted for the nearest one. When the Imperial frigate unleashed its first volley of concussion missiles, Fast Start had been helpless. The freighter's meager shields had already been softened by strafing runs from Sith Furies, and the frigate's warheads blew out one engine and left it lurching. Then a Fury had swooped down on his unshielded bow and launched a single warhead that vapored the cockpit instantly. At that moment, Marin had been banking Starlight Champion toward her husband's ship. When she saw the explosion, her jaw had dropped, her hands gone weak at the throttle. Bantha, in the co-pilot's spot behind her, had reached out desperately with the Force, while the frigate unleashed its second wave of missiles. He had no idea what Bennett or Anya felt like in the Force, but in the clamor of frantic life aboard the freighter, he found his old master, somehow still alive. He shouted that to Marin to get through her shock, and with grim resolve she'd taken the controls again and dove Champion toward the dying ship. Then the second wave hit, tearing the hauler apart. Two engines exploded, rupturing the superstructure and splitting the outside hull. Champion had gotten close enough that Bantha could see the layered durasteel shell around the main hold open up like ripped flimsy. He saw crates of equipment and bodies, so many bodies falling out into the void. As it burned from both ends, Fast Start continued to break. It yawned open like an unhinged jaw, spilling a cloud of debris so dense Bantha could no longer track individual bodies or scraps of wreckage. Marin was shocked beyond word, beyond thought, and they might have flown right into the cloud before two Furies dove instead, firing with their laser cannons, savagely vaporizing the dead and the dying. Marin jerked on instinct, pulling Champion up and around the dead ship. As Fast Start's gnarled body dropped out of view, Bantha reached out for Arlen again. This time there was nothing. The frigate was too close, and it began pumping turbolaser fire in their direction. Bantha knew in an instant that Marin was in no shape to fly. He took her by the shoulders and moved her out of the pilot's seat as gently as he could. The two Jedi behind him helped settle Marin in the co-pilot seat while Bantha wrestled the controls and veered away from the frigate. Its laser fire went wide, but sensors still screamed alarm and their aft shields rocked. Two TIE Predators, right behind us, Joe Tuum reported. He leaned over Marin's shoulder to read her screens. Bantha wrestled them into an evasive maneuver. Arlen had let him fly this ship back during his apprentice days, and it was coming back fast. It had to. The space around Torn Station was an absolute bedlam of imp fighters and civvy ships scrambling to escape. There seemed too many Imperials to have come from one little light frigate, but then he spotted a big gray wedge in the distance. Arden-class frigate, probably. The Sith had finally brought their backup in, which meant they could pulverize the whole station if they wanted to. Best if they didn't. Best if every Jedi got out of here right now. Maybe, just maybe, the Imperials would sense that and spare station crammed with innocence destruction. Something just took out the ties, Joe Tuum announced. Finally some good news. Bantha reached over for the comm, but it blared first. Marin's mother said, "This is bottom line. Champ, do you read? Marin." "We're here," Bantha barked. "Thanks for the help." Fast Start, Tamar fumbled. "Did they? Can you feel?" "They're gone," Marin croaked. "They're all gone." For 3 long seconds there was silence on the comm. Then Mecker's gruff voice said, "I don't want to be a cold chacker, but if we've got no ship to escort, can't we run?" "Yes," Joe Tuum confirmed. "Do you have coordinates?" "I got them. We'll form on your wing and get out of here." "Sounds good," Bantha said, and killed the connection. As he veered toward their exit vector, something flashed in the sight of his vision, and then heavy laser fire rocked their starboard shields. "More fighters," Joe Tuum said. "Not TIEs. There?" "Furies," Marin said dully. "3 of them?" "Marin, can you take guns?" asked Bantha. "Marin." "I can do it," said the Cather. Marin half fell out of the co-pilot seat. Sot Lenar helped her into the chair behind it as Joe Tuum took her place. Starlight Champion had decent firepower, but his laser turrets weren't much use against targets directly behind them. The 3 Sith were doing a great job staying in their blind spot. Off their starboard side, the bottom line engaged in wild turns and twists, some nearly colliding with Champ, all the while popping off shots from both ventral and dorsal turrets. Still, the Sith stayed on them, peppering their aft shields with steady draining laser fire. "One more Fury inbound," Joe Tuum growled. "Port side." "Can you shoot it?" asked Lenar. "I have the cannons now." The Cather's big paws worked gunnery control. "It is almost in range." Knowledge struck Bantha like a blow to the face. "Stop," he said. "Hold fire. Don't shoot that Fury." "Why the cark not?" hissed Lenar. They got their answer when the incoming Fury unleashed a pair of proton torpedoes that slammed into the nearest Sith fighter. It exploded instantly, and Lobaka's ship dropped behind the 2 remaining Furies to harass them with laser fire. Bantha turned the comm to his widest transmission range. "Master Lobaka, we're almost free. The second we jump, get out of here." He got long, triumphant Wookiee trill in response. Behind them the Furies broke formation, peeling in separate directions to deal with their attacks. The way ahead was clear. Flying side by side with the bottom line, Starlight Champion settled on his proper heading. Bantha checked the hyperdrives, made sure they were ready to fire, and depressed the throttle. The old scout ship lurched into hyperspace, bringing salvation to all its passengers but leaving its owner and so much more behind. The Sith pilots recovered well from their surprise. When they split formation, Lobaka, more concerned about the other ship's escape than anything, had hesitated to pursue either. Once Starlight Champion and the bottom line disappeared into hyperspace, he set course for the closer Fury, which at that point had already pulled into a sharp turn aiming for Lobaka's aft. He matched the turn but still failed to drop onto the Fury's tail until it leveled out into a steady course back toward Torn Station. The second Fury had maneuvered directly behind Lobaka and began firing into his aft shields. The Wookiee jerked and juked, trying to edge his way out toward the vector Nat and the others had left on. The Sith were dead set on preventing this, and as he tried to flee his pursuer, the Fury he'd been chasing swung itself around to join the hunt. Lobaka growled and wrenched his fighter into mad twists and turns to avoid two sets of laser fire. They forced him further and further from the escape vector but also away from Torn Station. He could sense no more Jedi here in the Force, only a handful of Sith, many grim Imperials, and countless panicked bystanders. His job was done. He'd allowed some Jedi to escape and saved lives, though not nearly as many as he'd wanted. The hollow ache that had followed Arlen's death came back, and he thought of releasing his control stick, flying straight, and letting the Sith put an end to it. The temptation passed again. He realized he was close to another escape vector, one that would take him back to Kashyyyk. To his son, his sister, his people, everyone who need help now more than ever. In a ship like this, he might even be able to slip past the Imperials and land. Despair was a vacuum, and certainty filled it. Lobaka twisted his way out from two more Sith laser volleys, pushed more power to his engines, and checked his nav computer. It took him a few extra seconds to work the unfamiliar controls, but he was able to pull up the proper coordinates and correct his heading. The Furies were still on him, eager to kill their last Jedi. Lobaka ceased his twists and turns long enough to set a straight course to Kashyyyk. The Sith marked their slippery target, locked on, and released 2 warheads each. The torpedoes shot through empty space and kept going. By the time they'd reached his position, lightspeed had kicked in. Lobaka was home free. Chapter 29. On first sight, Katla didn't even recognize the boy. Young humans could grow a lot in 2 years, and while Eli Horn was still a child, he was now a little less so than when Katla had last seen him. He'd grown a little taller and lost some fat on his face. More, there was an unspoken confidence in the way he moved. After the death of his father, the death Katla had failed to prevent, the Horn boy had justifiably acted lost and confused. It had been uncertain whether he'd continue his Jedi training at all. Yet 3 years later he was still on Ossus, and he looked like he belonged. Katla watched him from a distance at first. Teams of Jedi archivists had finished loading the Order's precious artifacts onto shuttles, and the time had almost come to evacuate the apprentices. They'd all been gathered in the main training room on the Academy's lowest level. Katla watched from the entryway as the small Chandrafan Master Tiliqua ordered the children to split into groups. Older apprentices like Master Skywalker's son and his blue Twi'lek friend helped organize them. Katla watched Case Skywalker with some interest. The blonde-haired boy was clearly tense, as any reasonable being would be, but he knew was good at commanding attention and respect from the younger ones. Katla suspected he'd grow into a natural leader like his father. Mostly, though, Katla watched Eli Horn. Compared to other children his size, Eli seemed calmer. He stood in rank and waited patiently for further instruction. When Tiliqua stepped to one corner, engaged in conversation via comlink, Katla saw his opportunity. He slipped along the side of the chamber until he was able to get close to Eli Horn. The boy watched him with placid expression as he approached. Katla squatted in front of the child and said, "Hello, Eli Horn." "You're Katla," the boy said pointedly. "You feel different." I know. The Yuuzhan Vong smiled lightly. Eli's face twisted quizzically. How can that be? It is a long story. I hope to tell it to you once we're away from here. You're coming with us? Master Skywalker says I should make sure all the younglings escape. So I will. Everyone's nervous. Eli glanced around. Then be strong for them. I'm trying. You seem much stronger than before, Eli horned. I'm glad of that. I know you came close to leaving the Jedi entirely. His face screwed at the bad memory. That was a long time ago. But I want to be a Jedi. Is what Dad would have wanted. You honor his memory. Thanks. Eli blushed slightly. I thought you'd left us. For a time I thought I had. But that was foolish. I know where I'm meant to be, and it is here. He extended a hand. Now we stand together. Eli stared at it, then clasped it by the wrist like a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. Kot gave the boy's forearm a squeeze, then released. Warrior La, a voice behind him said. I didn't know you were here, but... Kot La looked behind him and saw Cade Skywalker freeze in surprise. He drew to full height, looked down on the blond boy, and asked, Yes. Said Cade. He had 1,000 questions in his eyes. The one he got out was you're coming with us. Your father has decided I should. Okay. Great. Cade paused. His mouth hinged open and he knew Skywalker was on the verge of asking the question. Then a shrill cry drew attention from everyone in the room. Tiliqua raised his furry arms and gave another high-pitched shout to make sure all eyes were on him. Everyone, it is time to leave. I will lead the first group out not. Groups 2 through 5, follow directly behind me. We must move quickly. Children. Group 1, follow me. The Chandra fan scuttled for the door, and a herd of about 20 younglings fell in after him. The ordered column they stood in quickly turned to a jumble, and they barely squeezed out the door and into the hall. Something was wrong. Kot La skirted ahead, leaving Cade and Eli behind. He waded through the first herd of children until he was keeping pace with Tiliqua. Master Jedi, he said in a low voice, we are hurrying. Something has happened. I don't want the children to panic, Tiliqua said gravely. We just have to move quickly. We might be able to get them out. But what has happened? We were too late, the Jedi whispered. They are here. Asus was a verdant sphere of greens and browns blurred together, streaked with occasional whites. Darth Nil knew that it had been a dusty desert world less than a decade ago, and allowed himself admiration for the bioengineering miracle that Yuuzhan Vong could work. But that miracle had betrayed the Jedi just like everything else. When corrupting the Jedi's terraforming project, Darth Maladi had intentionally avoided poisoning this world. By leaving Asus as the only planet not despoiled, they made it appear as though the Jedi had intentionally sabotaged all worlds save theirs in an act of sheer malice. It was almost too heavy-handed a gesture, but in their rush to blame someone, the vermin of this galaxy had grabbed on the obvious target. It is appropriate this war end here, Nil told the Admiral at his side. It began here in more ways than one. Yeage nodded slightly. Nil could feel the human's discomfort. He was a loyal Imperial, and not the kind who normally shirked to deal death to his enemies. However, the prospect of attacking an undefended world didn't sit right with Yeage, nor did the fact that he was going behind his Emperor's back to do it. Yeage was no fool. He knew this one act would do more to reshape the Empire and the galaxy than everything in the past 3 years. Vermin might have hesitated before taking the plunge, but Nil did not. Admiral, he said, begin deploying your fighters. Yeage nodded curtly and began issuing orders to Warhammer's crew. Nil spotted the silver flecks of TIE Predators jetting out from beneath the ship, then moving into low orbit. Once they were deployed, Yeage turned to Nil near the forward viewport and said, they've made no attempt to escape yet. We've transmitted the signal saying we're here in the name of Emperor Fel to request a parley. Yeage clearly wasn't comfortable with that either. Deception, to his rigid military mind, was dishonorable. And have they responded? Asked Nil. They've raised shields and said they await further instructions. Yeage licked his lower lip. I'm not sure they're buying it. I didn't expect them to, after Coruscant. Nil shrugged. No matter. Admiral Yates, have your gunners target the area around their shield perimeter. Keep up sustained turbolaser volleys for the next 5 minutes. I want that to jungle burn. A bombardment will also keep them from evacuating. Yates looked down at the planet, as though he could spot the temple with his bare eyes. When will you launch your strike team? As soon as your bombardment ends. Have 3 squadrons of TIEs standing by to escort us, in case the Jedi had hidden defenses. They are already waiting. Nil gave the Admiral a curt nod, then stepped off the bridge. On the way to Ossus, Warhammer had stopped to rendezvous with 2 assault shuttles packed with Sith. They more than tripled the number of warriors under Nil's command, and combined with Warhammer's stormtrooper complement, it made a formidable invasion force. The Jedi would defend their home valiantly. Nil had no doubt of that. On the way here, Yates had asked why Warhammer shouldn't just bomb the temple to rubble from orbit once shields were down. The Sith could clean up survivors afterward, he'd said. The vermin didn't understand, but vermin never did. Some killing cried out to be done by hand. There was one specific Jedi that Darth Nil needed to account for. They'd already battled twice inconclusively. There would be a third fight and nothing more. With this shield generator activated, an umbrella of invisible energy protected everything 1 kilometer above and 5 kilometers around the Jedi Temple. The Imperials declared their intentions with a full-scale orbital bombardment, and Cole Skywalker watched from one of the balconies jutting out of the upper pyramid. From this height he could see green turbolaser volleys fall like heavy rain on the jungle beyond. The beautiful forest that Nay Ren had carefully sculpted in imitation of Zonima's vanished in flame. A curtain of fire rose on all sides of the temple, climbing hundreds of feet into the air as it groped for oxygen to devour. The fire soon slipped beneath the shield barrier and continued to rage. The sky turned red like blood and the air went thick with ash. When Cole craned his head back, he could see stray turbolaser blasts drop onto the dome itself and scatter emerald energy across its dome in sizzling waves. Every impact sounded like the sky cracking apart. It felt like the end of the world, but Cole knew the worst was to come. Standing to his right, Wolf Sazin had watched the inferno until he dared ask, "How do you think they'll attack?" The answer came from Call's right. Kashyyyk said, "They've burnt away the forest. They'll land their ground troops on the burn zones, go under the shield perimeter, and attack." "Can they move troops through that inferno?" "They will try," said Cole. "And with the Sith, they'll probably succeed. They'll go for the shield generator first, then bring in air support," Sazin surmised. "We'll need to defend the generator at all costs." "No." Cole raised his voice to be heard over thunderous pounding. "This is an evacuation under fire, not a siege. We'll thin their ranks in the jungle, but when the Imperials bring down the shield, we'll have as many ships possible ready to take off." "Master Tillyqua just loaded the first group of Padawans," Sazin said. "The youngest. Cole knew Kay would be with the last group, with the oldest children. He prayed they could hold out that long. The evacuation shuttles for the younglings have all been updated with the hidden temple's location," said Kashyyyk. "If any of them should be captured, they've been rigged to self-destruct." It was grim to think on, a ship full of children, blown to atoms by Jedi bombs. Yet they could not allow the Sith to learn the hidden temple's location. More, death would be mercy compared to Sith capture. Cole still shuddered to think of it happening to Cade. "Master, go with the apprentices," he told Kashyyyk. "Wolf, you're with me. We'll defend as long as we can." Grimly, the Zabrak nodded. Kashyyyk turned inside, but Cole and Sazin remained to watch the continued bombardment. In truth, there was little they could do. Along with most of the able-bodied knights and masters, they would fight off whatever ground forces the Sith sent at them. Once the younglings escaped, they would try to flee as well, but Cole doubted they'd get that far. He found that he was ready to die, so long as he could get Kay safely away. The despair that had gripped him just hours ago had vanished. If he dared look back on his life and actions, he'd still find too many regrets, but they were irrelevant now. In this moment, the only thing he could do was defend the temple and place himself in service to a living force that, he knew now, contained miracles beyond what Jedi or Sith could know. That cleared all doubts and recriminations. The bombardment lasted for another 5 or 10 minutes, then suddenly stopped. Fire still raged on all sides, burning gradually toward the temple, and hot wind swirled with the reek of brimstone. Cole stared above the infernal wall and spotted the moving light of blue ion engines dropping from the scarlet sky. Sazin saw it too. "Here they come," he muttered and took out macro binoculars. The ships descended to the north of the temple, closest to the shield generator. Sazin tracked their motion, then handed the binoculars to Cole. Through them he saw a trio of heavy Imperial landing craft and a small complement of TIE Predators and angular Sith Furies that peeled away and began flying circles over the shield dome like scavenger birds waiting for prey to die. He bet those landing craft contained an entire stormtrooper regiment, plus walkers and heavy artillery. There were sure to be Sith among them too. He watched the landing ships hover low over the fire wall and release gray fluid from their bottom holds. The flame retardant sent more black smoke into the air, obscuring the landers from view. Cole caught the light from their engines as they descended and nothing more. "They're on the ground," Cole said. "It's time to move." Sazin nodded and followed Cole inside. The Jedi took the lift down to the gathering room in the temple's base, where over 100 knights and masters had gathered. They all knew the defensive strategy, and there was no need for Cole to instruct them. Half the Jedi would stay in the temple to help the evacuation. The other half, led by Cole, would go into the surrounding jungle and delay the Imperial advance. The Imperials had done them a small favor by choosing to come from a single direction. The Jedi who left the temple slipped into the dense jungle that shielded their movement from overhead observers, and as one they moved north. The burn zone edges closer, but many Jedi, Cole included, had brought breathing masks to filter out the smoke that grew increasingly dense. Cole and Sazin stayed close together as they wove around trees and dug beneath plants, moving steadily rather than quickly toward the red gold light that flickered through densely packed trunks. Even far from the fire, the heat was intense, and Cole quickly sweat through his shirt. With the help of a battle mill sustained by several Jedi remaining at the temple, the ones in the jungle coordinated their advance toward the Imperials and were ready when the time came to fight. The first mammoth walkers emerged from the firewall, crashing through trees and toppling burnt husks as their superheated metal hulls scorched bark and burned leaves. The towering HTs stood shoulder deep among the trees, and the green canopy brushed the chins of their head-like forward compartments. In a standard deployment, the walkers' heads would swing back and forth, raining death on approaching infantry with chin-mounted heavy laser cannons. These ones stared straight ahead to plow forward on 4 legs. Each footfall sent tremors running through the earth. The HTs were troop carriers, battering rams, and deforesters all in one. There's nothing the Jedi could do against their march, and Cole warned everyone in the Force meld to stay clear of their devastation. After the first 3 heavy walkers passed, a half-dozen smaller, 2-legged SW walkers followed in their trail, stepping nimbly over toppled tree trunks and splintered logs. It was on the SWs that the Jedi concentrated their first attacks. Cole, Sazin, and 5 other Jedi dashed out of the tree line and into the line of devastation carved by the HTs. The closest SW seemed to sense their approach as the Jedi attacked from the flank, and as its side-mounted turret swung to fire, Sazin called on the Force to lift a toppled tree, 10 meters long, and hurl it at the walker. Laser fire exploded the trunk, filling the air with burning pieces of jagged wood, but heavy chunks still knocked the walker's side and tipped it off balance. The SW spread his legs wider to rebalance, allowing Cole to slip close to his right leg and cleave his ankle joint with his lightsaber. That was enough to topple the SW. The walker stumbled, lost balance completely, and toppled on its side. Metal groaned and tore as it impacted, and the thrill of victory reverberated through the Jedi's meld. Far off, Cole felt another team strike a similar victory. It lasted mere seconds. A laser turret on the downed SW creaked into motion and aimed at the Jedi. Cole threw up a force barrier, too late. The ground around him exploded, throwing him into the air. He landed against a fallen log and struggled to his feet. As he did so, he heard the burst of a concussion grenade and the downed walker ceased to fire. He saw Sazin next. The Zabrak used the force to push away the swirling smoke, revealing the exploded hull of the toppled at SW. It also revealed the charred remains of two Jedi who hadn't been as lucky as Cole and Sazin. Panting, Cole swiped sweat from his forehead and looked toward the temple. The three at HTs had carved a road of ash and broken trees straight through the forest, and he followed his path to see the giant walkers still lumbering on. Cole had hoped the attack on the at SWs might slow the larger walkers' advance, but the at HTs had pushed onward. He took out his macro binoculars for a closer look. He charged another team of Jedi with laying concussion grenades like mines in the ground beneath the walkers. At HTs were heavily armored on their upper bodies, designed to withstand even direct impacts by fully powered warheads, but the legs were relatively vulnerable. He had no idea whether the explosions would cripple them or slow them down, but it was the best the Jedi could do with equipment available. Cole waved Sazin and the surviving Jedi to give chase. The walker-carved road was so strewn with wreckage that it was harder to pass through than the forest. Though the four-legged machines seemed to crawl slowly, they moved faster than a sprinting human, and though the Jedi drew on the Force for speed and endurance, they were getting no closer. Then a series of explosions sounded ahead. Cole and the others didn't stop running as fireballs blossomed around the at HTS ankles. The Great Walkers slowed and Cole dared hope, but they soon began plodding at their steady, thunderous pace. He felt disappointment from the other Jedi but tried to soothe them. They never had any hope of stopping those beasts, only delaying them. He felt another note join the meld, coming from the Jedi still in the temple. It said that the first two transports, packed with young apprentices and the most valuable Jedi artifacts, were packed and ready to run. Likewise, two full squads of Twin-Tails stood by in the main hangar, ready to run interference for the fleeing ships. It was an encouragement, but it did little to soften the blow that came next. The HTs finally unleashed the full power of their chin-mounted cannons, burning away treetops and pummeling the projection tower for the temple shield generator. One volley was all it took. A pillar of fire shot upward and the invisible dome protecting them fell. TIE Predators and a handful of Furies fell from the smoking red sky. The handful of turrets mounted on the temple's pyramid sprayed red laser fire, but the TIEs nimbly avoided it. Cole watched as 24 Twin-Tails shot into the sky and began engaging the TIEs. His breath caught in his chest as two J-1 shuttles packed with younglings took off next, soaring straight through a hole the Jedi starfighters had carved for them. Some Predators broke to intercept the shuttles, but it only made them easy targets for the Twin-Tails. 4 fireballs tumbled into the jungle and the shuttle soared free. They'd still have to get past Warhammer and his other fighters, Cole knew, but it was a start. Dozens of apprentices, and the Order's most precious treasures were on their way to the hidden temple. But not Cade, he thought. Not yet. Calling on the Force, Cole broke into a sprint. No other Jedi could match him. Master Kashyyyk was doing his best to direct the evacuation of the Jedi Temple in the midst of his chaos. By his command, the first 2 shuttles took to air the moment the energy shield collapsed. Both ships soared away clear, but that still left 3 more shuttles worth of apprentices to go. The other apprentices were huddled inside the temple hallway leading out to a landing pad that jutted out from the waist between the complex's 2 pyramids. Katla was with Kashyyyk at the head of the crowd, and through the open door he could peer through and see Apocalypse outside. Jedi and Imperial fighters wove deadly ballets against a blood-red sky. Hot wind carried gusts of ash, and a trio of colossal Imperial walking machines lumbered through the forest toward the temple, crushing a swath through the trees with their 4-legged march. Laser fire and explosions filled the sky in every direction, and some plasma bolts whipped perilously close to the extended landing pad. Kashyyyk put a heavy hand on Katla's shoulder. It is time. The pilot is already with the shuttle. Take them out. Katla looked at the group of children gathered behind him. Most were obviously terrified, but Eli Horn, standing closest, looked brave enough to run. While the last two groups of younglings huddled in the back of the corridor, Katla called his forward. He charged out onto the umbilical catwalk, and Eli Horn was right behind him, but other children balked at stepping outside. Kashyyyk gave a mighty roar that half inspired, half scared the apprentices and sent them rushing ahead. Outside the air was hotter and it reeked of burning death. Strong wind blew, shoving some younglings into each other and jostling others against the catwalk's waist-high metal railing. Taking Eli by the hand, Katla pulled him ahead as short as the boy's short legs allowed. Soon the landing platform was just steps away. The shuttle's hatch was open and a single Jedi stood on its maul, waving the group forward. Then laser fire cut in from the side, ripping the shuttle apart. Flame and shrapnel flew through the air, and the concussive shock knocked Katla and his charge backwards. As he fell on his back, the apprentices screamed in terror, but none seemed injured. Only the massive Whiffet stood firm, one hand outstretched with palm facing the ruined shuttle. Katla wondered if Kashyyyk hadn't called on the Force to protect them from the blast. He looked to his left and saw the Imperial walkers had come without firing range. Their chin-mounted cannons vomited red plasma bolts that slammed into the landing pad and destroyed another shuttle. Then the laser fire shifted, strafing toward the catwalk. Katla shoved Eli flat on the metal and tried to pull other children down as well. Even Kashyyyk crouched his mighty body low. Scorching blasts soared over their heads, missing by a meter. Then laser fire cut into the umbilical. Superheated metal twisted, screamed, and tore. The flat catwalk on which they lay twisted to a vertical angle. Though Katla tried to grab them, two apprentices were thrown into the air and fell screaming. Flaming debris and the one remaining shuttle slid off the edge and plummeted down, where they exploded on the lower pyramid's ancient face. Finally, the platform itself, and all the beings clinging desperately to it, broke off from the temple's waist and fell. For Katla, it was a moment of mindless terror, and he was certain he was about to die, crushed between old stone and ragged metal. And yet, impossibly, the platform spun in midair, taking Katla and all the apprentices with it. Its bottom side smashed into the pyramid slope and slid downward, throwing up a spray of sparks and chipped stone. The apprentices screamed. Katla gripped the railing, closed his eyes, and waited for the fatal impact. It didn't come. The blown-off piece of platform shot off the pyramid side, hit the grass field around the temple, and skidded violently forward. Dirt flew in his face and caught in his mouth, but he did not let go of the railing. The platform finally ground to a halt when his forward edge smashed into the tree line. Only after he heard the sound of metal crunching did Katla open his eyes and roll off the body of Eli Horn, whom he had kept pinned to the platform during their entire fall. Some apprentices cowered on the platform. Others struggled to their feet. A few whimpered in pain and seemed too injured to stand. Katla brushed Eli off, made sure the child was all right, and stood up. He saw now what had happened. The catwalk had been destroyed and the landing platform had fallen, but instead of smashing face down, it had corrected pitch and angle, and they had ridden their metal sled down the side of the pyramid and across the lawn, leaving a streak of plowed earth in their wake. Katla looked to Kashyyyk and understood the old Jedi Master had done all of it. The Whiffet was panting from exertion, his robe torn, and his long gray fur in dirty tangles. He scanned the apprentices, then Katla, and said, "We appear to have lost our ride." Katla wanted to tell him many things, mainly about how incredible his action had been, but there would be time for that later. Hopefully. "We must try and move the injured," Kashyyyk grunted. "Then try and get back inside the temple. There are still ships in the main hangar and the secondary landing platform. From there," he said, "Wait, Master Jedi. There is another way. The ship I came here on, from Zanima. I left it in the forest. It is," he looked at the temple, tried to judge direction, then pointed south. "That way, I think. If it isn't damaged, it can fly." Kashyyyk grunted through his tusks and looked at the sky. It was still red, and starfighters wove and dodged and exploded above them. That seems to be our best chance, the old Jedi said. Lead the way. With the fall of the shield generator, the attack on the Jedi Temple commenced in full. Along with Imperial fighters, shuttles dropped from the sky and began disgorging squadrons of stormtroopers. Some of them rappelled on their fibercore cables and came down on top of the upper pyramid. Others were dropped onto the lawn and attempted to charge the mouth of the hangar on the bottom pyramid. The Jedi had set up artillery, tripod-mounted laser cannons that cut down the first wave of Imperial troops. Their defense did not last long. A trio of Sith Furies came in from low over the forest and charged the hangar. After blasting away the tripod guns, they pushed inside the hangar itself and strafed the Jedi shuttles preparing for launch. The Furies sat down amidst the fire and smoke and began attacking the Jedi inside, and in minutes, they were joined by their stormtrooper squadrons. The hangar was cleared within minutes, most of the ships inside smashed beyond repair. Their beachhead secure, the Sith and their minions charged deeper into the ancient temple. Jedi pilots still did their best to clear the skies. Against the TIE Predators, they fought well even when outnumbered. Against the Furies, it was a more even match. One twin-tail took a laser barrage that sheared off both S-foils and came spiraling out of the sky. It nearly hit the forest, but its doomed pilot nudged the craft into one of the HT walkers firing on the temple. The heavily armored, four-legged machine was designed to withstand the heaviest impacts, but the twin-tail dove right into his head section. The explosion was amplified by the 4 proton torpedoes armed inside the twin-tail, and the blast not only decapitated the walker but tipped it off balance so its great bulk smashed into the walker beside it. The 2 mechanical giants crashed together into the woods, leaving the third and last one vulnerable to sustained volleys by the temple's defensive cannons and dive-bombing twin-tails. Cole Skywalker was outside the temple when all that happened. Smoke was already bellowing from the hangar mouth when the survivors of the forest mission reached their destination. He could feel Jedi fighting and dying inside. The battle meld that had once brought solidarity spread havoc instead. Cole removed himself from it and concentrated on Cade. He could feel his son still inside the temple, still frantic and terrified. When he, Sazin, and the other survivors emerged from the forest into the green around the temple, Cole saw that the landing platform on the east side the temple waste had been blown off. He'd only seen the first 2 shuttles escape skyward, and had to assume the rest had been docked in place when the platform was destroyed. But if Cole was alive, it meant so were some of the apprentices, and he was relieved to see the second landing pad, jutting out from the west side, was still intact. It might not be for long. More and more twin-tails were going down and Imperial fighters were dominating the skies. The hangar was clearly under Sith control, but there were other ways inside the temple. When he was sure there were no SW walkers stomping around the area, Cole led the survivors across the clearing and up the slanted stone pyramid. The lowest balcony was just 3 stories up, and with lightsabers and the Force it didn't take them long to ascend. Getting inside the temple was the easy part. Even before they came upon their first Sith, it was like stepping inside a raging storm. Violence and death were everywhere. Old stone hallways, great gathering chambers, stairwells, meditation rooms. Scarlet and black Sith danced with their blood-red blades, battling against beleaguered Jedi. Squadrons of stormtroopers filled the corridors, unleashing blinding barrages of laser fire every time they turned a corner. It was clear the Sith had given the order to kill on sight. It no longer mattered if this was what the Emperor had wanted. Cole understood that Roan Fel had been as much a pawn as him from the start. Yet the old shame didn't burn him. It didn't bother him. Cole, Sazin, and the other Jedi he'd brought fought their way through the home that had become a slaughterhouse. After cutting their way through a full dozen stormtroopers, they reached one of the stairwells that led up to the temple's waist. Cole could feel Cade there, and bounded up the spiral. When Assus had been attacked at the start of this war, they'd had to destroy part of the stairwell. They'd repaired its sins, and the Imperials had used it to advance, as evidenced by the 4 blaster-scorched Jedi bodies they found. Cole didn't think he recognized them, but he didn't stop and look closely. They were hardly alone. Jedi were being killed, one after another. It was the greatest single slaughter since the end of the Clone Wars. He could feel it. Yet it didn't break him. Cole bounded up the stairs, story after corkscrewing story, propelled by his faith in the Force and his love for his son. He knew on instinct when he'd reached the right door and barged through into the adjoining hallway. He was instantly greeted by the sound of laser fire, but none came at him. He raced down the hall, turned a corner, and found himself looking at the backs of a stormtrooper squadron as they fired at targets ahead. Cole spotted a few green and blue lightsabers deflecting laser bolts, but only a few. Cade was back there, and so were the remaining apprentices. He felt Sazin and the other Jedi close behind him but didn't wait. Cole charged forward and cut down 2 stormtroopers from behind. Another spun at him, rifle raised, but Cole cleaved off the barrel. He felt another shot whip past his cheek, scarring it with heat, and looked to see Sazin knock the trooper to the ground. The stormtroopers had fully turned their attention away from the apprentices, and in the ensuing fight, 2 Jedi fell with smoking holes in their heads, but that was all they could do. 40 seconds after Cole's initial charge, the remaining Jedi stood over a hallway clogged with pieces of white-armored bodies. Everything reeked of scorched flesh and carnage, and it left Cole dizzy on his feet. Then he heard Cade call for him. His son sprinted down the hall, and Cole just barely deactivated his lightsaber before the boy threw himself on it. Instead, he took Cade into a firm embrace. Karkit, Dad, Cade whimpered. You thought I was dead. Now you know better. Cole mussed his hair and smiled. And watch your language. I don't want to say I raised a foul-mouthed son. Yeah, sure. Cade sniffled back tears of joy. What now? Now we get to the second landing pad. There should be a few shuttles still parked there. What about the main hangar's down, Sazin told him. Sith are all over the temple. That's why we have to go. Shadow Veil came up behind Cade. But if the hangar is destroyed, then the only ships we've got left are on the pad. Exactly. That's not enough for everyone. We can't just... We have to, Cole said. You apprentices are the future of the Jedi Order. The ones dying down there know that. We will sacrifice everything to get you to safety. He watched sober knowledge settle on Cade, Shadow, and the others. That also means there's no time to waste. So let's get going. There was no easy way to get almost 20 terrified children through the jungle in the middle of a battle. Low-flying ties screamed overhead as Katla led the way. He cradled an injured Zabrak girl in both arms while Kashyyyk carried 2 more, and a third child hung with arms around thick neck and broken legs dangling off the Wifit's back. The extra weight slowed the adults down, but Katla needed to pace himself and find his way through the forest. He had set the flyer down in a small clearing. With his organic green hull, he didn't think it would stand out as a target, and he hadn't heard any explosive strafing rungs in that direction. However, as they got close to the landing zone, he clearly heard the crash of falling trees and the distinct grind and creak of heavy machinery. When Katla spotted metal shapes moving in the forest ahead, he stopped. To Kashyyyk, he asked, "Are they searching for us?" "Or perhaps for your flyer," the Wifit growled. "How close is your ship?" He pointed ahead. "There is a ridge there. Past it, there's a clearing." "Then the walker's in the way," Eli moaned. Kashyyyk bent low. "Please, children, get off me now." The other apprentices helped their comrades to the ground. Kashyyyk straightened and exhaled sharply. "Stay with the younglings, Katla. I will be back shortly." Katla could feel the Wifit's determination as he began moving for the forest. The Imperial walker up ahead seemed to have stopped in one place, though it hadn't yet fired. It was one of those 2-leg types, like a giant short-tailed naiad with 3 laser turrets on different sides of his body. Katla lost sight of Kashyyyk as the Jedi moved among the trees and slipped through dense foliage. He waited for the thrum and glow of an ignited lightsaber, but none came. Instead, he saw the walker pivot. It fired one of his laser turrets, sending a thunderclap through the forest. Smoke rose and the children whimpered, but Katla knew, deep inside, that Kashyyyk was still alive, but frantic. He heard the buzz of a distant lightsaber and more firing laser cannons. A geyser of debris and smoke burst, hiding the walker and his prey from view. Katla knew Kashyyyk was in trouble. He put down the wounded apprentice he'd been carrying, told the children to stay, and hurried through the trees. The walker remained where it was as his head section pivoted, searching. Suddenly a laser turret on its side swung toward Katla. The Yuuzhan Vong jumped aside, evading the plasma bolt but not the force of impact. He went tumbling through the undergrowth until his shoulders slammed hard into the side of a tree. He heard the machine walking, trying to get a better firing angle. He picked his head up from the dirt, looked around, and finally saw Kashyyyk. The Whiffet was a pile of brown fur and tattered robes sheltering behind another tree 5 meters away. Katla saw the Jedi's hands were empty. He looked around in all directions until he finally found the metal gleam of Kashyyy's lightsaber. It was half buried in the dirt, closer to Katla than the Jedi. That was when the walker began firing again. His lasers caught the base of the tree Kashyyyk was hiding behind, shattering it. The Jedi called on the Force to withstand the blast and tilted the tree forward, so its toppling trunk smashed down onto the walker's face. That was not enough to bring the machine down. Its 2 great feet splayed and dug into the dirt. Kashyyyk strained with the Force, trying to press harder with the fallen tree even as the walker tried to shirk his weight. Katla ran for the lightsaber. He forgot about the turrets mounted on the sides of the walker's head, and red lasers chased him as he dove into the dirt. One volley cut close above him. He reared up on his knees, knowing the next blast could burn away his head and torso. He thumped the lightsaber on, extending his luminous blade, and hurled it at the walker. The lightsaber became a blazing pinwheel, spinning end over end. He'd thrown it blindly, but after it left his hand he knew what was needed. He saw the lightsaber keep flying, keep spinning, altering course and tilting angle just a little to become a diagonal disc of light. He wanted it and it happened, and the flying lightsaber cut through the walker's right leg and kept going. The machine collapsed. Kashyyy's tree fell on top of it and the body crumpled inward. Flame burst out through broken seams in his skin, followed by streams of smoke. Katla rose to his feet and brushed dirt from his clothes. He watched as Kashyyyk called the lightsaber back to his claws. The old Whiffet looked at Katla and nodded silent understanding. Together they walked back to the children. The apprentices were silent with awe. Kashyyyk was clearly tired from his exertion, but without complaint he bent low and took the 3 injured Padawans onto himself. Katla picked up the 3rd, and they went ahead. The group rounded the smoking ruin of the walker and moved carefully downhill. Through breaks in the tree line, Katla could make out the smooth green surface of his flyer. When they got down to it, he lowered the ramp and began moving the children inside. This was not a large vessel, and though its basal propulsion meant that its interior wasn't clogged up by a bulky engine, the children were nonetheless tightly packed inside. Once they got the apprentices as settled as could be, Katla went into the cockpit. There was just a single seat and he dropped into it, then placed the cognition hood on his face. He was instantly bound to the living ship's mind, like the Force connection he sometimes felt but far stronger. He was aware that the ship's basals were ready to push off on his command, and that they'd naturally open up to swallow any warheads of lasers cast their way. That was good, but Katla would have been more confident with weapons aboard. There was nothing to be done with it. He commanded the ship to rise straight in the red sky. It shot up and kept going straight, high above the temple that smoked from his assault, higher still past the burning jungle and its thick smoke. Some of the TIE Predators and Sith fighters spun to follow them, but the second ship was faster. Katla pointed his nose skyward and the wide-winged flyer soared higher into the atmosphere. Its pilot didn't even have to direct it to evade fire. The living ship naturally sensed and slipped around Imperial lasers, and when one proton torpedo got close enough to burst, a basal swallowed it with a singularity. When they exited the atmospheric envelope, Katla was aware that one large star destroyer sat above the planet. It was too far away to hit them directly, but it was launching fighters. They tried to set on an intercept course, but underestimated the speed of the second flyer and found themselves chasing its wake. Soon it was all behind them. The Imperial pursuers, the verdant world, the broken temple, and still too many Jedi battling to stay alive. It ain't caught lot to leave them behind, but he knew he'd done what he could. Without regret, he commanded the ship to jump to dark space, and instantly they were gone. The enemy tide was so great there was no stopping it. Cole could feel it surging after them as he directed the herd of frantic younglings toward the west landing pad. When they finally got there, he was relieved to find it was intact, with a single green J1 shuttle in the center. The adult Jedi waved the apprentices ahead, and Cade and Shadow helped drag some of the scared younger ones across the narrow umbilical to the platform. They were still coming across when a handful of stormtroopers burst through the doorway, firing madly. The two Jedi in front of Cole and Sazin were taken by surprise and cut down. Cole got his lightsaber up too slow and took a burning, glancing shot across his collar. "Master," Sazin called as cut down the nearest trooper. Cole grunted, fought down the pain, and joined the Zabrak. They cut two troopers and used the force to hurl two more over the railing and off the catwalk. Cole could feel his son lingering, watching his father when he should have been getting the younglings on the ship and prepping for takeoff. So could Sazin. The Zabrak called, "Cade, you and Shadow get the younglings on the shuttle now and get off planet. Your father and I will make a stand here. Hurry." Cole cut down the last stormtroopers close to him. There were no Sith warriors in sight, nor white armored soldiers, but he could feel the dark side's hungry presence. They'd be here in minutes. Cole backed away until his shoulders knocked with Sazin's. "They're coming, Cole." "I sense them too, Wolf." "We hold them here," Cole said firmly. "There's no escape from the landing pad except with the shuttle, and now way to the shuttle but through us." The next wave of stormtroopers came through the door and lit up the space before the landing platform with laser fire. Cole and Sazin immediately began deflecting their attacks with a flurry of lightsaber movements, but with so many blasts coming at them, Cole knew it was only a matter of time before some slipped through their defenses and cut the Jedi down. Then a lanky form, wielding a blue-bladed saber, tumbled through the air over Cole and Sazin's heads and landed in the midst of the stormtroopers. Cade furiously hacked at the soldiers, cleaving off a leg and an arm before Sazin used the force to pull him out of the fray. Cade immediately sat down on his feet and turned back to fighting. "Why are you still here, Padawan?" Sazin barked. "I gave you instructions." "Shadow doesn't need me to fly the shuttle, Master. You and Dad are going to need me more." Cade barked as he cleaved off another trooper's arm. Cole could feel the desperation flooding through his son, and the anger. As he resumed deflecting more attacks from the stormtroopers, Cole called, "Cade, we're not going to start this again. You're still a Padawan, not a knight. You owe your master obedience. He gave you an order." "My place is here with you and Master Sazin," Cade insisted as he cut down another trooper. "I feel it." Cole pulled his blade from the chest of the last trooper. They'd built a rampart of the dead, but the attacks seemed to have finally abated. That wasn't the end of it. Cole could feel a dark presence approaching, powerful and hungry like stormtroopers never were. The Sith were coming in full force. He tried to sense other Jedi still battling in lower sections of the temple, but could find none. Over the sound of his hard breath, Cole heard the rising hum of the shuttle engines and told his son, "Listen to the Force, Cade. A Jedi's first concern is to preserve life. Protect the younglings with your life, son. Obey Master Sazin and go." Sullenly, reluctantly, Cade said, "Yes, Father." He turned and sprinted for the shuttle. Cole spared a tiny glance at his sons retreating back, the last of him he'd ever see, then turned his attention forward. The dark malice of the Sith was growing even closer. "Not the best of farewells, Cole," Sazin said softly as he took his place beside Cole. "We take what is given. Speaking of which, here they come." They stepped out of a veil of smoke, down the catwalk connecting the landing pad to the temple. An unseen hand lifted the piled bodies of dead stormtroopers and casually dumped them over the railing. 7 Sith warriors, their bodies marked by vicious pattern tattoos, marched imperiously toward the 2 battered Jedi. Most of their bodies were patterned in reds and blacks, but the one in the lead was a tall, thin humanoid with long black hair and a chalky white face. It could only be Darth Nil. "These are the last," the Nagai said. Finish them, and our master's will is accomplished. What? Cole called. No demand for us to surrender, Sith. My master will not make Palpatine's mistake, Nil said. All Jedi must die. He charged. Cole and Sazin were there to meet him, but Nil was fast. He ducked beneath Cole's blow and snapped a side kick that took the Jedi in the stomach. He staggered back. Thighs hit the catwalk railing, and he struggled to keep balance. At the same time, Nil fought back a series of blows from Sazin, then spun his long-bodied lightsaber around and jabbed his butt into Sazin's sternum, cracking bone. That stunned the Zabrak long enough for Nil to spin his blade back around and cut off Sazin's arm at the elbow. Before Nil could land the killing blow, Cole struck out in a long horizontal slash. The Sith bent backward to evade it. Cole called Sazin's lightsaber to his hand and stood between the Sith and his friend, the Sith and his son. I am Cole Skywalker, servant of the living force. None of you will pass. The other Sith finally joined in. On the narrow catwalk, only 2 of them could attack Cole at a time, but even with 2 blades, it was a struggle to hold them back. He tried to hold the center, but they kept striking at his flanks. Soon 3 Sith crowded the catwalk in front of him, and he had no hope of stopping them. Then a blonde-haired blur rolled in from behind, beneath Cole's right saber. Cade popped to his feet and took the enemy in front of him by surprise. An upward thrust caught the Sith in the gut, and Cole gave his wavering body a nudge in the force to knock it into the one beside him. I'm here, father. You don't fight alone. Cade's grin was white, proud, angry. No! Cole shouted. Every moment you delay here, you endanger the lives on board that shuttle. This is not how you were taught. I won't leave you. As the Sith pulled their wounded back and regrouped for another attack, Cole told his son, You're putting your own wants, your own desires ahead of your duties, ahead of the needs of others. Another Sith came at him. Cole batted back the attack and looked over his shoulder. Cade was on his knees beside Sazin's broken form. You're a Skywalker, Cade. Act like one. Help your master onto the shuttle and leave. Cade's desperation settled into beaten determination. He bent low, pulled Sazin onto his back, and called on the Force to give him the strength to rise. His son growled, As you command, master. And then Cade was gone. Cole felt his son retreat. He turned his attention to the Sith in front of him. They came 2 at a time, 3 at a time. He used both lightsabers against them, defending with one hand and attacking with the other. He pushed Sazin's blade into the stomach of one Sith, then used his own to cleave the arm off another. A glancing blow cut across his forearm, but he ignored the pain. Another stabbed him in the thigh, tearing muscle. Cole should have dropped to his knees for the pain, but he ignored the wound, pirouetted on his good leg, and struck the head off his attacker. Suddenly Darth Nil was before him. The Sith attacked more savagely than the other. Cole could feel his anger in the Force, and with it a raw lust for violence. Nil was giving all of himself to the Force's dark side, forgetting every other desire beside his urge to kill Cole Skywalker. It was almost flattering. He countered Nil's angry lust with deepest calm. He blocked attack after attack, and when Nil tried to whip the butt of his long-bodied saber in Cole's face, the Jedi bent backwards, lowered his blade, and swiped at Nil's hips. The Sith evaded, then went for Cole's knees. Cole jumped high, held himself in midair for a split second, then came down on top of Nil's overextended back. One boot slammed into Nil's shoulder, the other his head, and Cole slammed him into the metal catwalk hard enough to crack bone. There was no time for victory. More Sith were coming. Cole leaped back from their leader's body to continue the fight. He found himself in a state of perfect clarity once more. He knew every attack before it came. He danced perfectly to the music of the Force, defending, counterattacking, dodging, and lunging even as his body cried out in agony. After a lifetime of striving and failing to bring about his vision, there was joy in simple surrender. Unencumbered by any desire, even for life, Cole held back the tide of Sith, slaying one after another. He remembered Jaina Solo on her deathbed, empty of regret, full of pride at having expended the last bits of her life energy to save Cole. She told him Skywalkers gave everything for Skywalkers. It was too true. He thought on the grandfather he'd never known, and the father he could barely remember, and he wondered if this is how they'd felt in their final moments. Cole heard the roar of firing engines and knew it was almost done. More Sith were coming down the walkway, climbing over the bodies of their dead. He felt light in his body and his mind as he called back. Only death lies this way. Beside him, from among the piled bodies, Cole heard a hissing voice. Yes, death. Darth Nil's rage returned from nowhere. It took raw form, sizzling energy that was suddenly all over Cole, consuming him, tearing deep into his flesh from the holes already cut. His body spasmed and both lightsabers fell from his palms. Agony banished the dance and the force itself, and Cole collapsed hard on the deck. His mouth hinged open, but he couldn't even scream. His very lungs were burning. Vision blurred and darkened, but he saw a black and white form looming over him, red gold eyes blazing in the middle of his face. The force came back to him, but it carried only Darth Nil's vicious triumph. Lightning came again. More mindless agony. The Sith Lord's hate rendered his very cells, killing his every part of his body at once. Cole tried to struggle through the pain and find the force, the light side that offered knowledge and peace and purpose, but it was nowhere. Agony was all. The world grew darker yet. All color drained from Nil's form, and he became only black against the blood-red sky. There was pain in everything. And then a new form drifted into view. It was blurred, but a small dark shape moved steadily across the red sky. Cole caught the flare of engines and dimly heard them fire to full. And for one short moment, as everything else slipped away, he felt Cade in the force, aboard that roaring shuttle and peering down in grief and anger at his father's body. Cole tried to touch Cade back, tell him it was all right, that Skywalkers gave everything for Skywalkers, and that if he clung to his dark feelings it would poison him for the rest of his life. He wasn't sure if it got through. By the time the shuttle soared away, Cole Skywalker heard nothing, saw nothing, and felt nothing. Chapter 30. When Eshker realized he was alive, he couldn't believe it. His last memories were vivid. The fight atop the landing platform, the pain of Draco's saber piercing his chest, the raw anger that consumed him in a blaze when he fell off the edge. He remembered killing Elia too, and the rush of liberation that had come with it. He just didn't understand how he'd survived. He was weightless in his back-to-tank, cut off from the world around him and even the passage of time. The only face he saw through the liquid haze was that of a tentacle-faced Quarren, patterned in blurred lines of red and black. It took him longer to recall the name attached to it, but eventually he did. When the medical droid finally removed Nine from the tank, Darth Malevel was there to greet him. Nine wrapped himself in a towel, taking care with the still tender area around his chest. He felt naked beneath Malevel's smoldering, silent gaze. When the Sith did not speak, Nine asked, "How am I still alive?" "We have agents in Bastion," Malevel said. "They observed your battle on the landing pad. When you fell, they recovered you. Best we can tell, the Imperial Knights think Eshker 9 is dead." "I see. They are not wrong." Nine stared at Malevel. The Sith stared back. He remembered the conversation they'd had on Birchester. The Sith had told him that in order to truly embrace the power of the dark side, he had to destroy the man he once was. Once that was accomplished, he could take a new name and become a new being. Nine had never expected that death and rebirth to feel so literal. He also remembered what else Malevel had said. In order to kill his old self, he needed to kill what he loved most. He thought back on Elia. He recalled the years they'd known each other, the budding friendship at the academy, and the love he'd had to suppress because she already the Emperor's. He'd excused it then, telling himself that they both made vows to Roan Fel, and in their own ways they had to keep it. Now that seemed like the delusion of a man justifying his own weakness. He should have taken Elia for himself, but he'd allowed her to go to Fel instead. That was what had killed her. Nine tried to hold that knowledge close. Thinking of Elia still brought small pangs of regret, not for her murder, but for allowing things to have come to that point. He hoped, in time, even that guilt would fade. "I am no longer Eshker 9, he said eventually. In killing the Empress you have demonstrated your devotion to the Sith path, Malevel agreed. I am a Sith, then. Am I a Lord? He wanted desperately to be one. It was the only course available to him now, and he wanted to advance as far as he could. By embracing the darkness in himself, he'd already broken chains he hadn't known existed. He could only imagine what the future would bring. I have spoken with Lord Crate about you, Malevel said. He has agreed. By his word, you are now a Lord of the Sith. He felt joy tingle through his body. Then do I have a name? Traditionally, we chose our own names. Yes, of course they would. To be a Sith was to command your own destiny. Nine had no idea all of what went into a Sith's name, but he thought on what had brought him here and what he had done. The revelation of the Sith had dropped him into great confusion, and for nearly 2 years he'd felt it being torn in half. From the agony of that conflict, he finally made himself anew into something stronger and better than Eshker 9. He saw now that conflict was the only crucible that could have forged his new self, and that it was to be embraced rather than feared. He took a deep breath and said, I am Darth Havoc. Good. Purred Malevel. The other Sith laid a red hand on his shoulder, touching him for the first time. Get dressed, Darth Havoc, and then I will explain all that's happened since your injury. You've awoken just in time to see history made. Years of experience as a spy, combined with the mental compartmentalization required to live dual lives, were the only things keeping Nena Kashyyyk composed. Her highest virtue was self-control over her own mind as much as her external situation. On the outside, things had gone badly beyond her reckoning. Inside, at the core of herself, practiced mental discipline was the only thing keeping her anger and grief from boiling to the surface. Failure could be fatal, given the company she kept. It was 3 days after the fall of Ossus, and from the viewport of V's cabin aboard as Imperious she could see the luminous, artificial swirls of Coruscant's cityscape. Traffic at the capital world continued to pulse in and out like lifeblood, but a dozen Imperial Star Destroyers now sat ominously in loose formation around it. Roan Fel was set to arrive within hours for his formal coronation as Emperor of the known galaxy. A grand occasion if things went as planned, but one way or another, they weren't going to. Veed was talking, but not to her. The attack on Ossus was a mistake, Lady Maladi, he told the Sith. We should have waited until they had all gone there. Casualty reports suggest that more than half of them might still be alive and others there somewhere in the galaxy. I disagree, Veed. The Deveronian woman looked faintly bored with the conversation. Gathered together, they would have been more difficult to defeat. They are scattered, without leadership, without a base. We will hunt them. They will find no refuge. Kashyyyk found she didn't care what happened to the scattered Jedi. She never had any love for the Order, only for Cole Skywalker. The Sith had, quite triumphantly, proclaimed Cole dead at Ossus. They said Darth Nil had killed him along with hundreds of other Jedi, and Kashyyyk had no reason to doubt it. There was no mention of Cade, but the worst had to be assumed. Cole and Cade were both dead, and Kashyyyk had been powerless to prevent it. The strike at Ossus had taken her by surprise, but she should have foreseen it. Everything the Sith did involve treachery. She should have warned Cole, and then. Her thoughts faltered. Knowing Cole, he'd have chosen to make a brave, self-sacrificing stand regardless. But if he'd been warned, perhaps Cade would still be alive. Self-control, she reminded herself. It was essential, especially in front of Maladi. She banished regret and grief, shoved them deep down into the bottom of her heart where they'd rot and fester inside of her. But at least they'd be far from the surface. Maybe in time, she could lock them away, separate from Nena Kashyyyk as the rest of Morgan Corda's life. She drew in breath and said, the real problem at the moment, Lady Maladi, is going to be the Emperor. The mission to Ossus was supposed to have been a diplomatic one, to convince the Jedi to join the Empire. Fel gave direct orders that the Jedi were not to be attacked. She steadied herself and looked away from the window at the Sith Lord. Fel won't stand for open rebellion. He's called for a meeting with the Moff Council, none of whom were consulted before the Ossus attack, either. I can't see that ending well, can you? I believe we were all in agreement that Roan Fel would eventually have to be replaced, Maladi said. His support for the war was always tepid, at best. He has kept his Imperial Knights from participating, and has never embraced we Sith as allies. My master, Darth Krayt, believes it is time another sat on the throne. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Absolutely, my lady. Veed saw his opening and jumped for it. To Kashyyyk, it seemed like a goober fish biting the bait. My master will attend this meeting. It would be best if no one else, including the Moffs, knew beforehand. Feign surprise when we arrive. Maladi turned toward the exit. Tell my master we are agreed. Things must be prepared. My fellow Sith need to be in position, be ready. Yes, V said to her back as the door slid shut. With the Sith gone, he immediately spun on Kashyyyk. At last, Nina, the throne is going to be mine. Ours, just like we planned. You should have discussed the Sith attack on Asas with me before it took place. She struggled to keep the anger from her voice. There wasn't time. The Sith showed up with instructions from Krayt. I had to make Yesh think it was my idea, or look like an idiot. He sounded surprised she was bringing this up. I'm your partner, Morlish. I do not hear about things like this after the fact. His smile grew insufferably confident. You are my partner, Nena, and a formidable one. I'm lucky you never wanted the throne for yourself. She breathed out, turned away. She should let him think flattery placated her. It's too exposed. I've always felt the real power was behind the throne. You know that. Her eyes narrowed. It's the Sith that bother me. V chuckled. A little late for that, darling. She shook her head as he moved for the pictures on the table. Morlish, did Maladi actually say they were going to put you on the throne in place of Fel? Who else is there? None of the other Moffs are qualified. He poured a tall glass of champagne, bronze and bubbly, then another. Besides, Maladi must know that you and I would never accept someone else on the throne. We depose them. She took the glass and let V tap it. The fact is, darling, the Sith need us. Thus far, she wasn't going to trust her fate to the Sith, even if V did. Still, she forced a smile and tipped up her glass. This is our moment of triumph, Nina. Don't let it scare you. He returned the toast. To us. To us, she echoed, less enthusiastic. She watched him drink, a long savory gulp, before taking a sip herself. Deep inside, her mind still worked. Roan Fel and his Imperial Knights were set to arrive in a few standard hours aboard his personal warship, the old but venerable Jagged Fel. From there he'd meet with the Alliance triumvirs, then some military representatives. Some hours were allotted for Fel to move people and equipment into the Alliance government headquarters complex. Then, finally, he'd have his meeting with the Moffs. She decided there was enough time to play Fel a quiet visit. He'd hated the sight of her, but if he hadn't killed her already, he wouldn't now. When she told him what the Sith had planned, he might even thank her, though she wasn't expecting it. Roan Fel's arrival on Coruscant was the kind of triumph he could never have imagined at the start of this war. It felt worse than any defeat. When his shuttle descended from the Jagged Fel to the landing field in Galactic City, over 2,000 stormtroopers stood in martial rows to greet him. Their white armor shone in the morning sun, and as he stepped down the ramp, Roan squinted into the gleam. At the head of the formation, proudly saluting their emperor, was a cluster of Moffs and admirals. There was Yesh, who they were now feting as the hero of Asas, doing his best to look proud, though Roan could sense stifled shame. There were Veed and Geist, looking insufferably smug. There was Kashyyyk, who gave away nothing on her face, or in the Force. For her to have hidden her thoughts all this time, the Sith must have coached her well. A group of Alliance officials were behind them, including all three triumvirs and Admiral Pettin. They greeted their new emperor formally, respectfully, and tried to do it with dignity, but Roan could tell they were breaking inside. They all welcomed Roan, and they all welcomed his heir with the same respect. Young Miragia was draped in the finest violet splendor, and on Roan's insistence she'd added a streak of white through her dark brown hair just as her father had. Jagged and Davik Fel had earned their white through wartime scars. It has been Roan's mother who suggested he add an artificial streak to his own, in respect to his predecessors, and Mirajia would continue that tradition. The princess had never looked more regal, and never looked more tragic. She held herself with stone-faced dignity, but Roan could feel her ache in the force. It had been constant since Elia's death, and Roan knew there was only so much he could do. The loss of his father as a teenager had left him with scars that never healed. It had been, ironically, sadly, Elia who'd done the most to mend them. Aside from Mirajia, he'd brought a complement of Imperial Knights. Hagram Chalk stayed close to Mirajia, and Roan had charged him with protecting her at all costs. Hagram had always doted on his niece and needed to order to watch her. Roan had also brought along his cousin Morgan and Antares Draco. The younger man still bore the fresh red scar from Eshkar-Nan's blade and had refused to have it removed. Roan was sure he carried that mark for the rest of his life, and in a sick way savor his hurt every time he looked in the mirror. Bringing Draco and his cousin to Coruscant had been a very deliberate choice. Both men were clearly stricken with grief and guilt for having failed to save the Empress. By having them at his side, Roan was showing them that they still had his trust. Draco in particular had his gratitude for killing the traitor Nine. Elia's murderer was beyond Roan's vengeance, but it had not just been Nine who'd slain his wife. The Sith as a whole would pay for that, and a great many other things. After that he was swept inside to attend to matters of state. As he listened to bragging moths and plaintive triumvirs, it was hard to care. He'd had almost a week to mentally grapple with Elia's death. Grief had become a cold ache inside instead of hot pain, and he found his mind drawn increasingly to the uncertain future. A reckoning with the Sith would come soon. That was the most important thing. To come at them as soon as the war ended was too obvious, and he was sure the Sith would be prepared. Instead, he wanted to take care of Veed and Kashyyyk first. Once he stripped the Sith of their allies on the Moff Council, he'd be able to move against them more openly without fear those traitors would feed his every intention to Darth Krayt. Still, he was prepared for the worst. He'd ordered most of his Imperial Knights to gather at the Academy on Bastion. Treason was there, and so was his mother. Together they could marshal his knights for any defense. With Veed gone, he doubted the Sith would be so bold as to attempt a repeat of Ossus. But if they were, he'd assigned Admiral Fennel's fleet to stand guard over the Imperial capital. The man was a vicious fighter, and unlike Yates, he'd never been less than loyal to his emperor. After all the meetings and ceremony, Roan and his party retreated to their new quarters. An entire wing of the government district's most elaborate hotel had been given over to them, with the promise of permanent living space to come. As his knights and security officers scoured the chambers for listening devices, Roan drew his daughter aside to a room they knew was clear. "Thank you for coming," he told her. "I know it wasn't easy to sit through the talk and meetings." The girl stared out the window with glassy eyes, toward Coruscant's endless towers and traffic lines, but not at them. "I was going my duty, father." It was a rote answer, and sounded especially dull on her lips. It was hard to get anything more out of her after her mother's death. Roan knew he hadn't been the warmest father. He'd always striven to install duty and discipline, in public and private. Mirajia would need it for the burden she'd one day shoulder. The Fel monarchy only deserved to stand if it produced strong and righteous leaders. Roan had done everything to ensure his daughter would be one. Still, it left him at a loss in moments like this, which should have been tender. Striving to be a good emperor had not always made him a good man. He'd known that for a long time. Now he wasn't certain if he'd made a good emperor either. He put a hand on her shoulder and said gently, "I'm sure this is all trying for you. Once the bedroom is secure, you can get some rest." "Yes, father." Roan didn't expect any more than that. He left her and told Hagram to make sure she had a chance to sleep. His brother-in-law took the order with a dull nod. Since Elia's death, he, too, had become distant. Once the entire collections of rooms reported clear, they moved Mirajia into her new quarters. While Hagram tended to her, Roan sent away the other Imperial Knights except for Draco and Morgan. "Later this afternoon, I'll be holding a convocation of the Moff Council," he told them. We'll make our move then. Morgan already knew of Rome's plan to arrest Veed on charges of treason. Who do you plan to make Supreme Commander in his place? Not Yuuzhan. No, not Yuuzhan. For now the position will remain vacant. I may choose Admiral Fennel, or perhaps Admiral Challen. Them I trust. And Kashyyyk. She was more the architect of this than Veed, and his heart smoldered when he thought of her smug smile during their last conversation. Not yet. We'll monitor her closely. I want to see how she reacts to losing Veed. It may flush out more enemies we're unaware of. And Yuuzhan, he was Kashyyy's husband. You mean, is he a co-conspirator? I don't think so. He's not pleased with her taking Veed as a lover. I can feel that in the Force. I think Yuuzhan was backed into Asas by Veed and Darth Nil. Still, Draco spoke up, you shouldn't trust him. I trust only my knights. That's why I'm bringing all of you this afternoon. With you at my side, we can start removing the parasites that have been sucking away our lifeblood. He said it to give them badly needed confidence, but Morgan sighed and shook his head. It's a risky move you planned at this meeting, cousin. Less than you might think, Morgan, Fell said. The hardliners like Moff Geist might chafe under the victory without war program, and they may hold no sympathy for the Jedi, but they will not tolerate outright disobedience to a direct order. After all, it violates their sense of tradition. He looked over Draco, then Morgan. We cannot divest ourselves of the Sith yet, but we can be rid of Veed. If he makes any suspicious moves, kill him. And watch Moff Kashyyyk stay very closely. Morgan nodded, but Draco's eyes darted to the side. Roan felt him reach out with the Force, felt him find something just meters away. Draco spun toward the window and pulled back the half-drawn curtain. He ignited his white lightsaber and pointed its tip directly at Nina Kashyyy's neck. The woman simply raised her hands and put on that damnable smile. She said. I feel somewhat unwelcome. Morgan raised one hand in the air and with the Force lifted her off her feet. Wait, she began, and then Morgan threw her heart against the wall. That took the wind out of her and finally removed the smile. She remained pinned there, feet dangling in the air, as the two knights brought their white sabers close to her neck. I didn't kill you last time, Kashyyyk, Fell said. That may have been a mistake on my part. Killing me now would be a greater one, she insisted. She quickly stifled shock and replaced it with that damnable calm. She may have learned our plans, my lord, Morgan said. You mean your plans to arrest Morlish Veed? I knew of those before I came. I also know that the Sith are planning to kill the Emperor. Don't trust her, Master, Draco said. She's lying to save her life. I don't trust her, but she could have better protected her life by not coming at all. Fell considered. The woman was venal and treacherous, but never a fool. Explain yourself, Kashyyyk. He gave Morgan a gesture, and the knight let Kashyyyk drop. She fell hard but remained upright, like a nimble manka cat. Thank you, she breathed. The Sith plan to attend the Moff Council meeting and assassinate your majesty. I don't know how many are coming. Your only hope is escape. Forgive my suspicion, but why would you want to save me? Asked Fell. He hadn't expected the Sith to be so bold. I assume Veed will be named Emperor in my place. The last thing you would want in that case is the true Emperor loose in the galaxy. It might split the Empire unless, Then it hit him. As always, she was too clever be far. I believe they're going to put Krayt on the throne, Kashyyyk said. Veed, and you by extension, would then become a liability. But so long as I'm loose, allegiances are split. Krayt will need you. Both of you? Your survival is in both our interests, she agreed, and that is enough to make us allies. Fell's mind worked quickly. He spun on Morgan. They'll expect me, and a contingent of Imperial Knights, to appear at the council. I'll lead them, and your double, Morgan nodded firmly. They brought the cosmetically altered actor along just in case. I've wanted to test myself against the Sith. They'll have lost the element of surprise. We'll fight our way free, and join you. Morgan was eager, too eager. Guilt over Elia's death had marked him as clearly as the scar on Draco's face. The man was determined to stand once more against the Sith, even if it killed him. Roan knew his cousin was right, and a distraction was needed. He also knew that refusing this request would break something inside Morgan. He'd brought the man along as a show of trust. Now he had to follow through. Roan put a hand on Morgan's shoulder, squeezing hard. Good. That would be good. Just do not underestimate them, cousin. Morgan nodded. He needed no reminder of the damage a Sith could do. Kashyyyk stayed starting confidently for the door. There is a ship waiting on sublevel 12. Take the maintenance tunnels from the Senate chamber. She was a woman who thought of everything, except the wisdom of picking Sith for allies. You know that if the Sith even suspect your complicity, you'll die, Draco warned. If this fails, I'm dead anyway. I've had some success in shielding my thoughts from Force users. She gave a little smile, a parting barb. You, for example. Farewell, your Imperial Majesty. Safe voyage. And just like that, she walked out of the room. Draco spun on his Emperor. Can we really trust her? It appears we don't have a choice. Roan frowned. The princess must be moved off-world quickly and quietly. I'll have Hagram move her to the Jagged Fell. What about the others? He'd brought an entourage of almost 50 people, and if he tried to move them out of harm's way, the Sith would know. Likely all their lives were forfeit, but as servants to their emperor, they were prepared to die. No one else will be moved, he said with finality. We'll risk nothing in tipping off the Sith. We understand, said Morgan. Majesty, we don't have much time. I'll gather the other knights and inform them. I'll make sure they're ready. Roan turned to his cousin and clasped him by the shoulders once more. To lose Morgan so soon after losing Elia was like a fresh knife wound, but the alternative was losing his life and surrendering the galaxy to the Sith. Fight well, cousin, he said. Morgan's smile was tight and brave. He knew they'd never see each other again. Tumult racked the rest of the galaxy, but the towering Roshar forests of Kashyyyk were unmoved. Lobecca had forgotten about that timeless strength. He'd been too long away. When his commandeered Fury starfighter dropped out of hyperspace and approached the verdant planet, he counted at least 5 Imperial Star Destroyers in orbit. None of them tried to stop him on his approach, nor did they hail him. Apparently no Imperial captain was brave enough to question the Sith. Lobecca wondered what that boded for the war to come. He avoided going to the Kashyyyk city directly. Instead, he dropped into the atmosphere and reached out to touch his son. Kashyyyk emanated surprise that his father was still alive. Lobecca followed his unmistakable sensation in the Force, and when he finally felt near, he dropped his fury beneath the Roshar canopy. Riding downward on repulsors, he controlled his descent until he'd reached the lower levels of the forest. He then opened the cockpit and threw himself to the nearest thick tree trunk. Claws splintered bark and dug in hard. When he finally gained purchase, Lobecca used the Force and gave the Fury's controls one more nudge. The ship descended once more into the darkest depths of Kashyyy's forest. It would never be found by anything besides the beasts that lurked down there. That done, Lobecca began to climb. He hadn't done this in decades, perhaps over a century. It was a rite of passage for young Wookiees to venture into the forest depths, far below the cities, where dangerous plants and animals reigned. It was so far down barely any sun touched the tree trunks, even at midday. The forests were full of darkness and danger, and as a young Wookiee, Lobecca had found it exhilarating beyond words. He faced greater darkness and danger since, and lost more than he cared to remember. As he climbed steadily upward, clawing up bark and then pulling himself from branch to branch, he felt the weight of years slip slowly away. He felt his son grow nearer too, reaching out with the Force and telling his father it was going to be okay. It wasn't as simple as that. Despite the moment's exhilaration, he knew that Kashyyyk and the galaxy were at their lowest point in a century. The Empire would do its best to stamp out whatever resistance the Wookiees could mount. The Jedi Order was broken and scattered as it hadn't been since the days of Palpatine. As he continued his climb toward his son, toward the light, his muscles ached with exhaustion. His chest labored for breath, and his mind fell besieged by all he'd lost. He'd not felt Cole Skywalker's death as he felt Jade's, but the reports he picked up from the Sith fighters' comms were undeniable. There was no telling how many more Jedi he'd trained and fought with and cared about were dead. They'd gone to join a roll of the dead that for Lobaka went back to the birth of the new Jedi Order. He could remember them all, faces blurred in memory but never gone: Cole and Jade and Arlen, his daughter Rhaenyra, Jaina, Jacen, Anakin, Tahiri, Tenel-Ka, Zek, Raynor, Jodrum Taynor, Alana Dijo, Ben Skywalker, his wife Kadia, Leia Organa Solo, Mara J. Skywalker, Luke Skywalker himself, too many more to count. It was all so much. After Arlen's death, he'd been seized by the need for an ending. That was no longer the case. Even as his whole body screamed protest, he kept climbing toward the Force beacon that was his son. He might have been the only Jedi left who remembered all those faces. As long as he lived, someone remembered them still. When he reached his son, Kashyyyk pulled him onto the back of an old repulsor sled and wrapped his father in a strong embrace. Lobaka returned it with as much strength as he could manage. He heard a trill from the sled's controls and saw Kashyyyk bare her fangs happily. As Lobaka caught his breath, his son started telling him about the Wookiee resistance. It was still in the earliest stages, but they'd already moved the supplies the Alliance had given them to the lower levels where the Imperials would never find them. There was still so much to do, from contacting other cells to selecting strategies. Kashyyyk sounded eager to do as much as he could, as fast as he could. Lobaka reminded him that being a good Jedi required patience. They figured things out in time. If they had faith, they'd prevail. He told his son and sister that. He told them the Empire had gone, and it had come back, and one day it'd leave again. They were here to stay. Because the Galactic Alliance naturally had no throne for an emperor, one had to be installed for Roan Fel's first official audience. The vista selected was grand without being bombastic, a broad chamber with a low ceiling and a wide view of Galactic City's skyline. The metal throne had been specially constructed and installed within the past day. Morlish Veed had arranged both the site and the throne's creation, as he explained to Kashyyyk and the other Moffs as they waited for Fel to show. He spoke with the enthusiasm of a man who expected to sit on the throne himself, and she wanted to smack the fool before he gave away their entire plan. Thankfully, the Emperor arrived before that happened. It wasn't actually Roan Fel, but had Kashyyyk not known otherwise, she'd have been fooled. Despite being head of intelligence, she knew little of Fel's body double, only that he existed and had once been a professional actor. The man must have been a loyal subject as well. He walked toward the throne and to his death with utmost regal dignity, the perfect image of a triumphant but sober monarch. He brought 4 Imperial Knights with him, 2 men and 2 women. The impulsive younger one, Draco, was visibly absent, but Kashyyyk marked the Emperor's cousin. As the procession passed by the kneeling Moffs, Morgan Vulture didn't even dart an eye in her direction. The Moffs remained bowed as the body double lowered himself to the throne. With a proud and booming voice, Vulture said, "Rise. Behold Roan Fel, Emperor of the Galaxy." The Moffs rose as one. The body double remained firm on his throne as Veed stepped forward. "My beloved Emperor," he said, "thank you for calling us here today. I'm glad we can honor you in the place where you belong, Kashyyyk, the center of the galaxy. It has been 127 years since this world was in the hands of its rightful owners. We are all proud to be a part of this moment." After that, Veed began summarizing what everyone already knew, pronouncing each piece of victory with relish. "The Alliance Navy has been dismantled. By your benevolent order, its enlisted men and lower-ranking officers will be sent home. Its admirals and captains have surrendered to our custody and await whatever judgment you see fit. Most pleasing of all, not a single Alliance world has refused the surrender order." Veed spread his hands. Clearly, the entire galaxy recognizes the rightness of our cause. The body double accepted Veed's grandstanding with a tiny nod. The Admiral continued, "All of the Galactic Alliance's government offices will remain in place. As we transition to the Empire, their ruling triumvirate has agreed to remain, as well under our command, of course. Finally, Asus has fallen, and the Jedi Order is broken. What Jedi remain are scattered throughout the galaxy. Veed couldn't keep the pride from his voice. Your Imperial Majesty, my fellow Moffs, the war is over and the galaxy is again ours. The clatter of footsteps filled the hall, and Veed turned. Hey, who is that? Who dares Darth Krayt? Veed was no actor, and his surprise was shallow, but she doubted anyone else noticed. The other Moffs were genuinely taken aback by the figures who marched into the chamber. There was Darth Maladi, of course, and also Call's killer, Darth Nil. Kashyyyk forced her eyes off him and onto a Chagrian male, red and black tattoos swirling across his high-horned head. Maladi had mentioned a Darth Wirelock, apparently the third of his name, successor to his mother and grandfather who had all served their Dark Lord through the decades. This was clearly he. And finally, there was Lord Krayt, Dark Lord of the Sith. He looked more animal than human, with mismatched eyes of red and blue glaring through the holes of a savage helmet. His body was encased in rough armor, almost like a Yuuzhan Vong's. When Maladi had first told her about Darth Krayt, Kashyyyk had struggled to believe it. Yet here he was, plain as fact, a Sith Lord almost 200 years old, architect of this great war, and leader of a dark side cult that had laid low for a century to achieve this moment. Kashyyyk thought of herself as patient, cunning, and self-mastering. As Krayt strode past her, she trembled with awe. The four Sith walked straight to the throne. Kashyyyk thought they might tear out their lightsabers and kill Fel's double right there, but instead they stopped a few meters away. None bowed. The Emperor's double finally spoke. Pitch and intonation were a perfect match for Roan Fel's. Ah, our Sith allies. You're early? Lord Maladi, Lord Krayt, Lord Nil. We had heard you were wounded at Asas, but I see the reports were exaggerated. And Darth Wirelock, the Empire owes you much. Our victory would not be possible without you. What reward would you name? Krayt's eyes narrowed beneath his mask, and blue lightning sparked between his fingertips. Your life, Emperor Fel. Then he attacked. Fel's guards were ready. Morgan Valter sprung forward, white saber in hand, and shouted, Imperial Knights. Save your Emperor. Only Darth Krayt moved. Two lightsabers, both scarlet, emerged from his plated fists. Despite his massive size and thick armor, he was swiftly among the knights. Kashyyyk watched, breathless, as he cleaved the arm of one knight, and with the other blade speared the man through the chest, cutting off his agonized scream. Do not interfere. Veed spread his arms. You cannot stop this. The Moff beside him scowled. Shut it, Veed. You knew this was going to happen. Quietly, Veed said, if that's so, Geist, you'd best choose your next words carefully. Krayt was a storm. He reared back and pounded one foot into a knight's chest, audibly cracking her ribs. Another knight attacked him from behind, but her lightsaber scorched across his armor without cutting through. Krayt snapped an elbow back. Its jagged point drove into her skull and punched through, leaving a red hole in her forehead as she dropped dead to the ground. The knight with the broken ribs tried to stand upright, which only made it easier for Krayt to take off her head. Morgan Valter interposed himself between Krayt and the body double, who cowered against the throne in honest terror. Krayt was on him with both sabers, and Valter managed to defend at first, but when he tried to strike a blow at Krayt's flank, his white blade skidded pathetically off the armor. Krayt swung two blades in parallel, doubling the force. Valter tried to block them, but his weapon was knocked from his hands. He looked at his empty palms, stunned, and then Krayt speared him upward through his chest. The impact lifted Valter off his feet, and Krayt casually dumped his corpse on the ground. Then he advanced on Fel's double. The poor man could only cower on his false throne as Krayt cut him once across the chest, severing head and shoulders from everything below. In pathetic pieces, the body slumped and spilled out of the throne. The three other Sith remained where they were when the fight began, still as statues. Slowly, purposefully, Krayt turned to his audience. And what, you ask, is the meaning of this? Roan Fel never fully embraced the war or the idea of a unified galaxy. He went along with it as a political necessity. That's not what the Empire and this galaxy needs. The galaxy rides in chaos and disorder. It requires a man of vision. He strode to the now open throne and set himself upon it. I am that man of vision. I am the new Emperor. Grand Admiral Morlish Veed, by virtue of your rank, you must be the first to swear fealty and loyalty to me. With visible reluctance, Veed prostrated before the throne. I so swear, Your Excellency. Krayt swung his ice and fire eyes to the other moths. Now, the rest of you. They joined Veed on the ground immediately. We so swear, they said as one. Go, said Krayt. I will summon you again later. You will then learn how you will serve me. The Imperials hurried from the throne room as if chased by monsters. Scowling, Veed whispered, that wasn't the deal, Kashyyyk Day. I was to be Emperor. Morlish, you've been stabbed in the back by a Sith, and you're surprised. She shook her head. Bide your time. Watch your tongue. The future is not yet written. You may yet become the new Emperor. And she might yet survive this. As times 9 and Kashyyyk Day had despaired of getting this far without falling to one lethal enemy or another. Yet she was here, and if Roan Fel had taken her advice, her position was secure for a time to come. The waste extraction system beneath the government sector of Galactic City was hardly fit for an emperor, but passage was required to reclaim his throne, and Roan Fel hadn't hesitated to enter. He and Draco moved swiftly together down the path Kashyyyk Day had specified. They wore dark cloaks over their armor and carried only their lightsabers. Both kept open to the Force, sensing for any Sith lying in ambush, but as yet they hadn't been betrayed. Your Majesty, what of the Princess Merasia? Asked Draco. She's en route to Bastion. We'll contact her after we're away. He felt a small touch from Hogrum Chalk, saying that he and Princess had secreted aboard a shuttle and were taking off. They were getting close to the end of the path. Before passing through the final doors, they drew their lightsabers and ignited them. Past the threshold was a single ship, small, unarmed, but serviceable. As Roan and Draco stepped forward, objects moved out of the shadows, droids with round bodies and bending limbs tipped by small blasters. Halt. Sentients. One droid blared. This is a restricted area. Identify yourselves. Only one thing for it. Roan and Draco moved at once, attacking the droids. The younger man was faster, taking down one droid with a vertical slash, then cutting another horizontally. Roan kicked himself in the air, using the Force to soar aboard another droid sprayed laser fire before coming down on it hard, saber blade like a spear. By the time he extricated himself, Draco had cut down a fourth droid, leaving only one left. They moved on it together, easily batting back his blast. Draco hung off at the last moment, allowing his Emperor to get the kill. One saber slash ended it all. As the droid clattered in pieces to the ground, a fierce pain seized Roan's chest. He clasped it, afraid he'd been hit, then saw Draco wincing too. With pain came panic, but they both lasted mere seconds. Far away, Roan felt his cousin's life wink out. Draco's face relaxed but went pale. Morgan, the others. I felt it too. Fel let fresh anger smolder inside him. We will honor their sacrifices and escape. Draco looked at the broken machines. Were we betrayed? Just normal security droids. The Sith would have come themselves if they'd known. So does that make Kashyyyk Day our ally? Draco looked disgusted at the prospect. Only for today. Roan jabbed his saber tip at the shuttle. Hurry, before they realize they've slain the wrong knights. To the jagged fell, sir. And from there to Bastion. Krayt may be swaying the moths right now, but there are still those who will fight for the true Emperor. His thoughts went back to Morgan, which in turn led them to Elia, and Vitor, and his father. Every new wound the Sith gave him just stirred the decades-old embers in his heart, keeping them warm for a future burn. Krayt has made the wrong enemy. Roan growled and cherished his anger. Believe me, Master Draco, I look forward to teaching him the cost. It should have been a moment of triumph, but Darth Krayt bled dissatisfaction in the Force. His merciless battle against 4 Imperial Knights had impressed even Darth Nil, but as Krayt looked down on the torn bodies, his lips set into a scowl. "Darth Maladi," he rumbled. "What is your will, my lord?" "That was not Roan Fel." "Explain yourself." "Master, he was a double." With the flick of a hand, Krayt threw Maladi the ground. Nil and Wyerlock didn't move and didn't flinch, but deep inside Nil scolded himself. Krayt's prowess and the thrill of victory blinded him to a simple fact. That had been too easy. Krayt loomed over Maladi, red and blue eyes boring down on her. The real Roan Fel could have resisted. He was a fully trained Jedi like his Imperial Knights. The true Roan Fel knew we were coming. He smelled a trap and has escaped. As head of intelligence, you should have anticipated that. Maladi kept her head pressed to the floor. "You control the throne of the Empire, Dreadlord. By himself, Roan Fel is no danger to you?" "By himself, Fel is nothing. But much of the military, and even some of the Moffs, are sympathetic to him. If he calls them him and they go, it could split the Empire." The anger receded from Krayt's voice as he considered. "Still, it may be useful to find out which of the Moffs and the military commanders are loyal to Fel personally and which simply to the throne, no matter who sits on it. Fel can delay us as we establish our vision of order, but he cannot stop it. The key will be to make certain Fel does not gain allies. He may seek out the Jedi." After how the Jedi had been betrayed at Mustafar, that seemed unlikely, but anything was possible now. Fel was desperate. So were the Jedi and the Renegade Alliance fleet under Gar Stasi. Alone, none of them had a chance to toppling Sith rule. All three combined, however unlikely, could be a danger. "Hunt the Jedi. Get others to hunt as well," Krayt said. 10 times more for one alive than one dead. One might be turned. "You failed me today, Maladi. Serve me better tomorrow. Begin to engage the hunters now. We must remain strong and ready. Leave me for now." Maladi rose. She joined Nil without meeting his eyes, and they said together, "Yes, master." Then they stalked out of the throne room together, leaving Wyerlock to confer with the Dark Lord in private. "I should have sensed it," Nil admitted. "That was a failure on both our parts." "It was, but more mine than yours." Maladi seemed very composed for one who narrowly escaped Krayt's vengeance, but he'd never seen the woman otherwise. "Darth Krayt is still pleased with your killing Cole Skywalker. Almost as pleased as you are with yourself. Cole Skywalker was the greatest of the Jedi. I have every reason to be proud. I'm not arguing. Just remember, nothing lasts forever. Especially Krayt's favor." Nil knew that. There were many more Jedi to hunt. Fel and Stasi remained threats. The Sith were triumphant, but there were still obstacles to achieving perfect order. He thought on them and was not intimidated. He had come this far, and had no reason to doubt he could go further. With the dark side as his ally, he had no doubts at all. The Mon Calamari cruiser was called Mon Sepper, and though it was a mighty ship, it looked lonely and vulnerable as it sat in empty space beyond Hippori. That, at any rate, was what Marin Solo thought when she first saw it through Starlight Champion's cockpit. To her, everything seemed lonely and vulnerable now. She barely talked with Nat on the long ride here and hadn't spoken to the Jedi at all. Everything seemed to exist in a vague dream state where time and action meant nothing. She was waiting to feel something. She knew there was all kind of emotional pain to come: grief, regret, self-loathing, desperation, and delusion. For now, it was all dulled and distant. When she'd seen Fast Start ripped apart from Champion's cockpit, Marin had frantically tried to open herself to the Force and reach for her husband, her father, her daughter. She spent so many years consciously denying the Force that it had been difficult to find it again, and once its strange power rushed through her, all she'd felt was panic and dread. She'd reached out for the dying life spilling from the ship and found nothing of her father. After their escape, as the horror slowly settled in, Marin realized that she had no idea what Bennett or Anya would have felt like in the Force, had they survived. She denied herself his power, good and bad, for as long as they'd been in her life. If she'd allowed herself to know them with the Force, maybe she'd have felt something, a spark of Bennett or Anya drifting through the wreckage. That was a sickening thought, and she had to push it away. She'd seen Fast Star's destruction with her own eyes. There was no surviving that. Her father, her husband, her daughter, they were all dead. They were dead because of a situation she'd put them in, and there was no turning back time. Marin would have to live with that, somehow. A lot of people would struggle to live with the ruins of that day. A mere 5 ships had escaped Torn Station. They looked meager as they huddled on Mon Sepra's flight deck, and the Mon Calamari captain was visibly disappointed that less than 300 of the promised 50,000 of Slosser's bitter enders had made it. Starlight Champion sat down next to the bottom line, and Marin stood with her mother in the shadow of the latter's bow, watching the captain speak with the handful of Jedi who survived. Nat was with them, but he stood slightly apart, visibly uncomfortable. They'd heard there had been a massacre at Asus with hundreds of Jedi killed and the survivors scattered and fugitive. Nat's brother was reportedly among the dead. The worst of Arlen's and Call's imagining had come true, and though they'd made contingencies, neither had survived to see them. That was something else that would hurt later, but not now. Eventually, the conversation broke. Jedi drifted in different directions, but Nat came back toward Marin with the Master Jotuum in his shadow. They said thanks for the help. Nat folded his arms over his chest, which I guess is all there is to say. Are the Jedi going to be staying with the fleet? Marin asked Jotuum. The Cathar shook his long furred head. Most of us will be leaving. There are too few us to do Stasi much good. Knight Connor will stay with him for a time if the Jedi need a liaison with the Alliance. What's left of it? Said Tamar. Jotuum simply nodded. So that's it? Asked Marin. You'll just scatter. Scatter, go to ground. Wait, watch, listen, Tamar said. We call it Baslan Shevla. Our clan's done it before. We're doing it again now. It got us through the Empire once, and other Ossig besides. Jotuum growled thoughtfully. Perhaps we can stand to learn some things from your kind. Tamar laughed once, very dry. Vice versa too. But don't tell Mekker that. Are you going with them? Nat asked Marin. I don't have anywhere else to go, or anyone to go with. So yeah, I think I'll lay low for a while. She let a hand fall to her side. Her mother took it and squeezed. What about Champion? Nat tilted his head to the other ship. She thought about that on the way here. It held so many memories of her father. Keeping it would hurt once she got around to feeling hurt, but somehow she knew giving it up would hurt even more. I guess I'll keep it. Unless you want it. Nah. I'm hitching a ride with this guy. He thumbed at Master Tuum. Gonna get a kindly drop off at Kashyyyk. Drew and the kids. Yeah. Nat looked away, ashamed that he still had loved ones to go to. Marin didn't begrudge him that, but she didn't know how to say it. After Jotuum excused himself, Nat went to go remove his belongings from Starlight Champion. Marin followed, though there wasn't much she could do. He brought all he had in one bag. Before they walked down the landing ramp, they paused and faced each other awkwardly in the hallway. She looked into that face, with his heavy eyes, thick jowls, and straggly gray beard. He was younger than her by 7 years, but he looked older. She tried to map the face to that of the eager teenage apprentice who remained only in her memory, and failed. They'd both been transformed, no longer Jedi but something else, to uncertain things. Nat had been one of the few people who carried over across the stages of her life. Now she wasn't sure if she'd ever see him again. She extended a hand. Nat shook it firmly. Any idea where you're going? He asked. No idea. Might drift for a while. You going to stay on Kashyyyk? I dunno. Drew and me talked about setting up someplace else. Someplace out the way where we can start a little business. You're going to end up running a junkyard on some Ossicla Outer Rim planet, aren't you? Well, it'd be quiet. His hands fell to his sides. You know, you might be a fugitive, but you're filthy rich, aren't you? You mean all those Jedi credit accounts? I gave the access info from Master Tuum. He can pass it on to what's left of the Jedi Council, and they can use it however they need to. The Calrissians still have ownership, but I'm not sure how they're going to fare under the new regime. Yeah, it'll be harder for them to lie low. Marin nodded. Calrissians were friends of the Jedi, and the Sith knew that. She hoped it wouldn't come back on them. It would mean another layer of guilt and grief if something happened to Chance, Sherth, even Volgma. They remained in the hallway, facing but not looking at each other. There wasn't anything to say, but neither wanted to leave. A noise came from the base of the ramp. Marin looked down and saw her mother coming up. Time to get moving, her cousin said. I hope we'll see you around someday, Nat. Bantha, he reminded her. Bantha Rock. Right? I'll remember. She smiled and almost felt it. Nat turned and walked down the ramp, exchanging a curt nod with Tamar and nothing more. Marin's mother joined her inside the ship. She was carrying a bag of her own, no bigger than Nat's. You pack light, Marin said. I've got stuff on Mecker's ship. We'll head out together. But you'll be here. I figured you need a co-pilot. I am still capable. I know, Mom. Thank you. Tamar sighed, reached out, and placed dry fingertips on her daughter's hand. I miss him too? That damn Jedi, if I'd never run into your booer. She smiled, wistful and sad. I think I got more out of him than I deserved. He'd probably agree. Yeah, he probably would. Still smiling, still sad. As they walked together toward the cockpit, Marin asked, so we'll just run and hide now. That's it. We've got to survive. You can't do anything extra if you're dead. But is survival enough? Tamar squeezed her daughter's hand and whispered, sometimes it has to be. Over the past 3 years it had become almost habit for Nina Kashyyyk to walk into her supposedly secure quarters and discover Darth Maladi waiting for her. Therefore she took it altogether well when she stepped into her hotel room on Coruscant and found a red lightsaber blade at her neck. She glanced sidelong and saw Maladi in the shadows, looking genuinely perturbed. Emotion was new for the Sith woman, and Kashyyyk decided she didn't like it. Ronfell has escaped. The one who died was his double, the Sith said. My master is not pleased, and I sense your hand in this, Nina Kashyyyk. Just as she'd been prepared for Ronfell's wrath, she was prepared for this too. The difference was that she'd gone into the confrontation, with Fell fairly certain he wouldn't kill her, if only because he imagined himself servant to the Force's light side. Maladi would have no limitations. You underestimated Fell, Kashyyyk said simply. You need my help. No. If Fell is free, you'll need the Moffs united. For that, you'll need Veed. And for that, you'll need me. She stepped carefully into her quarters, boldly stepping out of the lightsaber swiping range. Maladi let her keep her head but angled the blade toward her sternum. She'd survived so much already, and she'd get through this. Kashyyyk smile was tight and sincere as she explained, Morlish is feeling betrayed by you at the moment. He's had such dreams, you see. I can't convince him it's in his best interest to wait for now and obey. Maladi looked at her, considering. For so long Kashyyyk almost began to worry. Finally the Sith said, I wonder if I dissected your mind, would I learn the truth about you? Would that serve your best interests? Are we not both better off as allies? Maladi angled to face her. The Sith let her lightsaber shrink off and stepped close. No. You will serve, however. You still manage all Imperial security and espionage activities, but you will report to me. Your first assignment, find Ronfell. Maladi spun on a heel and stepped halfway out the door before turning to give one last intimidating look. Your plots, your betrayals, your desire for control. Had you force ability, you might have made a good Sith under Darth Sidious. Under Darth Krayt, we are a different breed. Maladi marched out the door, leaving Kashyyyk alone in her quarters. She whispered softly, so you believe, Lady Maladi, and that will be the knife that kills you. The Sith had shown they weren't lacking for savagery or ambition. Cole had told her once that the dark side of the Force was like a narcotic. The more you drew on it, hoping to control its power, it ended up controlling you. The Sith were patient and clever, but also contained the seed of their own demise. So Kashyyyk would wait. She felt the confidence that had been building inside her finally overflow. She'd outwitted Veed, Fel, Maladi, the Dark Lord of the Sith himself. She survived and reached heights of power and influence she'd only dreamed of as Morgan Court. Her heart wavered when she thought of Cole and Cade, but she pushed them into that cold place inside that felt all the more distant. Today was a victory. For most of the way she doubted she'd make it out alive. Kashyyyk walked over to the window and looked out at the skyline of Coruscant, soon to be officially returned to its proper name of Imperial Center. The sun had slipped beneath the towers and the sky was violet fast dimming to black. Countless window lights glowed to mark the trillions whose lives continued onward, unaware or stubbornly unheeding of the history that had been made today. Tomorrow the sun would rise, the shadows would retreat, and light would shine on those towers once more. Tomorrow was also a day, but it would not be like the ones gone before. Even the most determined would not be able to ignore the fact forever. Content with her place in the new order of things, Nina Kashyyyk turned from the bright night and began planning for day. Epilogue, Inheritors. When the round hatch cracked open, light fell inside the crippled escape pod, blinding her. Shuddering from cold and huddled in one corner, Anya shielded her eyes until she dared crack her fingers and peek through. Just one in here, a voice said. Two faces were visible through the open hatch, looking inside. One was green, spiny, with a long snout. Rodian. The second was flat and brown with leathery skin. A Nikto. Traveling with her parents across the galaxy, Anya had seen just about everything. It's just a child, said the second voice, the Niktos. A girl. Are you sure? Asked the Rodian. Sure, I'm sure. You can't tell. Humans all look the same to me. The Nikto gave a suffering sigh, then reached into the pod. Come here, girl. Take my hand. Anya stared at it. This felt like a dream. Everything felt like a dream since her grandfather had followed her out of Fast Start's cockpit. Maybe she really was dreaming, or maybe she was dead. Take my hand. Come on, the Nikto said. There was no place else to go. She reached out, took it, and let him pull her out of the pod. Her legs trembled, and she readied herself against the pod's exterior. They were in some big hangar space, where several more escape capsules had been brought in. Where am I? She asked. You're on the station. Torn Station, the Rodian said. We're trying to clean up the big mess the imps left behind. We should build them, grumbled the Nikto. Yeah, I'm sure they'd be happy to pay. Listen, girl, what ship were you on? Do you know if anybody else made it out? She forced her mind to focus on those last awful moments. Alarms wailing, lights dying, the ship losing gravity and then atmosphere. Her grandfather, that slow white-bearded old man who'd shown up out of nowhere, had suddenly moved faster than anyone was supposed to, pushing through the air on unseen power, propelling himself and Anya toward the escape pods. She remembered panicking and asking where her father was. Even then, deep down, she must have known he was dead. And her mother. She'd never even seen the ship her mother was using. It was her grandfather's, she remembered. That just brought Anya's thoughts spiraling to the old man. She remembered him throwing her without really throwing her. She remembered being carried by an invisible force and thrown into the escape pod, and she remembered the hatch sealing automatically as the hull breached. She remembered her last sight before it closed, the old man looking relieved. Anya tried to remember her grandfather's name and realized she'd never heard it. Now she never would. Hey, kid, said the Rodian. Your ship. You remember the name? Take it easy. She shocked out of her mind. In a softer voice, the Nikto asked, Do you have any family, girl? Anyone who might have come through? Not her father. Not her grandfather. And my mother, she got out. Maybe. Okay. That's good. What's her name? Marin. Marin Solo. Okay, thanks. We'll see what we can find. What's your name? Anya. Okay, good. Come on with us. Come over here. The Nikto put a hand on her shoulder and guided her away. She stumbled toward the far bulkhead where several dozen beings of different species were huddled, all shocked and trembling, survivors just like her. She scanned their faces for her mothers and didn't find it. She was the only young person there, and she stood apart from them all. She leaned back against the wall, slumped down, and hugged her knees to her chest. Her father dead. Her mother gone. She'd been with them, always, as long as she could remember. She never even tried to imagine life without them. The Rodian and Nikto stepped away, then bent close for conversation. They seemed to think they were out of earshot, but Anya could just pick up their conversation. "We've only got a couple more pods," the Nikto said. "I don't think we're gonna find her mom." "Yeah, me neither." "What do you want to do with her?" "How am I supposed to know?" "That's not my job." "Stang it, she's a kid. She doesn't look that young. Let her fend for herself." "You said all humans look the same?" The Rodian shrugged. "The kid's not my problem, and she's not yours. She's just one more nobody." The Nikto nodded grimly, acquiesced. "There's lots of lost people today." "Exactly. It's not our problem. She'll fend for herself, just like everybody else. Come on, let's open the last pods." They walked away and didn't look back. Anya hugged her legs to her chest, pressed her chin into her kneecaps, and tried to stop shivering. She wanted to deny all those horrible things they said, but she couldn't. They were exactly right. She had no father, no mother, no ship, no droid friends, no one to help, and no one to trust. Anya Solo was on her own. Though the adults in the room were all talking over her and past her, Miragia tried to follow them with utmost dignity. She was still princess of the Empire and heir to her father's throne. She had to be. She had no idea what else she could be if she wasn't. "We'll have to move fast to establish allies," her father said. "Veed and his Sith masters are consolidating control of the fleet, but if we move quickly we can sway Admiral's allegiance." They were aboard her father's Star Destroyer. After their flight from Coruscant, they'd met up with Admiral Fennel's flagship Resolute in Bastion's orbit. The Admiral, Treason, and her grandmother had joined them on the Jagged Fell. "I know Admiral Shallan is with us," Fennel said, "and General Yeager. I can't speak for Shadun. I assume Yeage is a lost cause." Her father nodded grimly. "We may be able to sway Shadun yet. If we can hold Bastion, we can draw others to our cause. The people of the Empire respect strength." "With all due respect," her uncle Hagram said, "Krayt and Veed control Coruscant in the heart of the Old Alliance. They have the strong position. Ours is weak." "We will only get weaker if we don't stand and fight," Fennel snapped. "I wasn't suggesting we run, Admiral. If we make a stand as Bastion, battle will come," Miracia's grandmother said. She'd been listening thoughtfully until now, and the former Emperor's words commanded attention. "Admiral Fennel, do you have the strength to defend Bastion against a siege?" "With Admiral challenge ships and my own, yes, I believe we do. Against all of these fleets. Against the Sith. The Imperial Knights are not afraid to battle Sith," Draco said, but Miragia caught a little tremor in his voice. "If Krayt and Veed tried to take Bastion from us, it will use considerable resources," Roan said. "They'll be spread thin elsewhere." "That will do us no good," Hagram said. "Who else can fight them? Who can we ally with?" "The Jedi. Admiral Stasi's renegades." "Stasi and the Jedi can't even help themselves?" said Sind mournfully. "They'd only drag us down." "They are also not our allies," Fennel said. "His Majesty is the rightful Emperor. For him, and us, there are only servants and traitors." They were harsh words, but Miracia's father nodded agreement. "There's no point in working with Stasi or the Jedi now. We must consolidate our fleets and find those within Krayt's empire who will help us quietly." "That is true," said the elder Miragia. "But what about Bastion?" "We can't hold it," Fennel said firmly. "With all the ships still loyal to your Majesty, we can withstand a siege, even if it lasts months. Years." "And then what?" asked Hagram. "If we throw everything into defending Bastion, we can do nothing else." "We can't just sit on our hands and let Krayt have the capital," the Admiral snarled. "Yes," the Emperor's mother said. "We can. And we should. Everyone stared in surprise, everyone except the Emperor himself. Roan said, "Go on." The elder Miragia sighed. "A stand at Bastion is what the Sith want. They can't trap us here and keep us impotent. We'll be alone. Who will rally to our cause? The people of the Alliance won't care. No one will. Your empire, Rome, the empire of your father and grandfather, will become irrelevant before it's ground to nothing." They were harsh words. Fennel and Draco looked ready to interject, but Roan's expression was thoughtful. Miragia realized this was what her father had been thinking all along. "There are other options," Roan said. "If we surrender Bastion temporarily, it will free our resources for other actions. Hit and run attacks. Raids to gather supplies. We fight like insurgents, then?" Fennel's voice dripped distaste. But the Emperor nodded. "We are not in the position to challenge Krayt yet. But we can bide our time. Rebuild. I know these Sith. They will turn on each other in time, and when they do, we'll be ready to save the galaxy from their chaos." "Where will we go until then?" Draco asked. "Where can we hide?" "The unknown regions," the elder Miragia said. "We still have family there." "Chiss family," Sin specified. "What about Felor?" "He's loyal to Krayt, just like the rest of the Moff Council." "There are factions within the Chiss ascendancy," Roan said. "Frequently, one knows nothing of what the other is doing." It sounded a little like the Empire, but the princess kept that thought to herself. Dignified and silent, she listened to the adults go on. The Emperor articulated his tentative plan. Only Fennel and Sin dared question parts of it, and even then with the most polite language. By the end of the meeting, the plan had become an order, and everyone broke off to do their part in carrying it out. The Imperial Knights and all the Emperor's loyalists were to withdraw from Bastion, save a handful of spies who stay behind and feign allegiance to Krayt. And then all of them would leave the Empire behind for places unknown, with only a promise of return to keep them going. No one was excited to carry out these orders. Miragia could feel that clearly, but they all did it because that was their duty. After the chamber had emptied of everyone but the princess and her father, Roan turned to her and said, "You were very quiet, daughter." "I was listening." "I know, but you have to learn to do more than that. What are your thoughts on all this?" "I think you made the right choice." "Why?" "It's what grandmother said. If we bottle all our ships to defend the capital, we can't do anything else. We'd be sure to lose. So we have to gather the people loyal to you, regroup, and hope." Hope? That word shouldn't have sounded so bitter. Hope the Sith turn on each other. Hope your other admirals realize what a mistake it is, siding with them. But she hesitated. "Go on," he said. "The Sith fight with treachery and deceit." She felt chill and hugged herself. "They strike through the people closest to us. How can you trust anyone?" Roan laid both hands on her shoulders. "I should have seen through Nang. I will always regret that. I will make sure the people we bring to Chiss space are loyal." Miragia wasn't sure how he could guarantee that. She wasn't sure of anything. Even while this war had raged, she felt safe on Bastion, impregnable like an emperor's daughter was supposed to. Her mother's death had changed all that, and she wondered if she'd ever feel safe again. But she sensed her father needed affirmation, so she gave him a nod. "One day you will become empress," Roan said. "By the time that day arrives, I will have regained what I have lost. You will inherit it all, Miragia. The entire galaxy will be yours." She felt nothing but hard conviction from him. That gave no comfort either. She tried to think of what she could become besides princess and monarch, but nothing came. She was no longer sure she wanted to walk that path, but she'd have to regardless. For Miragia felt, like her father, the path had been set from the start. Skywalker drifted through the void and waited to die. Black space spread around him, dotted with endless stars. He'd never seen so many. There was nothing between him and them except empty space and the thin transparent faceplate of his vacuum suit. The far light seemed cold and distant, the darkness welcoming. His body spun slowly as it drifted, and sometimes he'd tilt to face the green and brown world beneath him, but Cade could never look at Ossus for long. The pain of his father's death there would come back, and he'd turn his eyes again to the dark. He didn't know how long he'd been in the void. It had probably been days. At first he'd attempted a forced trance to conserve oxygen. He struggled against his fresh and awful memories, but eventually settled into a vague and troubled sleep. When Cade awoke, he was still in the void, still over Ossus. His lips had gone so dry they cracked, and he'd passed beyond hunger to an aching hollowness. His body was so weak he could barely move his limbs. The next time he drifted off to sleep, he knew he'd never wake. Cade found he didn't mind dying like this, alone in the void. It was peaceful here, far from everything. Far from the Sith who wanted to kill him, the greedy Imperials who wanted the galaxy for themselves, the Jedi who wanted to solve everyone's problems and made them worse instead. Far from his father. He stared into the dark to forget, but sometimes the memories came back. Fighting with his father and Master Sazin on the landing platform. His father barking at him, commanding him to run. The shuttle packed full of terrified younglings, and Shadow wrestling with the controls. The pain of his father's dying moments. All that came after that was awful too. Master Sazin had been dying from his injuries. Cade had refused to let that happen. Desperate and aching and angry from his father's death, he'd called on the Force to mend Sazin's wounds. The strength that had passed from him to Sazin had been a fierce, painful energy, but it had felt good. Dark or light, it didn't matter to Cade. It had saved his teacher. The mending energy passed, but the anger had not. In a red rage, Cade had grabbed his lightsaber and rushed to the twin-tail fighter tucked into the shuttle's hold. TIE fighters were attacking the ship from all sides, preventing their escape. Shadow had shouted at Cade, telling him that to take one fighter against so many TIEs was suicide. "We take what is given," Cade had said. He learned that from his father. So Cade had gone into the void. With his starfighter and his anger, he'd shot down fighter after fighter, taking lives and loving it, all the while knowing it would never bring his father back. But anger gave him power. Anger gave him purpose. Cade took what he was given. When his twin tail exploded, he'd grabbed the ejection lever and shot himself into space. He couldn't remember why he'd done that. When his ship had burst around him, he could have stayed where he was and died with it in one simple white-hot flash. Then he could have joined his father in the Force or dissolved into oblivion. Either would have been simpler than living. Maybe it was so he could have this moment. Cade was going to die in the void, but he was at peace. He felt drained of dark anger as he floated, hollow and cold, emptied even of grief. Only memories could hurt him, and soon they'd be gone. "This is good," he told himself. "This is all right. Better to die in the void that lived the legacy that had been left to him." Time passed. Thought and memory faded. And then it stopped. Cade didn't notice at first. Ossus, which had been drifting slowly across his vision as he drifted through the void, was holding steady before him. Then something glared in the corners of his sight. His eyes fluttered shut, then opened slowly. Bright light shone from behind him and glared on the backs of his hands, the shoulders of his suit. He found the Force and twisted his body around. The bright light hurt in his eyes, and he raised a hand to block it. There was a single starship ahead of him, long-bodied, rugged. He tried to feel the minds inside. They weren't Jedi, weren't Sith. They were strangers who meant nothing to him. The ship grew larger. They were reeling him in with the tractor beam. Quiet sadness filled Cade Skywalker as he realized he was going to live. Hyperspace slipped past as an endless river of shadow and light. Kashyyyk watched it from the cockpit of the second flyer and felt as though he had been dragged in his undertow his entire life and never fully emerged from the current. A century and a half ago, the Jedi Order had fallen. A dark empire had risen, and Kashyyyk had found himself a survivor entrusted with the care of frightened younglings. He's done everything he could to shepherd them to safety, and for a time it had appeared he'd succeeded. But in the end he'd failed them, and he'd spent decades crippled by that failure. It had taken him years more to become a true Jedi again, and to fully participate in Luke Skywalker's new order. At first he'd been terrified that history would repeat, but gradually his paranoia had waned, and he'd allowed himself to enjoy being a Jedi again. And now, a century and a half later, Kashyyyk was back in the same place again. He had every reason to despair, yet as he stared at the endless river he found that he did not. He let the river take him back in time, a century and a half, to a place of darkness and light. In his mind it was still vivid after all these many years. Mortars screamed through the skies of Salukami. Shelling of the Republic Redoubt has not stopped for 10 standard hours. It is midday but smoke, and ash fill the sky and swallow daylight. The explosions never stop. He shelters from them beneath a rocky overhang. Master Asherad Het sits beside him, tired head bent forward, legs splayed out. He clutches a lightsaber with either hand, but has barely the strength to grasp them. He asks the human, "Do you believe the rumor that there is an architect of this war behind Count Dooku?" Het blinks himself awake. "You mean a Sith?" He nods gravely. Het considers this. His eyes grow clouded and eventually he says, "I think this war doesn't need Sith. The corruption of the Senate, the greed of the Trade Federation and Techno Union, Master Dooku's pride. The galaxy is full of darkness and chaos. Master Windu says that is the natural state of things, and that we Jedi must create light and peace ourselves. Only through us can there be order." It sounds terribly like the so-called wisdom Sora Bulk and Count Dooku's other minions have tried to spread. With great power comes the desire to enforce one's will on other beings, and one can easily slip into the darkness thinking he is doing light. Is it truly the Jedi's order to give? He asks. Het looks down at his lightsabers. His hands tighten around them. Sometimes, Het says. Perhaps. He makes a low rumble, indicating disapproval. Such thinking may lead you to a dire end, Master Het. Remember the fate of your father? Unlike most Jedi, Asher Het knew his parents. Sharad Het was a Jedi turned Tusken, killed in a battle against Tatooine's gang lords. It is a sensitive spot, and he immediately regrets jabbing it. "You never knew my father," Het says harshly. "I know. I apologize. But remember, with the desire for control comes enslavement to ego. The conviction of righteousness becomes a delusion that justifies the worst horrors." "I know all that, Master Kashyyyk. The human size. The Force is so much more than a tool. It is our sustenance. As long as we remain open to the light, it will nurture and guide us, even in our darkest moments." Het looks at him sidelong, suspicious. "When did you become an optimist?" "I'm endeavoring to change my ways." Lips flex around his tusks, a wicked smile. "It is not easy, but someone needs to be one, in times like this." "Maybe so?" Het smiles too, but is very tired. And if this war really is one giant Sith trap? He feels a chill. Optimism can only do so much. Then there are darker times ahead. But we'll still have the Force. As long as it speaks to us, we can endure. Het looks wistfully at the black clouds, the flash of distant bombs. He sighs and says, "You came to me about doing a scouting mission." "That's right." "Then it sounds like we've chatted long enough." "Thank you, Master. I'll try to remember all that." With a groan, Het pushes to his feet. He still has a lightsaber still in either hand. Together, they set out across the rocky field, to that narrow place on the horizon where darkness meets light. Kashyyyk stepped out of the cockpit and into the flyer's hold. Every head turned toward him, and every face pleaded for comfort. Among all those children, Katla stood out, but his need was the same as theirs. "It will be another day before we reach the hidden temple," Kashyyyk told everyone. "Don't be afraid. We will get there, and we will be safe from the Empire. All your fellow apprentices should be there too." He projected strength and warmth in the Force. On most of their young minds it worked easily, but Katla was still full of questions. He made a gesture, and the Yuuzhan Vong War drew himself from young Eli Horn's side. Together the warrior and the Jedi Master stepped into the empty cockpit. Outside, light and shadow continued to flow. "The apprentices must stay in the hidden temple," Kashyyyk said. "It is the only safe place for them. They are the future of the Jedi. I only hope enough masters survive to train them. As for you, Kat La, you can not only sense the Force, you can use it. You showed that on Ossus. Perhaps, the warrior said uncertainly. I do not know what I did. I willed the lightsaber to move, and it moved. You're just beginning to unlock your potential. Do you want to continue? Uncertainty vanished. Kat La nodded. That is good. I'm sure we can find a place for you at the hidden temple, if you wish. He looked reluctant. I am no youngling. I understand why they must hide, but I would feel a coward to do myself. What would you do instead? I know Master Nei Ren was away from Ossus during the attack. She may be on Yuuzhan still, or elsewhere. I want to find out if she survived. Of course. We may go looking for her? We, Master Jedi. Yes. We, I think. He looked out the viewport to the blurring dark and light. I thought I'd seen and experienced everything the Force could offer, but you are something new, Kat La. I cannot understand you at all, and you have no idea how precious that is to someone as old as I am. I would teach you, if you'd let me, and, hopefully, I can learn from you as well. The Yuuzhan Vong bobbed his head. I would be honored. Only. Yes. I do not want to put you in danger, Master. The Whiffet snorted. I am not so old I cannot take care of myself. Yes. But these are dark times for the Jedi. I know that better than you ever could. I have seen the destruction of the Jedi Order once before, but I have also seen it rise. Remember this above all else. We who use the Force are not meant to be as masters. We are as fallible as any other beings and poorly suited to rule. The Force is more than a tool. It is our sustenance. Stay open to it, and it will guide you through these harrowing times. Kashyyyk drew a deep breath and looked out the viewport, where light and dark continue to flow. As long as the Force speaks to us, the Jedi will endure.